Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello, can you hear me? Well, I guess that's better than nothing. I've got some kind of technical issue. What is with this thing? Hello, hello, can you hear me? Ridiculous. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. I've got some kind of technical issue. What is with this thing? What is going on here? Ridiculous. I can't blame Milton for this. I've got some kind of technical issue. What is with this thing? What is going on here? Ridiculous. I can't blame Milton for this. I've got some kind of technical issue. What is going on here? Ridiculous. I can't blame Milton for this. I think my computer has decided to act up. Come on. Hello, can you hear me? I think my computer has decided to act up. Come on. Hello, can you hear me? I think my computer has decided to act up. Come on. Hello, hello, can you hear me? What is that noise? Hello, hello, can you hear me? What is that noise? Hello, hello, can you hear me? What is that noise? All right, that should fix it. All right, that should fix it. Okay, it looks like I'm getting a call. I have some kind of very strange thing going on with my computer, and I have to admit, my little friend may be the reason. I have some kind of very strange thing going on with my computer, and I have to admit, my little friend Okay. Let me turn this up a little bit more. I'm just trying to listen to myself on through the delay. Okay. Let me turn this up a little bit more. I'm just trying to listen to myself on through the delay. Okay, I guess that will be acceptable for now. Something, I don't know what is exactly going on here, but I think I've got it to the point where it's tolerable. Okay, I guess that will be acceptable. Okay, very good. Now let me see if I can get this on the other display as well. Can you hear me? All right, so that one is functioning also. So that's good. Now let me get out of this and let me see if I can get to the chat. You know how it is here at the poorhouse. Anything can fail at any time. So we have this. Now where's my chat window? I don't see it. Okay, that's interesting. Oh well. Let me reopen this. I was trying to install some additional software, but this thing has decided to punish me. Well, what can you expect from an old computer? So we'll go ahead and we'll do this. And let me go ahead and bring out the chat the old way. And there it goes. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know what happened to the earlier comments, but I did have the earlier comments listed. Let me see. I believe that Kitchen Witch was our first commenter. And then we had the Feral Grandma was also here last night. Something very strange happened, but what else is new? It wouldn't be live at 8 with Rick if I didn't have an issue. So let's check these comments and see what we have going on here. Hearing a home ground issue, yes. Turn up the gains, can slightly hear you. All right, no sound. There's a hum going on too. Nope. Old fussy, yes, it is. Everything here is old. It's actually a computer issue. I think it's something with the motherboard. Computer problem after computer problem. What else is new? Miami, we have a problem. Yes, we have a lot of problems here because we're living in the poorhouse, and I didn't work at all this week, so I made zero money. But that's okay. Actually, it's coming from the computer itself, which is not the mixer. My old 30-year-old mixer is fine. Faint voice, loud hum. Yeah, loud hum. Call in Milton, the sound engineer. Milton is here somewhere. I don't know where in the world my little guy is. She's going to blow. All right, let's see. Okay. Yes, can hear you. We're getting there. And yes, hear you louder hum. Slight hall echo. Let's see. Sound like this deserves a bit of singing by Rick. I remember every morning Mom would give me eggs and oatmeal. All right. All is good now. There we go. That's getting better. Also echo. And turn off the washing machine. We can hear it. No, I will do that later. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And you are repeating. Yes. Kitchen Witch has returned. Milton sitting in the back, snickering. He's there somewhere. He actually attacked my leg when I walked over there to get another cable. Yes, so much better. No, Milton's sitting in the back with the claw-head wire. Yeah. Okay, yes. We can hear you, but there is a hum. Move back to bedroom, Rick. Yeah, I know. And hum is even louder. There's an echo delay. Feel like I'm on acid again, and we're going through here. Better, much better, and I think we are to the point. Okay, look at all these comments. I have the most awesome people on YouTube. It did not better. It's working. Seems okay now. Good morning, all. Now, the best it's been. Thank you, Super Tune. And the system, yes. Morning bacon, baby. Sound is good and clear. No hum. Well, thank you. Now it's better. Just in time. Hi, Rick. Hi, Greg. Good to see you here. Let's see. Sounds ready? Sounds ready. Stop balancing Milton for everything. He's innocent. Free Milton. Milton is absolutely free. He is ready to go. Sound is good. Just keep holding the button, Rick. Yes. And stop blaming Milton. It is not Milton's fault. It is the fault of my computer. You have to remember, this laptop was something that I fixed. I had to use a heat gun and some solder flux to fix the motherboard controller. And I have a feeling that there is some type of internal channel that's screwed up. And what I had to do, I had to turn off the desktop audio in order to get rid of it. If I put the desktop audio back on, the hum will come back. Actually, now it doesn't. It's got to be a motherboard issue. So hopefully in the near future, I am going to replace the computer. I have rather old but very effective 4U rack mount case. I'll get a decent motherboard and some hardware, and I'll build a brand new computer. It'll be dedicated just for the live streams. It'll be right here in the living room, and then I will run a permanent connection just like I did in the bedroom, and everyone can enjoy somewhat of a more, I don't know, more stable live stream. And Papa Carnivore Peter says, unleash the quacks. Yes, unleash the quacks. Unleash the quacking. Hi, Papa. Systems are in decline. I did a password reset on a website. Not working. Had to submit a ticket. I think the internet itself is in decline. And Bacon Baby says hi to Papa Carnivore. He has to blame Milton since there's no wife. That is very true. Milton wouldn't count as a wife. I guess Milton would be a husband. And Live at 8 with Rick with a husband would not be something that anybody would want to watch. I just had my Fatty Coffee Deluxe, and here comes Milton. Come here, Milton. You can come up if you want. Come on. Come here, baby. Oh, let's say hi to little Milton. Look at the sweet little Milton. Look at that beautiful face. Oh, he's such a cutie. Here, Milton, let me push you over here. Look at that sweet little kitten. Look at that face. Oh, my goodness, you're such a sweet cat. You have not done anything bad. You want to climb up on the computer there? Look at that tail. Look at that tail. Oh, he's a cute little thing. I love my little Milton. He's such a good kitty. Now I can't see my screen. Okay. Now, I have put all the chats on the large monitor, which is the 60-inch TV picked from the dump. And I can see you very, very well. This is actually a pretty good setup. Any of you that remember me from almost 3 years ago, this is where I had my first interview on the Joey Schwartz channel. Okay, let's see. And Jim and Jersey have YMCA song blasting, so I can't hear much better. Much sounds better now. Okay. YMCA, the Village People, a fruity disco group. And father of United Carnivore says, good morning all from Melbourne, Florida. Yes. Much better, Papa. Not 100, but getting there. I don't think it's your equipment. I think it's Google YouTube. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I think YouTube hates me. 18 years and they still haven't given me a single penny. Shame. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning that you're here. And I hope you can still hear me. Let me go through these comments and try to catch up. Looks like the dreaded crowns aren't turned off. Okay, so I have caught up with the comments. I am going to trust you because I got a mosquito, stupid thing. How'd that get in here? Anyway, let me hit some more of these comments. It's a full-time job trying to keep up with the comments. All right. Oh, Aaron is here? I didn't see you. I missed you. Okay, there you are. I wonder where you were. And everyone's saying hello to each other. That's very good. I was thinking of driving up on Friday to join you guys. Okay. I know Mitch was going to have a get-together at the Stampagaccio Steakhouse, I believe. So, hope he's doing well. Good morning, Bacon Baby. Bacon, ham, and eggs for breakfast. Boy, that is really good. I had bacon and eggs for breakfast as well. I'm finishing up the bacon that one of my viewers was nice enough to send me. And once that bacon is out, bacon will not be part of the breakfast. It will be whatever meat I have, ground beef, pork, chicken, duck, iguana, whatever else I can get my hands on. Squirrel. Hopefully we'll go squirrel hunting soon. You have awesome people because you're an awesome person. Well, whoever you said that to, I believe will appreciate that. And how does Linux Mint install on your hard drive? Or what is the kernel thing? I don't get it. The kernel is basically what Linux is built on, and it is updated from time to time. Linux Mint would be the distribution. It's one of the most popular. Ubuntu is another one that's popular, although it sort of fell out of favor by the way that they set it up. But in most cases, it's just like any other install. All you have to do is download the ISO image and put it onto your USB drive, stick it in the computer, make sure that your BIOS is set to boot from the USB drive, and just follow the steps. It's really easy. 20 years ago when I first used Linux, actually it was more than 20 years ago, I think it was 1998, it was a bit of a process, but even then it wasn't that bad. If you're going to set up something like, what is that, not Arch Linux, the other one, what was that called? It was Gentoo Linux. That has always been a struggle, but all the other distributions are really easy. I'm going to skip breakfast and have some pastrami and hard-boiled eggs. Well, there you go. All right. We got some hellos. And let's see. Gay anthem. There you go. Although, the only gay friend that I have, he hates, all that stuff. He's actually more into classical music than disco. All right. Let's see. It's your very first caller in from Texas. Now, I've got a little issue with my phone. And that I can thank Milton for, because Milton decided that the RJ11 cable that I use was very tasty. So he punctured it with I don't know how many teeth holes. So when I do take a call in, I'm going to have to reach over and grab it from the other phone. Or I could simply move to the chair, but I'm almost afraid to move anything because I'll get cut off. But anyway, okay. What happened to Mitch's live stream yesterday? I clicked on the notification, but it said video's been removed. Well, what I did when I was watching the live stream, I was actually working in my garage, and then one of our commenters had criticized Mitch for the amount of money he spent on his cell phone, and Mitch was not happy about that. So he said what he thought, and like he normally does, he took the video off because he probably didn't want it to be there. Probably doesn't want any controversy to be out there. He doesn't want to end up like the Rick versus Kerry controversy, so he took it down. But I did save the comments just to look at it, and I know who made the comment. I think it was more of a joke than anything, but it wasn't anything serious, and I'm sure that tomorrow when Mitch is back online, he will explain it. And the thing about Mitch, he's kind of like me. When he gets mad, he might get very frustrated and say or do something, and then later on, he'll just say, well, it wasn't that important. So, but it wasn't anything serious, and I don't think he has any health issues. He did post a cooking video yesterday. Now, yesterday I went a little crazy. I made 4 ride and talks, and I posted 3 of them, and then I posted the other one today, so you'd have something to watch, because I'm not going to do a ride and talk. I'm going to be here, and that is my goal anyway. All right, let's see. I'm off to run errands. Be back soon. Well, that's good. Quick hello before I start my Saturday. Haley K, I'm listening. I'm glad that you're listening. I used Ubuntu and a couple of distributions. My last IT class. It wasn't hard. No, it wasn't. It was not hard. I'm waiting for my double order of bacon for breakfast. Sardines, bacon, and mustard sauce. Very nice. And I think it was a joke. Yeah, I think it was a joke as well. I wouldn't worry about it. Howdy, beautiful quackers. Howdy, Josephine C. Okay, I wondered about something like that. Well, that's very good. And again, I don't know. Let me see. how do I sound? Let me see if I can pull this up here and just double check. So if you hear an echo, forgive me for that. I don't know. Let me see. How do I sound? Let me see if I can pull this up here and just double check. Okay. Sound is good. The sound is on point. I don't understand why when I turned down the desktop audio in OBS, the hum went away. I turned it back up, and now it's fine. So, I don't know. Computers can be strange. And when you use recycled hardware like I do, picked from the side of the road, from the dump, from offices and whatever they want to throw away, that's usually what happens. The computer in my bedroom is actually the one that Russ Mitchell gave me, and it's probably the most stable thing that I have. So that's good. Yes, it is. Linux is the bomb. Use it to fix other OSs. That is correct. Thought you were going to get a new rig. Well, stupid Home Depot didn't have it. You know, I called in the order. Oh, yes, we have it. I went over there. No, it's not going to come till next Wednesday. And it was our friend, the meathead, who decided that he was going to send me a rake because when he saw how bad my old one was, I guess he felt bad about it. And I was going to go and spend $20 on the cheap one. But he sprung for the one that's, probably $10 more that has the fiberglass handle. I've never had one that fancy, so we'll see how long it lasts. But it's pretty bad when you're the guy that has everything from the trash, and buying a rake is an investment, while most of my neighbors are out there buying new cars, new furniture, remodeling their house. I'm out there trying to get a rake so I can rake the leaves out of my yard. And as you know, when I rake the leaves, I just put them in the middle of the yard and grind them up with a lawnmower, which also I picked from the side of the road. Okay, so we got some more hellos here, which is good. Milton is the most unstable thing Rick has. No, I think my computer's more unstable than Milton. Hi, Cindy, trying to wake up. Milton is the best. I agree. Milton is an awesome little cat. I have a YouTube conflict with you at 10 a.m. It's fine. If you wish, you can leave my stream and you can go to Rockin' Keto Amy. Now, I need to cut down these streams. There's no reason for me to have these streams that are 5, 6, 7, 9 hours. That's just way too much. So cutting back on the live streams might be a good idea. It'll give me more chance to get stuff done around here. But Saturday has always been my day off. But this week, every day was my day off. Although I didn't really take a day off. I've been working around the house. But we'll see. It is the summertime. People are broke. Most of my friends are moving away. One of my biggest customers left about 2 weeks ago. He moved to the Ocala area. Another friend of mine is moving north of Orlando. And I have another friend who's going to move. So all the people that refer me work are leaving. So that is fine. Okay. Let's see how these are going. Back in his parents' living room again. That is right. Howdy. I'll come right back after it's over. And by the way, when I move, I think I am going to keep all this. This cabinet is something my dad built a long time ago, before I was born. It's one of the few things that the termites have not eaten. As you can see over there, still got the plastic in it. I fixed it years ago because the plastic had fallen out. I'm going to take this with me wherever I move to. So when I move to a new place, there'll still be wood paneling, these old encyclopedias, the little books over there, the duck heads. All that stuff is coming with me because I think it is part of the character of the live stream. And I think eventually, when I'm able to have people visit, they might want to come and see. Now, this old couch, the upholstery is crap. It's worn and nasty. I'm going to steam clean it, but what I'll probably do is reupholster it with new material and just keep it, because this is actually a pull-out bed. It's really old. It's from, I guess, the 60s or 70s. It came from W.T. Grant's, which used to be down the street, and they closed in the 70s. And I remember as a kid when they delivered this furniture. We also had some black vinyl furniture that was the Spanish style. But that's been thrown out because the termites ate that and it kind of fell apart. Anyway, let's see what we got here. All right. Okay. Someone stole my rake the other day. Well, if I get a new one, I'm going to keep it inside the house. My old one I used to leave outside. Did you find the flywheel? No, I did not. And it's been a disaster. Okay. I accepted a challenge from one of our mutual friends. Excellent. Yes, not only sounds like it, but it is. In fact, I'll show you an example of a video maybe a little bit later. I found one and it was recommended to me. I've seen this guy before when he was in Georgia, but now he's in Miami. And Miami is a very depressing place if you live in what people promote as Miami. Out here, it's not so bad because it's your typical suburb. Now, let me go back over here to YouTube. Okay, here we go. And let me check something here. All right. YouTube history. Let's see. Here's an example of the crap that we have in Miami. We'll just pop this up here. Let's see. So you got this kid over here trying to get money from people, but look, this is Miami.
On the 63rd floor, double balconies. Look at this freaking view. I think my lens is fogging up a little bit. I mean,
of course it is. When you have 90-degree temperatures at night with 80+% humidity, and you walk out of the air conditioning into that hot box, it's like walking into a sauna. And look at what a depressing place that is. This is Miami. Now, thankfully, my neighborhood doesn't look that bad. But this is what they did to what used to be a really nice city. If you look at some of the intro pictures in mine, that was a nice place. But now it's horrible. I mean, look at this thing. It's like New York City in the Caribbean. Absolutely disgusting. And that background noise is horrifying. I don't know how anyone could live in a dump like that.
Come on. Freaking look at this. It's just super.
So that's the so-called Miami. Shithole. Absolutely disgusting. Now, on the other hand, there's also the farming channels where you can see that people live in cow pastures and in the woods and all that. That's really nice. But can you imagine having to live in a horrible place like that? You got some box on top of 60-something floors of other boxes. Each one of those floors probably has anywhere from 4 to 20 boxes. And then you have to listen to all that traffic, all that noise, all those millions of people, thousands of air conditioners buzzing away, cars and everything. Absolutely just sad. I mean, seriously, who in the world would want to live in a place like that? And it's so ugly. Everything they build nowadays, when you talk, there's an echo because it's empty, it's all drywall, smells like chemicals, and it's just unappealing. There's nothing there. You don't see any natural finishes. There's no rocks, there's no wood, there's no bricks, there's no books. It's just an empty space. You might as well be in prison. The only difference between prison is that in prison it's a lot smaller and you can't really choose what you put in there. This is just nothing but I call it CAFO for humans. You know how you cram pigs and chickens in a warehouse? It's basically the same thing. You stack and pack them, and that's it. So it's really quite depressing. But anyway, let me go back over here to my chat. Where'd it go? There we are. Okay. All right. Yeah. W.T. Grant's used to be down there in the Kendall Mall, which is, the building is actually still there. They had a bookstore there for a while. I don't know what it is now. I think it's an office supply, but it was there. I do remember it as a kid. I have to take a bike ride over there and show you. I've never been to Florida. Where do you live? All right, let's see. The eastern border, Los Angeles near South Pasadena. Okay. Do you like Simon, Uneducated Out of College? Yes. Yes, I used to watch Simon on a regular basis. I like him. He basically does videos from his car. He's like one of the very few YouTubers left that is very successful and does the real style videos with no editing and no fancy things on it. He became friends with George Gammon and some of the other, and the other guy that I watch. I'm having a vegan moment right now. Jack, Nobody Special Finance. They're all kind of friends. They hang out together and stuff. But yeah, I used to watch him. I don't watch him anymore because, honestly, I don't have time. His live streams go on for a long time, just like mine do. I no longer have the time, so I no longer watch. But yes, I do like him. The weather is almost something, yeah, well, that California is not as hot and humid as Florida, unless the place is on fire, in which case you probably wouldn't want to live there. Are you kidding when you commented? Okay, that's a good question. Let's see what he says. Wait a minute. I can't imagine living in a big city where all you see is skyscrapers and no sky. It's depressing. And then the noise is so loud. You know, it's like there was a video about people living out in Texas. They live next to a data center. And, you know, data centers have all those fans and air conditioners running. Miami is worse. So I took a decibel meter one time, and the decibel level there was over 80. It was really loud. I go out in my yard. All I hear neighbors and stuff, but I also hear birds. And at nighttime, I hear crickets and cicadas buzzing away. I can handle that. But, you know, I had a friend about 20 years ago, actually 25 years ago, when they started this whole Miami crap. Back then, you could buy a condo for $150,000, which was a lot of money at the time. So they got one of them stupid condos. I went there, thought, this is really depressing. Why would you buy this when you could buy a house off of Coral Way for the same amount of money? Well, it's a new thing. You're in the city and this and that. Yeah, so you go outside, you see a bunch of homeless people laying around. It's just depressing. But, you know, the thing is, it makes the developers a ton of money. They can overpay for a piece of property, then stack 60, 70, 80 floors of crap, one on top of the other. And that's good. It makes some money. And then they convince people that that's some great way of living. And they're stupid enough to pay the money. That's fine. Of course, back then, in a couple of years, most of those remained empty because there wasn't much of a market for it. And then the market tanked in 2008 and everything was empty. But now, with all the Bitcoin crap and all the stock market shenanigans, you have a lot of young people that have money to spend. And then they waste money on these stupid influencers and, you know, people that tell them that they can be rich and they can meet women and all this other nonsense, and they send them their money. So, yeah, I mean, think about it. If somebody set up like a subscription group and they got $10 from every person and they had 5,000 people in their group, well, that's some pretty good money that they're making. Then they can come here to Miami and blow it and be stupid. And then in about 5 years, when this whole thing is a distant memory, they're living under a bridge somewhere in the Midwest. So, whatever. Okay. I was being critical of buying a phone for so much money and kidding. Yeah. It's the same thing that happened to me when I mentioned about the Healing Humanity documentary. Milton, what are you doing? And it got taken the wrong way. But the thing is, unlike the vegans, us carnivores, we don't hold a grudge. And I'm fine with Kerry and his thing now. I'm not going to criticize it. I made my point, and I'm not going to say it again. It's up to what happens. Maybe he succeeds. Maybe the thing's a flop. But in the end, he did what he wanted to, and people supported it, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. I got no problem with it. Let's see. I'll be right over. I need a phone so bad. You think you need a new phone? Look at what I'm using. Okay. But I hate paying for them. I've never paid for a phone. In fact, the only cell phones that I use, these are phones that people gave me because they got a new phone. So I think in many cases, people should upgrade their phone so that way they can give their old one to me. And then that way I can use it as a camera because that's what I do with them. I also carry it in case I have an emergency. Maybe I see some crime taking place. Now, if I do have a heart attack, I'm not going to call 911 because my goal is to get the heart attack, drop dead, and be totally out before the rescue comes. That way, they can't revive me. They can't put me in a nursing home. I have an old iPhone 12 that needs replacing soon. Speaker doesn't work, so I have to use speakerphone for phone calls. I set off Rick with my comment about Miami. There you go. My phone costs $100. Fisher Price. I don't know. I thought Fisher Price was cheaper than that. I remember it was like $5 when I was a kid. The little one you pull and the little phone thing rocks back and forth. Those things. I think they still make them. I've had iPhones for the last 20 years. I guess the iPhone has been around that long. I have original iPhones in my collection. Rick would agree about how Miami has changed, and not for the better, since he was a kid. That's correct. Everything in Miami has been a downgrade. We went from tropical fun place to wannabe New York City, stack and pack, white, black, and gray boxes. And thankfully, a 1926 style wake-up call is on its way in the next few years, and this place is going to get a job that it has not seen in 100 years. 100 years since we got a good cleaning. And when it comes this time, it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. And hopefully I won't be here when it happens. Somebody else can deal with it. I'll be in a rural area. And you know, when a hurricane hits in a rural area, it is a whole lot easier to deal with than if you're in a big city. Those high-rise buildings, once they've been flooded by a hurricane, are uninhabitable. The mold and bacteria will take over, and it will take years if the buildings ever get rebuilt. Maybe never, because all it takes is a few windows to break, water to blow in, and the entire building is trashed. And I'm not going to feel bad about it, except for the fact that those people are going to come inland and ruin, our lifestyle. But hopefully they'll get smart and they'll go back to the country they came from, or they'll go back to New York or Los Angeles or whatever garbage city that brought them here, because none of these people were born and raised here. All the people that I know that were born and raised here, they're all pretty much gone. I have 2 friends left, and that's it. Everybody else has left or is leaving. Yep, buy something nice. I need one since I do everything on my phone. Storage is full. My PC is Windows 10 and cannot be upgraded to 11. Microsoft won't be backing them. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I guess once you get into iOS, it's hard to go to Android. Always change things, upgrade, so on. A lot of stuff that I have has never been upgraded, and it still goes. And Carnivore Whisperer says good morning, and Rick says good morning in return. iPhone is my thing. It's my computer, my watch. Okay. I don't use a watch. I just use my brain and the sun to tell what time it is. I'm pretty good at telling time based on the position of the sun. Yeah. Best sunsets and sunrises. We live in Kentucky. Our yard is wide open and quiet. That's because you're surrounded by trees and not ugly, boxy, disgusting high-rises. Now, I'm not against big cities, I mean, there are some nice buildings. It's like here in Miami, we have the old Miami News building, which is called the Freedom Tower. And the reason they didn't demolish it is because that's where all the Cubans were processed. When the Miami News moved to the new building, which was the Miami Herald building, which, by the way, they tore down, of course, because they wanted to build condos like everything else. Stupid. It took them a while to tear that thing down because it was so well built. It was designed to be hurricane proof. They were actually using it as a college location for Brown Mackie College, but the foreign money poured in there. They tore it down. And the funny thing is, they never built the high rise they were going to build with a casino in it because they couldn't pay off the government to get the gambling legalized. So there's actually a giant tent there now, just a big canopy. So you used to have a nice building. Now you have a big canopy where they work on boats. It's really kind of funny. This city is just so stupid. And you know, we are the most wasteful city in the United States. People in Miami throw out more garbage per person than anywhere else. And then the incinerator burned down. Instead of rebuilding it, because the developers don't want the incinerator next to their overpriced Doral crap condos, they're going to put this thing out in the Everglades. Yes, in the Everglades, where they can contaminate our environment with toxic waste. That's just genius, absolute genius. You're going to spew out pollution, and you're going to drop garbage, hauling this stuff all the way out to the Everglades. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's Miami-Dade County for you, run by a corrupt mayor and a bunch of corrupt commissioners, all taking payoffs, shaking down their citizens for money with code enforcement, and giving developers whatever they want because they get money under the table. All right. I'll probably stick with iPhone. I guess there's a lot of iPhone fans out there. Have a Mac laptop. They're so different. I get lost on the Mac. I've been to the Florida Keys. The Keys don't go in. Well, thankfully they haven't. I lived in Key Largo for many years. They did control the development in the Keys, and that made a huge difference by not allowing the high rises. Yeah. Because the problem is they say, well, you need more housing, so it's more affordable. But here in Florida, it's the opposite. The more housing you build, the more expensive it gets. And that's ridiculous. Never sprang for the Mac. Is the Alligator Alcatraz there in Florida? Yes. It is right out here on A Street. Now, it's too far for a bike ride, but maybe one day after I get my truck fixed, you got to go all the way out on A Street. It's about maybe 40 miles from here. It's at the old jet port. In the 60s, they were going to move. They were going to build an airport in the middle of the Everglades. Real smart. And they built these runways. They were going to build a train going out there. And, of course, the environmentalists rightfully stopped that nonsense. It's like, what are you doing? You're going to build it out there? So they abandoned it. But they were using it as a training airport. And basically just people getting their pilot's license would go out there, land and take off. Well, now they're using it to house and deport illegals. And I know a lot of people say, if you deport all the illegals, there won't be anybody to work for you. Well, I got news for you. There is no change at all. If you look at the local job postings, there are hardly any. In fact, there are less than there were before. There are less employers looking for work now than there were a year ago. So even though they're deporting illegals, it doesn't matter. We have probably twice as many people as we need to fill all these jobs. Getting rid of the illegals is not going to affect the market at all. In fact, I think it's going to improve the situation. But they're only going to deport maybe a few 100,000, and there's millions of them that poured in here, so nothing's going to happen. They may deport maybe 10, 15,000 out of that Alligator Alcatraz before they close it. It's just a drop in the bucket. It's all for show. It's just a dog and pony show. Husband bought me the Mac. Yeah, it's a concrete jungle. And it's depressing. Why anybody would want to live there, I don't know. I guess if you're willing to settle for a piece of crap like that and pay all that money, you deserve to be there when the hurricane comes. I'm not wishing that anybody gets knocked off by a hurricane, but that's a shame. Okay, let's see. Illegal, yeah. That's right. The illegal aliens. Well, it's not a military airfield. It was actually the jet port, but close. Okay. Oh, Nashville. There you go. I watched Miami Vice also, and yes, it was a lot nicer than it is now. And it would have been even better if I was around in the 50s because that's when Miami looked the best, the 1950s. iPhone 5. Well, there you go. Hey, Lexus Jones. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Lexi is one of our new rising carnivore stars, so look forward to seeing her on all the usual carnivore channels doing interviews. Okay, we'll drink Topo Chico. Okay, Ed Sullivan. Watch Miami Vice. Yep. All right, let's see here. Rick, you do your own upgrades. Well, I guess you could call it that. A lot of Miami is Spanish speaking. Yeah. Look at my videos when I do my bike rides. How many people do you see that speak English? Zero. Okay. Live music, dancing in every bar in Nashville. Yeah. Such a nice, friendly place. Compared to Miami, everything's friendly. And Cindy says, we have no trees in our yard and very few in our neighborhood. Sounds like Miami, except in my neighborhood, I have all the trees. iPhone 10. I have an iPhone 6. I've already changed the battery in that to use it as a camera. I would never move back there. I'm now Mountain Hick. There you go. Rural living is a lot less stressful than city living. City living is crap. Now, if you have a lot of money and you can get everything delivered to you and you don't mind living in a box, city living can be fine. And I think for a lot of elderly people, if you can maintain some kind of health, but you're not exactly active and you don't want to deal with all the work of a house, you know, there's nothing wrong with living in the city. But promoting it as a great lifestyle is just nonsense. It's just crap. Because the thing is, in order to live in the city and enjoy your life, you need to have a lot of money. If you live in the country, you can enjoy your life with very little money. Because in the country, you have more freedom to do what you want to do. You can build things, you can do things. In the city, it's all done for you. There's nothing that you can do to change it. You live in a building that's owned by somebody else. Everything is governed by rules. You can barely find a place to park. You want to visit somebody, it's a total nightmare. It's not a suitable way of living for an independent-minded person. And forget about composting and gardening. That's not going to happen. And don't even think about keeping ducks. Impossible. There you go. Okay. Windows 8 and still runs pretty well. That's interesting. And look, Kurt is here. Good morning, Rick, brother from another mother. Good morning, brother. Glad you're here. And Amy, there you go. Yeah, Amy will be live at 10, so feel free to check out her video. You can take a break from mine, and that's it. Build her fence so she can get goats again, yeah? Well, she lived around here. I have little Bob and the auger, which makes digging holes very easy, but I don't live near anybody. I'm in the middle of the middle of everywhere. Yes, it is. All right. Got the hellos going here. That's good. There we go. Orange County, love it there. They love Governor Newsom. Gruesome Newsom, that authoritarian piece of crap. Well, I guess there's an ass for every seat. Somebody's going to like him. And let's see, I'm not kidding. Howdy, Meathead. Girl Power Tanya. Good morning, CW. Now, our friend Rockin' Keto Amy recommended that I use the, what is that called? Social Stream application. But I couldn't get it to work. I tried everything. It wouldn't work for me. I might try it again. Huge thing for migrant workers. They pick it at grocery stores so you couldn't get your vegetables and fruits. Well, you know what? I tell people if they want vegetables and fruits, they ought to have a U-Pick where they can get it themselves. Let's see. Saturday morning. That's a good question. Grocery store, yeah. See? Grocery store music was in Spanish. Everything's in Spanish here. No habla inglés. That's pretty much it. Oh, CB Carmack is here. Better get out the, here comes the fuzz. Fort Lauderdale was a tough time. Yeah, you could still find a lot of English-speaking people in the late 70s. It wasn't until the 80s that it really started going downhill. And I'm not saying the Spanish-speaking people are bad. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just it destroys the culture. And then you end up with groups of people that only speak Spanish, and they have diminished opportunities because they're not able to branch out and deal with everybody else. Art Disco. You know, they started in the 80s, but there's a lot of these developers that they want to turn that into high-rises. They're still trying to get rid of some of those old hotels. I think it's only a matter of time. If the Fed throws enough money at Miami and this crypto crap keeps going, Miami Beach is going to look like downtown Miami, a very noisy and very overpopulated place. Oh, Ricky is here. Good morning, carnivores. Good morning from the other Rick. And let's see. Yep, not strictly carnivore. Oh, keto is similar. All right. Grow your own veggies if you want to eat them. Exactly. Here comes the fuzz. There we are. Good morning, carnivores and company. Good morning. I've been keto, meat heavy for 5 years. Just like my vegan friend who's been the meat-based keto, doing much better than he ever did with carnivore. And we actually had a chance to eat lunch together yesterday. And it was good. And I'm keep trying to convince him, why don't you come on to my video and we'll do an interview. But he's still paranoid about his vegan friends that they're going to somehow punish him. So that's not good. Break time painting. How long to your live? I think it's in an hour probably. But anyway, now with that, I'm sure everybody has watched my lives. Now, I wonder how many people we actually have. Let's see. Let me see how many people we have in the chat right now, because I haven't been able to get that software to work the way I'd like to. View your channel. We have, it looks like 48 watching. That's not bad. That's almost 50. That's actually pretty good. I'm pretty impressed. I seem to get really good participation. Got some comments here. Okay. There we go. Fire hydrant in the sidewalk. Yep, that's very common here. Sidewalks here are sort of the place where they put everything. Signs, fire hydrants, utility poles, whatever. They just put whatever they want there. Okay. Huh. All right. I got several comments I have to address, but that's fine. All right. I get a surprising amount of participation, which is good. I'm really happy about that. So let's see how things are going. I got 73 new subscribers in the last month. That's almost double the usual. And I'm up to 3,553 subscribers. That's pretty good for somebody that never asks anybody to subscribe. People just do it out of the goodness of their own heart, or maybe they just want to catch my videos. So that's really nice. And let's see. What do we have here? Post tab. Okay. Huh. Not bad. Okay. Where do they tell you if you made any money? Oh wow, look at that. I got $13.50. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with all that money? That is too funny. After 18 years, that's pretty good. That really is good. June 12th. What was on the 12th? Oh, that was the YouTube anniversary. And I earned $9.33 from that. Wow. Incredible. You notice I don't put the ads on anymore because they don't pay enough. I get more out of my viewers than anything else. And I'm open about what goes on YouTube. I don't try to pretend like I'm making money because I'm not. You're not going to see me buying anything expensive, that's for sure. If I had a lot of money, I'd spend it on materials for my roof. That's the only thing I really need. So anyway, that shows what I'm doing there. Okay, so we'll go back to the comments here, and we'll see what we got going on here. Texas heat and humidity. Yeah, I'm sure it's as bad as Florida. 48, yep, that's what we had. Spanish-speaking culture types are not interested in integrating. No, why would they? They have their own way. The great thing is, big business loves the Spanish-speaking culture because those people are willing to accept a reduced lifestyle. They come from countries where things aren't so good, so you can give them just apartments, and they love new cars. They like showy jewelry and stuff. The Latin American culture is basically you live like crap and you pretend like you are somehow wealthy. So they may be living in a house with 100 other people, but they have a brand new car, a Mercedes or BMW or whatever they like, and they wear what they consider to be nice clothes, and they wear jewelry and all this other stuff. They douse themselves with so much cologne that, you know, when they walk past, you can tell where they've been. So that is the Latin American way. And I hate to say it, but I find it repulsive myself. I don't understand how anybody could live like that. But then again, I'm not from that culture. I'm from here before that became dominant. Orange County is not LA, right? Okay. Yeah, that's true. I'd like to see more people doing ride and talks. I liked your sugarcane short. Well, thank you, Aaron. I'm glad you did. I've always grown it because the ducks love to eat the leaves off of that stuff, and they love to eat the shoots that come up, so that's pretty good. Some of the ride and talks require leathers, in my opinion. Some of those sidewalks are treacherous. The sidewalks here are worse than you could ever imagine. Some of them have 6-inch parts sticking up. They have holes, missing pieces. I've actually had some missing manhole covers. It's pretty shocking. But since not that many people walk or ride here, they don't have more accidents. And the thing about it is, governments are exempt from liability, so they can let everything fall apart. And if you get hurt, you can't sue them. The only way you can sue them is if you give them 30 days notice, and then they have 90 days to replace it. So it's a completely different standard than the average person. Up to 21:48 watching, wake up. Yeah, smash the like button if you choose to do so. Seeing you struggling. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, that was the 60s thing. That's in what they call Winston Park. That was a development they built in the late 60s. It was common to turn the blocks on their side and use them to build a fence. The building code doesn't allow that anymore, so you'll never see that again. Okay. I go for the cedar. There you go. Yep. Okay. Huh. Eating more beef. Okay. Enable super chat. I'm not going to enable the super chat, but I will come up with another way that you can send thanks if you want. YouTube takes too much out of it, and I'm not going to do it. The way YouTube treats me, you think I want to give them more money? They won't let anybody send me gift memberships anymore. They don't recommend my videos. What am I going to do? All right. Explains which is signature. Oh, no. Okay. Buy this guy meat. Well, you have, and 3 other people have. So this is the last weekend I'll be able to watch your lives. Unless I can catch you after, what is that? Spurnet? SPRN. Oh, after 5 p.m. Okay, so I guess you must be working. Well, that's good. That's good. Why can't you do a super chat for you? Personally like the bike rides. Okay. I'll figure something out. You know, some people, they use Patreon or PayPal or whatever. I don't like supporting any of these big corporations because I have a really very, very strong distaste for parasites. And I consider anybody that makes money from doing absolutely nothing a parasite. So, you know, for example, you set up some kind of payment system and you just take a percentage off of it. If you do, I mean, obviously there is an expense associated with it, but that shouldn't be any more than 2%, which is a so-called inflation rate. If you're taking more than 2% for a transfer, I think that's wrong, and it's basically usury. So I try to avoid that. That's one of the reasons that I am poor, because I don't like to take advantage of people. If I was out there being like these so-called motivational speakers, I'm sure I could find ways of taking advantage of people and selling crap to them that's overpriced and lying to them and making promises that I won't keep. And I'd be super rich and I'd be living up somewhere, you know, in a country estate. But then what kind of person would I be? They'd look at me, oh, another one of them scammers. So I try to avoid that. Undocumented Mexican 40 years ago. They still go to Mexico every year to visit his family. His accent is still super strong. Yeah. Undocumented. Why would anybody marry an illegal? I guess maybe they didn't have much of a choice. But I would think that rather than marrying illegals, you go somewhere else in the U.S., maybe the Midwest or something, and try to find somebody who is, I don't know, more your culture. But hey, I still think that people really need to make the effort. If they're going to come here to the United States and that's where they want to be, why not become legal? My dad came here from Cuba in the 1950s and he became legal. It wasn't easy, but he did it. There's a lot of Mexicans here that are legal. I have friends that have Mexican parents. They came here in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They went through the system. They got citizenship. They got their residency and citizenship. They did it, and they're here, and they have no problems. Why do people have to think that they can just break the law? And then these same places that think that illegals are fine, they'll fine you $250 if your grass is 4 inches tall. So I don't understand that. You basically persecute people when they're down, when they're sick, and they're not able to do and follow your rules, and yet you just let people crawl in over the border. Hey, everything's fine. Do whatever you want. I don't understand that mentality. There's something wrong with the system. I don't know. Okay. Super Chat, YouTube, or Google takes their tax from it before Rick gets it. That's right. That's why I will not do that. No, I haven't, but I've heard about it. And, you know, that guy was really a strange one. But he did get people's attention with a big bang. Yes. And the thing is, you're not going to get anything out of them because the system is rigged. Who runs the courts? The county. So you think you're going to win against the county from the county? No. Let's give, yeah, exactly. Maybe his address, right? Let's see. No, I do not have a P.O. box yet. Seemed a little bit expensive, but, you know, That's one of those things. Rick could play the Unabomber. Well, don't give the FBI any ideas. I'm sure they're watching me. I'm sure they got my phone tapped already. It's better with buy me a coffee. Yeah, that is very true. Let's see. Job done. Okay. Let me see. No. I do the bike rides anyway. How do people know where to send this meat to you? Well, some of my friends, I gave them my address. I'm going to figure something out. Buy me a coffee. Well, that's true. Mitch does that. I could do that. That's not a problem. Some people do the PayPal thing. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Nope. Super Chat is never going to be on my webpage, and there will never be memberships. Hello, Thomas. Glad you're here. I'm sure everybody's been watching him. He has his lives where you can drop in. I had one yesterday, but I couldn't do it because I think at the time he had his live, my friend was over here, and we were eating the meat stew. He brought me some meat. I got a little extra now that I can use. So that's good. Why would anybody want to go to Mexico? I mean, why do you think they call it Mexico? Okay. I missed that one. Super chat. There we go. That's funny. Yeah, see, all my Cuban family came legally. There is a way of doing it legally. What is wrong with that? I don't understand it. We know people that came from actually Eastern Europe in the 1980s when the Russians were persecuting them, and they came here legally. They got in without an issue. Why is it that now everybody has to come here legally? They just come in here to get some kind of welfare? And it's really odd because those of us that were born and raised here, we get absolutely zero help. Every time I've tried to get assistance from the government, nope, you don't qualify. So I guess when you're the tall white guy, you get zero. But if you're some, 5 foot tall or less brown immigrant that came in, you got your hand out, they'll give you something, but they'll never give you enough where you can get your life ahead. They got to keep everybody down. I mean, that's part of it. I think you keep people desperate so you can take advantage of them by paying them low wages. And it really is kind of sad. All right. Never lost his accent. Well, that's true. It's hard to change what you were raised as. But the thing is, we knew a lot of people from foreign countries. They had an accent, but they worked really hard to speak English. Even the Cubans that came up until about the 60s, there were a lot of Cubans here. There's always been Cubans in Miami, Key West and Cuba were very close. A lot of Cubans in Key West, a lot of Cubans in Tampa, but they all spoke English. Yes, they had an accent, but they spoke English because they wanted to be here. But I think a lot of the people that come after that, they come here just for an economic boost. They don't really care about the language or the culture, so they do their own thing, which they have the right to do. They just limit their possibilities. And we're saying hello, Thomas. There we go. Do not take anything as long as you wait 2 to 3 days to transfer. Well, that's good to know. I know people, they use that Venmo, PayPal. I'll figure something out. Okay. Okay. I guess that's kind of like a credit card. They make money off of financing. You can use credit card. I don't really use it. What I do have a credit card. I have a couple of them, but I only use them for in-person transactions. I specifically excluded any online purchases. That way fraud is impossible. So I don't do subscriptions. I don't do any services or anything that has to be paid for on the internet. That's why you'll never see me give anyone super chat or any kind of, subscription. And that's the reason why I won't enable it on my channel, because if I'm not going to do it, why would I have somebody else do it? Need to paint the letters on my keypad. Okay. Interesting. Got denied entry the legal way. Well, evidently that must happen sometimes. That's ridiculous. owns an avocado orchard. Got his citizenship here a couple of years ago. And then Uncle Sam zapped them. Bad. Oh, that corruption needs to be rooted out. But when is that ever going to happen? P.O. Box, yeah, $100 a month. The P.O. Box is too expensive. I looked into it. I'm like, what? You got to be kidding. They used to be super cheap. They used to be $100 a year. Girlfriend came to the U.S. from Moldova. Became a U.S. citizen. Took a long time. Okay. Right? Morning, Amy. Hi, Thomas. P.O. Box. Yeah, it used to be cheap. They take advantage of the new culture and raise prices. Exactly. They also used to have competition. They had a place down the street. It was called Mailboxes, etc. That was a private company that had P.O. boxes. And I know also UPS store was doing it. They had another one. Federal Express had one of those as well. FedEx office or whatever. And Thomas says, hello. Ricky, ideas about what? Timmy is back from the UK. Oh. And we get some hellos. You're feeling better lately, more upbeat. I think Thomas had his consultation, and he also had an interview with Carrie, so I think he's definitely gotten a bit of a boost and really encouragement, which you need. You know, you need to be encouraged from time to time because it can get really discouraging, especially living in the world that we do. This is a good place to be. Less drama. I'm dropping a few of those channels. Okay, no time for lameness. I agree. And you don't see me really trashing anybody's channel. I criticize what people do, and I do it honestly. Cash App is a good one. I'm going to look into those. Walk and talk video. Maybe you can join me. Okay. You overlooked my President Bush comment. I guess I did. This chat thing is kind of imperfect. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. It doesn't show anything I missed, but who knows with this crazy thing. I was trying to enable the one that Rock and Keto Amy recommended. Let me see if I can open it without crashing my computer, which I probably will. Let me go back over here. Let me do this. And Social Stream Ninja is what it's called. Let's see. Okay. There it is. All right, let's see. Go back over here. Okay, let me go to this scene. And supposedly when you clicked on it, the chat was supposed to come up, but it doesn't come up. Something is wrong with this. Move this over here. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work because I specifically enabled this, but it just didn't work. Oh, well. Anyway, what can you do? I'm going to have to make maybe another live stream just like as a practice and then see if I can get it to work. But again, I've had some computer issues and it just happens. I mean, what can you do? I'm not saying that it's good or bad. It just happens. Okay, let me go back over here. Oh, come on. Where are you? I know you're here. There we go. Okay. What? Oh, what did I do? I messed it up. How did I do that? There we are. Okay. Good idea. Social Stream Ninja. Yep, I installed it, but it's got some issues. Walk and talks aren't as exciting as watching Rick dodge fire hydrants and trees in traffic. Yeah. I would love to see Rick catch an iguana or duck. It's coming, don't worry. I actually had a video one time where I caught a duck, but YouTube took it down for some weird reason. But that's okay. The encyclopedias in the background are so cool. Yes, my Funk and Wagnalls encyclopedia. Let's see. Super chat. Hold on, let me get this out of the way. Okay. Please continue to buy. Big corporate is not happy. Please continue to buy Rick. Let me see. To continue to bug Rick about this technical issue. Your super chat of 100 failed. Yes. I don't have a bike, but I'll walk close to the trees. Maybe you'll feel some excitement. Okay. And Beefy707, our famous sponsor, who got our channel to grow even more, says good morning, Quacks. And the Quack says good morning back. And let's see. What did I miss today? Any new changes? No, nothing yet. The software I installed didn't seem to work for me. But let me go ahead and let me bring this up here just to show what I did get out of it. And I'm going to move this over here to the other display, if I can, which it doesn't let me. What is this? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is the Social Stream Ninja. Now, supposedly, when you click on these, it's supposed to come up. I set up the little window. This doesn't do anything. Let's see if the timestamps will work. Okay. I don't see any timestamps. Well, when the comments come in, we'll see. Did I crash the comments? No. Oh. All right, what did I do? I don't see any timestamps. Oh, well. Anyway. Okay. There we go. This is that little plugin that I've been using with, okay, let's see. Let me go back to the other one here. I don't see any timestamp given. So I guess the software is all screwy. Must have goofed something up here. Oh, well. I'll just close this. Doesn't do me any good. I'll deal with it later. Have to be going soon. Have an appointment at 10. Well, I'm glad that you were here. You do what you can. Like I said, I may cut back on these and not go as long as I do. I may break it up into like an interview and stuff like that. Okay, let's see. Did my force ride and record yesterday? I knew minicam and it's not what I expected. It only records 5-minute clips at a time. It's all good here this morning. 15 short videos. Huh. I guess you have to splice them together. I know the GoPro does something similar to that. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I'll have to tinker around with this. I just didn't have the time to really mess it. I like that. Can pop in and out throughout the stream. Yeah, exactly. That sounds like way more fun. Okay. Join videos. It's been many years. Anyone know of a good freeware video joining program? Oh, what is that? I used to use one called Pitivi, P-I-T-I-V-I, but I know that the DaVinci Resolve has a free version. I have that on this computer, although it's crashed my computer a couple times, so I haven't used it, but it's one of those things. Well, let's see here. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Okay. Let me show you a little something. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness. Everything nowadays is basically a scam. And you can see pretty much every time somebody looks for work, it's always in Spanish, which is kind of funny. Let's see. See a lot of things in Spanish. Huh. I didn't know anybody still used AutoCAD. I haven't seen that in 20 years. Wow. Hmm. It's just funny the stuff that you find. Hmm. Let's see. Huh. Hmm. Up in Broward, probably more English than anything else. Hmm. Never put how much they pay, though. $14 an hour for janitor. Nobody could live on that down here. That's just crazy. And again, what language they always have to put it in? Well, it's got some English, but in Espanol, of course. So we have an abundant reserve of workers. Let's see. Interesting. Huh. Crazy. Oh, well. Isn't that the case? Let's see. Cooks. Okay. How about... Let's see. Crypto career. That goes to show how much farming we have here. Pressure cleaning technician. Oh, well, that's out of this area, that's for sure. That's funny. Hmm. Huh. It's amazing the stuff that they have out there. All right, let's see here. What is this? Okay. Yeah, DaVinci Resolve is awesome. That's what I use. I have that on this computer as well. You know. Oh, 140th anniversary. So good music and a steak. Well, enjoy that. Don't waste your time here. Enjoy delicious steak and music. Yeah, I'll catch a replay. Okay, there we go. And let's see. Bacon green grits. Yes, it would. Bacon fat is basically flavored lard. It works just fine. That's a good idea. Kurt at Meathead. Gift card from Sam's Club. That's actually a great idea. Do I have phone? Oh. Oh, Milton knocked over the phone. That's what it is. No wonder there's no calls coming. Ah, look, Dustin's here. Hello, hello. Let me see what Milton did to the phone. Hold on. Hey, Milton. Let me see here. All right. Okay. There we go. Let me see if I can move this thing without cutting myself off. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Okay. All right. That seems to be. Let me see if this works. Okay. That does work. So, little Milton did not do any damage whatsoever. And he's actually sleeping. You can't really see him. I can move the camera, but I'll show you where Milton is. This. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Milton. There we go. There's Milton. Hey, Milton. Gotta love my beautiful little Milton. He is such a good cat. I love that animal. All right, let me go back here. Okay. All right. So, what else do we have here? Oh, look at that. Let me move this keyboard out of here. Put this there. Since Milton is not bothering me. There we go. I'll move the mouse over here. Hopefully the sound has not changed since I moved the mixer over to the side. All right. Let's see. Come on. Oh, my goodness. I got behind. We got some good mornings here. It's always nice to have Dustin here. He's one of the more popular with his 7:30 live that he has tomorrow morning, which you should check out if you get up that early. Why not? Hit up the Keto Simple channel. He's going to shout out your name, and he's funny. He's interesting and entertaining. Can't get better than that, right? So many beautiful people in here today, yes, and that includes you. I have to run. Well, Cindy, I'm glad that you were here. I know you drop in every day when you can, and that's good. You don't have to be here all day. You just do the best you can. In my town, the economy is still very crippled. Our historic Main Street has no open bars or restaurants. Long recovery since the pandemic. Well, people are probably broke. They don't have the money to spend on that. If everybody was like me, there would be no restaurants or bars anywhere. I hate to say it. Well, yes, he does have to be a member of Sam's, but thankfully, as Kurt said, he bought me membership. So yes, I am a member of Sam's Club thanks to Kurt. Later, Cindy. Okay. I agree. And he was the second one to take the initiative. The first person to take the initiative, of course, is our friend, Russ Mitchell. Was the very first person to take the initiative. He actually took me out to eat at the Brazilian Steakhouse and bought me a package of meat. And he's also made the arrangements so that I can go to the, what is that called? It's in Tampa, the Keto Carnivore event that they have in Tampa. It's called, I call it Quack Your Health, but they call it Hack Your Health. So thanks to him, I'll be able to go there. And then, of course, after Kurt, we had a couple of our other subscribers that you probably know. You have Gary, and then you have the fake Carrie, which was here. So those are the 4 people that have taken the initiative, and that's great. I appreciate that. That was really nice. And Kurt is a regular. He's always trying to encourage me, trying to help me out. So we have to congratulate him on that, and I have nothing bad to say because he's a good person. May be a little abrasive to some people, may offend some people at times, but that's just part of being real. And as you can see, there's a couple of people that are not on my live right now that had a little bit of a battle going on last week, which I did nothing about. And I guess I managed to offend both of them because I wouldn't take sides, because that's not the way that I work. So anyway, Dustin says, does the phone bring audio through to the live? Yes, it does. It's just like an old radio station. Absolutely the same technology, except in a digital form. So yes, you call my phone number, the phone rings, and I pick it up. Now I turn the ringer off. I have the old 1A2 system, just like a radio station would have up till the 1980s. I see plaid shirts at Walmart now. That's all I want to send to Rick. Well, there you go. It's like Leave It to Beaver. Yep. All right. Oh. Yes, Dustin, call in. And Peter is back. I guess you did your exercise. I missed your live yesterday. I don't know what time it started. I think it was around noon. Let's see here. He acts so innocent. Yes, it was at 12 p.m. yesterday. Functions as well on dinosaur equipment. Makes me think we've all been duped. Sweet little Black Panther. Gotta love my cat. Love my cat. He had his meat. Now he's going to sleep for a while. You notice he has not been as vicious as he was when I first got him. He's become carnivore kitty. He's really a nice pet. That's why I'm in the living room. When I first started this live stream, I had to do it from the bedroom because Milton was a total menace. But now that Milton is tame, I can have it from the living room. And in a couple of weeks, it'll be 2 or 3 weeks, it'll be 3 years since I was on my first interview. So 3 years, I actually predate even some of the more recent carnivore channels that have become really popular. Somehow mine has remained sort of in the shadows, but that's okay. Funny and interesting to watch Rick fiddle with his decade-old computer and as he does his live stream. It's just the reality of my life, all these technical issues. Oh, nope, I thought I had a phone call. Yep. Okay. I don't know. I have a feeling that some people are going to run from me. Okay. That is not... Let me see who this is. Hello. Got a headache. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I hope there's no germ going around. I don't need that. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I got a little bit of a headache today anyway. I don't know what happened. I slept well, but I think I overworked myself with the heat. It's just been so hot going through the garage, going in and out, trying to get an air conditioning break. I think I may have started to give myself some kind of a virus, but I'll be all right. Usually by the afternoon, I'm fine. Okay, let's see. All right, what should I cook for myself today? Well, I guess if it was running around and it has a tail, it's on the menu, but it all depends on what you have in storage. If you have something in the freezer or refrigerator, otherwise, if you have a canal nearby, you can always go fishing or you can grab a duck by the tail. I don't think you have any iguanas there, but you know. All right, Terry Sue has some advice for Thomas. It says, Thomas's lives are not good for just listening, lots of dead air. Thomas needs to talk more, even if it's just weird crap. Okay, well, Thomas, if you see that, that might be something to take to heart. But again, that's opinion. Kurt is abrasive. That's why I like him. Yes. And if you want to see what he's like, hit the Carnivore Talk Monday night at 8 and just watch. And you'll see he pops in there and speaks his mind, and that's it. He also calls in on my live and speaks his mind, so that's really good. Cannot have Rick picking up 100 pounds of beet. Beet. You must mean beef on his bike. Well, I've picked up to 50 pounds of meat on my bike, but I do have a van. So if I have to pick up a lot of meat, I'll just use the van. The van is perfectly capable of carrying 1,000 pounds of cargo or more. So let's see. Wow. The comments came in strong when I had my friend call me. Offensively cool. Yes, beef. And quack quack from Citizen Jones. And I say quack back. It takes practice when it comes to lives. And see, Dustin's one that does really good. He has a good voice, good microphone, and he's entertaining. So if you want to listen to somebody, rather than listening to me that's got sinus issues chronically, you can listen to Dustin and get a really good feeling out of it. And that's great. There was a battle here last week. Yeah, it wasn't really a battle, but it was a difference of opinion. Somebody was giving advice, and there was a difference of opinion. And I haven't seen her but if you'll notice, there are some people missing from my live today, and that is exactly what started it. And you can look back and see who it is. I'm not going to say who it is, but, my black kitty, Milton's brother from another one, is sitting here with me trying to eat my bacon. They will do that. And Milton is resting. He's sleeping. I showed him on the video earlier. He's just totally, totally relaxed. He's a good cat. Let's see. Rick being charged with more power keeps him from totally having to stick to Carnivore Talk. It's more free here. Yes, because the thing is, I started YouTube because I like cars and I like to expose scammers. I never started YouTube to talk about what I eat. I don't think what I eat is that important, honestly. What is a carnivore? Somebody that eats 70% or more of meat. Big deal. It's not like you're a brain surgeon or you're some kind of mathematical genius. You just eat meat. It's not hard. It's like Mitch always says, take the rest of the day off and eat meat. It's not hard. It's very simple. Let's see. Came on suddenly. It's gone now. I think the coffee worked. Yep. This is the rotary phone ringing bit. Yes. I guess we're on hold. Well, I can do that too. I can't hear anything. All right. If I kick the meat bucket, I know there's nobody there, right? Hello? Oh. Surprised Rick doesn't have... Well, I'm the kind of person that isn't going to put up a show and isn't going to try to appeal to people. So I don't think I'll ever reach 10,000 subscribers. I really doubt it. I mean, it'll take a while. But I went for years without getting a single subscriber because I didn't post videos for 10 years. No slow going with a booby name. Yeah. He's got a work call. No, it wasn't work. It was a friend of mine that just wanted to see how I was doing. I told him I'd call later. I don't put my friends' calls on unless it's somebody that you know. So, okay. Hey, Polish Mike is here. Another one of our great carnivore supporters. Rick won't be a star. Bill Knott will be. They made him a superstar for whatever reason. The reason is very simple, because you and I are not helpless. Polish Mike and I are people that are independent. We do our own thing. We don't need anybody to help us. We survive one way or the other. And I think what they're looking for is people that have vulnerability that they can use as a way of promoting the lifestyle, because really what it comes down to is marketing. This lifestyle is not about just telling people, who you are, what you do. It's about marketing. That's the reason why I think they chose Maggie the Rancher over Rick the Quack, because Maggie the Rancher doesn't say anything. She made one video that was kind of in the dark, and that's it. So you don't have to worry about somebody like that going out there and criticizing you. And Bill Knott, he's just grateful for the help that he's gotten. He's not going to bite the hand that feeds him. He's not going to go out there and criticize something he doesn't like. He's going to do what he can because he's trying to help himself be healthy and to live. And I don't blame him. That's just the way that it is. But as usual, we get a dose of reality from Polish Mike, and that's what I like about him. I love the reality because that's what my channel is all about. Isn't the call-in number? Hopefully it must be some work. No, it's not work, but go to my girlfriend's house and have some duck food. I don't know why anybody would eat duck food. Messing with Rick. Membership. Yeah, they will never draw his name. YouTube hates me. They hate me. They've hated me for a very long time, ever since they deleted my other channel in 2010, and that's it. You have to drink some water. I've been drinking water. Been to MIA this past week dealing with BS. The last I saw, No Slow changed his name to Booby. I think it was, Booby something. Booby, yeah, you're right. I forgot what it was. Booby Berries, or it was Booby something. I did save the chat, so I may have that. But anyway, let's see. I was making a coffee. Yahoo Rick's back. Sorry, it's late. Making a coffee. Okay. Yahoo Rick's back. Oh, whatever. Documentary might make some more people famous. You never know, but I doubt it. Yeah. And they never explain why. I used to get gift memberships, as you probably remember, but they just turned it off. Our cat. Well, carnivores are not on the menu. And it's like a friend of mine, their family is Muslim, and they go by what they call, I think it's called halal. Halal. I think haram is the stuff that they avoid, and halal is the stuff that's good. And they have a list of the animals they can and can't eat. And of course, what I don't agree with them is they don't eat pigs, because I love pigs. But everything else I agree with, the slaughter method, and also they don't eat carnivores. So if you look up the halal meats, they're actually pretty good. And yes, we don't eat cats. This is not Rick's Haitian Grill. You probably have seen the video, the image that they sent. It was, I think, called Kamala's Haitian Grill. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. That was pretty funny. Maybe I should bring that up. I'm not monetized on this, so who cares? But let's see. I believe him. I think it was Papa. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, we got a lot of comments. Whoa, we got a lot of comments. As far as I know, it looks like I will. So that'll be the first time that I get to be around a lot of other people, and we can see how they'll react. I won't get involved in the middle of this. Yeah. If I offend anyone, I'm sorry. Exactly. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to go and delete somebody's comment, because the way it works is like this. You take one side, you're going to lose the other person 100%. If you don't take either side, you're going to lose both of them temporarily. But sooner or later, one or both will wise up and realize that they're being stupid and childish, and they'll pop back in, and they'll start to follow you again. So all you got to do is look at who's here and who's not here, and you'll see who got offended. And then over time, they may start coming back. That's the way I do it. I've dealt with people for a very long time. I may not be the smartest guy in the room, but I know a lot about public relations, and I know how people think. And I learned my lesson a long time ago. I don't take sides unless somebody is obviously wrong. If there's beyond a reasonable doubt, then I will take sides. But that whole preponderance of evidence nonsense, I'm not going for. I think that that's just totally wrong. And if people's emotions get hurt because somebody called them out or said something, if the information is false, that's one thing. But if it's an opinion, that's another thing. And if you're that immature, well, I have news for you. I don't care if you leave my channel. You can go at any time you want. Grab duck by the neck, less chance of being bitten. Well, with Muscovy duck, being bitten is actually not that big of a deal. It's the claws you got to watch out for. But ducks are nothing but bluff. I have never been injured by a duck in all the years that I've been grabbing ducks. Rick's windowless van. My van has a lot of windows, so that's actually pretty good. He's got arrangements to attend. Scary watch you ride 2 packs of chicken yesterday. Where's your damn basket? That bicycle does not have a rack because it's a suspension bike. And, I've had the grocery sacks break more than once. I just pick it up and keep going. In fact, one time I had a chicken. The bag broke, the package broke, the chicken went all over the sidewalk. I rode to the canal. I washed the chicken in the canal, put it into a bag. I took it home, washed it again. And guess what? I ate it anyway. So no big deal. And we're finally starting to gain a little weight. I'm not sure who that is. Speaking of battles, Hulk Hogan passing away was sad. Watch wrestling as a kid. A lot of people from the 80s are dropping dead, but I think it just comes with being older. And Hulk, he was over 70. The guy was jacked up on steroids for years, and he took a lot of painkillers, and he had, I think, an alcohol problem. So he's had a hard life. But he actually looked pretty good a couple of years ago, the last time I saw him. So he died of a heart attack, and good for him. It's the whole idea of Rick's heart attack diet. He died quick, didn't end up in a nursing home, so you know what? It's not bad. And in whose hands is he? Well, somebody else. Somebody that we can't see, but a lot of us believe in. Okay. Yeah. Those people are just people too. That is correct. And in fact, to me, you people that I can interact with are far better than any celebrities. And you'll notice anyone that comments and participates on my channel, I subscribe to their channel and I participate in their channel because I believe that all of us are celebrities in our own way. So I'm not going to waste my time on somebody that will never give me any attention. I'd rather spend time with someone that, I can interact with. Turned on light, notice the water bug. The size of Ida K was about 2 inches. Yep. That's right. Them big old cockroaches, we got them here. I used to love when I had my ducks because I grab them and throw them outside to the ducks. They loved it. They got super excited. And when I had Daisy Duck living in my house with her duck diaper, she attacked every single roach. I never saw a cockroach, ant, or any insect in the house. It was like an entomological vacuum. That duck would eat anything that moved. It's a big deal for us, Rick. Had some amazing improvements in health physically and mentally. Well, that's great. Bug loose in the house. Traps are set. Maybe I'll call in after my live stream. Well, if I'm still here, you're welcome to call in at any time. Maria is so skinny, and so is Kelly Hogan, and people idolize him. Why? Look at Dr. Wiederman. She looks great, beautiful, and perfect build. Well, I have news for you. I'm skinnier than anybody else. I mean, I have little toothpick arms, and I'm not like Dr. Sean Baker or Dr. Anthony Chafee. Anyone that knows me knows that I am as skinny as a vegan, but thankfully, I don't act like a vegan, so that's pretty good. And again, let me see. Why is this camera so blurry? blurry. I don't understand this. Milton, did you put your paws on my camera? Hold on a second. All right. First of all, the stupid light turned off. Okay. All right. Where's that spray? Here it is. Okay. Oh my goodness. There we go. But it's still blurry. I don't know. And I got this webcam from our friend Kurt. It's a good webcam, but for some reason it just seems to be blurry. So might be something in the software. I don't know what's going on, but hey, maybe one day I'll get some fancy camera and a fancy microphone and all the other stuff that all the other YouTubers have. But what I do, I tend to say, well, I'll use what I got. And then if any reasons, I'll find something better. We'll see. Who knows what I'll find? Maybe somebody will send me something. I wish some of these companies out there, they're so busy sending everything to the few popular YouTubers. They need to send stuff to some of us smaller YouTubers so we can test it out. I'll give you my honest opinion. And I have a lot of experience, so I know what's good and what's bad. But that's okay. All right, let's see here. Go back to the other view so you don't have to look at how skinny I am. And again, when you talk about skinny, I am skinny, as you can see. I don't have any kind of muscle mass. It's solid, but I'm just skinny. So there's nothing we can do about that. The only thing is, I don't think that my face looks that bad for someone who's 57, and I have a good head of hair. So whatever. But yeah, I'm not sure who Maria is. Anyway. And we have a good morning over here from Farlish Mike. Work event catered by a local sandwich spot and Raising Cane. Okay. Prior to going and was good. Not going to hurt your feelings. But you do have to watch the dead air. Lots of us aren't on the screen while listening to lives. So you have to keep narrating on the chat. So we know the half. So, okay, that's good. And I had one get a year ago. It was huge. Ran down with... Those roaches will fly right at you. I've had them fly right at me. I have to catch them in the air. I used to love it when I had ducks because I'd grab it with my hand. I'd walk outside, throw it outside, and you could see how the ducks would just go crazy for the cockroaches. It's crazy. I do like her cookbooks, but she has some body dysmorphia issues. It looks like she might be realizing it. Okay. YouTube doesn't hate you. They want you to succeed. They get 45% of your success. I'm not even sure. Is she related to Hulk Hogan? I don't think so, but I may have seen her once in a while. Isn't her channel called Zero Carb Living or something like that? Yeah, Booby Biscuits. That's what it was called. I'll never be famous, and that's okay. I just want to help one person and connect with my friends. Yeah, that's why I like Rick and so many channels. Exactly. The idea was to meet with real people. It wasn't to be famous, because how many people can you be friends with anyway? 50? 60? That's about it. Haven't seen much from Sightless Carnivores. I haven't seen them either. And again, I do want to make a video. I tried to make it, but my computer gave me a hard time. There's at least 15 people out there that I remember seeing that were making videos and they disappeared. I can think of several. It's like I talk about the Eron Edwards guy, the guy that was vegan and skinny and sickly, and then he got more muscular, looked better, and then he disappeared. So I don't know if the vegans took him out or what happened. Vegans are very paranoid. My vegan friend, he's made a dramatic transformation. I mean, if you see him without a shirt, it's impressive now. He looked like somebody from Auschwitz before that. And he's not even carnivore. He's meat-based keto. 50% meat, and the rest of it is still fruits and vegetables, and he's done really well. So he went from being a vegan to being Paul Saladino, and that's not bad. I'd rather be Paul Saladino than a vegan. So, yeah, Booby Biscuits, there it is. Where's Kip? Did he give up? I don't know. Kip, I don't think he gave up, but the thing is, without making videos, what are the chances that he's going to stay in the carnivore lifestyle? He may end up falling into the duck food and waddling around and quacking, but I'm sure he'll come back. It's like Sean, the intentional carnivore. Remember how much progress he made? And then he popped up later and was fat again. So, and it's like I've said many times, a lot of people in this carnivore space have mental issues they have to deal with. And I don't want to be the one that pushes somebody into the duck pond and then they're waddling around eating duck food. So I try to be as diplomatic as possible. But yeah, some people are just not going to make it. And some of us are going to continue until it kills us. And I'm one of them. I'm going to keep on the carnivore diet until it kills me. Oh, yes. Thomas, I praise you for your bravery and what you do on your YouTube channel. Keep going with it. Everybody has bumpy roads in the beginning. Keep saying I need to start, but don't. Yes, he changed it to Kip Moore. We can check that out. There it is. There it is. No slow, Booby Biscuits. There we go. Way too skinny, too. How do you know when somebody is too skinny? That's what I want to know. Would people consider me too skinny? I don't know. You can't see my ribs, so I guess that's good. Haram is bad. Naughty against her beliefs. Yeah, that's what I remember. Okay. Yes, it is. Booby goats or biscuits. There you go. If you know who Keto Lady Maria Emmerich, they are all one and the same. Halal is like kosher. Yes, it is. It is. Muslims and Jews are closely related. Now, I know there was an uproar here when they tried to build a mosque not that far away, but I don't know what the fuss was about. I know a few people that are Muslim. They haven't tried to eliminate me, so I think that they're fine. Most of them come from a country where they were persecuted. So I think even though they have their faith, they're not really as extreme here. I think the extreme ones stay over there. So, but there's good and bad in every group. And the same thing about religion. There's good and bad in every religion. Every religion thinks that it is the one and only, the truth, or whatever else they call it. But all religions are imperfect. They all have issues, some more than others. And you just have to judge people by their individual actions and not by the beliefs that they profess, because they may not believe everything that is told to them. I haven't been watching chat, listening while doing some house cleaning. Well, that's good. That's why I try to keep the audio from being totally bad. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to create myself a mute pedal so that every time that I have to sniffle or clear my nose, I'm going to turn the sound off. And that's another little project I've been wanting to do, but I didn't do it. I really need to take more time and invest more time into these YouTube lives. That's why I may cut down on the length of the live, or maybe what I'll do it with you. So as I build something new, I get some equipment, I'll build a new setup, and then I'll leave the old one on. I'll put some more cameras in here, and you can watch me do what I'm doing. I may even have a live stream when I put the engine in my truck. I'll run a camera outside. I'll have little Bob over there and have all my tools ready when it comes time to drop that engine in the truck. Yes, there are. We are a pair. There we go. I feel so good today. Hope everyone does. I got a little bit of a headache. I don't feel 100%, but I think I work myself too hard. Isn't halal not just a sacrifice, but also a cruel way they slaughter the animal? I'm not aware of that. I don't like mixed. Yeah, takes down freedom of speech is a thing. And getting deleted pretty much is unconstitutional. I like the way you run your chat. Well, thank you. But it's Mitch's chat. He can do whatever he wants. And the thing is, a lot of times people will take down a chat not because of the debate that goes on, but because they themselves feel bad about maybe the way they reacted. I don't care. I don't have regrets. I do what I have to at the time. So I don't have regrets. But a lot of people do. And that is their right to do so. And I'm not going to criticize that. Again, it's his channel. He can do whatever he wants. He's got that right. He's lived long enough. I'm giving him that right. He's old enough to be my dad, so we're going to respect him for that. I like Rick for one simple reason. He's normal. Well, Mike, I don't know. I don't think I'm normal. I think I'm about as far from normal as you can get. But I'm normal for Rick. Booby berries. There we go. Hey, Carnivore Whisperer. I know Grok, Must Google, was saying it's a quick kill. But I heard years ago it was a slow, cruel delete. Rick washing chicken in the canal. Hook whacked. Yeah. I got duck poop on my hand when I was doing my last video yesterday. I had to wash my hand in a puddle on the side of the road because the canal was too far down to reach the canal water. Bill not follows me. Well, that's good. I'm glad he does. I have a few scars. I'm sure you do. Plenty of windows in your van? Yes, I have plenty of windows in my van. I actually removed the tinting that it came with because I found it annoying and it was bubbling up. So everybody can see what's in my van. It's usually full of junk. So Bill not lost how much in 2 years? Yes, 300. That's right. 300 plus pounds. That's really good. I think Rick's voice is medicine. Well, thank you. And YouTube filtering my comments. You know, it's very frustrating. I make comments on channels. They don't go through. Every time I mention Federal Reserve or funny money, or they just delete it. It looks like it goes through and I have to refresh it to see that it's gone. What I started doing, I made another computer that has no YouTube login. And then that way, as I post the comments, I can see whether they show up in the other computer. Influencers. Okay. Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on over there. Makes you think, yes. Mitch got mad. Was clearly in effect. Well, the only thing I was worried about is that the last time that Mitch got mad, it was a few days and he had a stroke. So hopefully that is not the case now. I'm not going to wish anybody anything bad, but I think he's okay. He did upload a video. I think he'll be fine. And tomorrow morning he'll have his chat. Usually he has an interactive where you can come on in. I won't be able to because tomorrow morning I may actually be working. I don't know. I did get a call yesterday, but we'll see. But I may be there for a while, and then I may have to go out. But I'll try to be there. I like to be on every one of Mitch's chats. I love the quack sound effect. It's Rick, quack, quack. I need to get that sound effect to put in here, but I'll do that. And Johnny is here. Hello, everyone at work, but I will try and watch if I can. Well, that's very good. That's very good. Kelly Hogan looks good and healthy. I got to see who this is. So Rick is a stick person in my drawings, my grandkids. There you go. That's true. I'm skinnier than anybody. I only weigh 195 pounds, and I'm 6'6". How much skinnier can you get? If I got any skinnier, I would turn sideways and disappear. Mitch doesn't do Saturdays. Mitch deserves a day off. Yes, he does. And he was nice enough to pick my day as his day off. So as Mitch says, take the rest of the day off, or as Mitch does, take Saturday off and eat meat. And if you want, listen to Rick. He should be here chiming in. Got to run? Be back in a bit. Yes, I know you're there at 10, so I'm probably like 10 minutes behind. Yeah, blurry cam. I don't know why that is. Mitch doesn't involve himself. Right. Well, he has. I mean, he's come in my chat. He's come in Thomas's chat. So he does try to get out there. And again, he's a very busy man. It takes time to make a good video. And I think he deserves to enjoy. He's retired, so Is the guy going to work all the time? He works on the side. You're not going to make any money from YouTube. So he does what he has to, and that's good. I'm very skinny under all my fat. I bet you are. I bet you are. And my chicken wings are starting to firm up, less hanging. Yes. Doesn't look like I can fly. We'll fly as far now. There we go. I wonder if our friend is watching. Depends on which friend you're talking about. But YouTube gets 30%. We're all skinny on the inside for sure. Unless you have visceral fat, in which case you're not skinny on the inside. And Dustin says, I don't think we'll ever be skinny. Yeah, she's very skinny. She's got too little body fat. I believe she's realizing it in her latest videos. 45% of AdSense, 30% of crowdfunding. Yeah, so Dustin is giving correct information. They used to be cheap, now they're ripped. Yeah, I was in shock when I saw that. I said, what? Got to be kidding me. Yep. I'm over being too skinny. Okay. Husband and wife carnivores. Yes, I remember that. They were on Carrie's channel as well. I've hugged Maria. Well, no one's going to break me if they try to hug me. You can ask Russ Mitchell. Ask Russ Mitchell. I may be skinny, but I'm tough. They both fell off due to medical issues. I hope they're getting better. Okay, so you're talking about the sightless carnivores. You are not too skinny, Rick. Well, thank you very much. You look fine. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Iranian, hello, Utras. Difference is they're facing Mecca with the prayer and then some breakdown. Okay. So that's the only difference between kosher and halal. We need elevator music. We can do that too. That's very easy. I only meet yesterday. Cash app link to pin up to his chat. Okay. I'm going to look into that. That is definitely a possibility. Okay, I just sent you an email about setting it up. The problem is I don't have a bank account. I mean, I had a bank account. I haven't interacted with it in a while. So, they're not welded closed. The door cable's broke. I got to get some door cables. But again, I wasn't going to spend money on that when I wasn't making any money. And Aaron says hi, and I say hi. And Jay Budd is late to the Quack Fest today. Better late than never. Jamette is here. Hi, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. We have 3 duck symbols and 1 cat symbol. Your kindness, Lisa, resonates with me. Excellent, excellent. Mitch got mad at what, the South Park episode? No, somebody explained it earlier. What I would do, wait till tomorrow, and when Mitch explains it to you, and that's it. I thought of the stroke part 2. He had the ridiculous plumbing issues and then got super tense in the live streams. Did somebody try to call me? No. My imagination. It's great that you gave him the day off. I guess you're talking about me and Mitch. I am glad that I did too. Mitch deserves a day off. He doesn't have to be online every single day. You know, it takes time to set this up. I mean, it takes me at least 10, 15 minutes, and then I have all the technical issues. And Mitch does better than me. He doesn't have the technical issues that I do. He's much better at this than I am. I have a lot of respect for Mitch. He's got a lot of experience in different fields, a lot of knowledge. You know, he's pretty amazing to me. Why do you think I watch his stream every day? I hope I can be that good at that age. Well, when I have my heart attack, you know. Okay. Is Milton going to start a YouTube channel? No, Milton's too busy sleeping. I don't think they're going to do that. I liked the duck fight yesterday. Or maybe they were playing. No, they were fighting. If you haven't seen my video, you can see that. I'm 6'5" and weigh like 185. I don't think I'm too skinny. I feel healthy as ever. Well, I haven't seen a picture of you, but maybe you are. So maybe being 195 and 6'6", I'm not doing too bad. But I'd like to be, you know, maybe 220 or something like that. I mean, look at Sean Baker. He's 250. So I'd like to be somewhere in between that, which is fine. Okay, we are caught up with the comments, and that's very good. Now, I was wondering, who is this Kelly Hogan? I know I've seen her somewhere, but let's see. Let me get my keyboard over here. Okay, I always use Google so that, YouTube is happy. Okay. I don't think that's who it is. This must be her. Oh, it's stupid Instagram. Nope. Is that her? It must be her. There's the Ben guy that's supposed to be here in Miami, but he never responds to me. And of course, Instagram plays that stupid game. So no thanks. That does look pretty skinny. That is definitely skinny. I can't enlarge it, but yeah, I have a feeling that that's skinnier than me. That looks almost anorexic, so that's not good. Okay. All right, let me go back here. Got a business. Okay, yeah, my zero carb life. Okay, so where's your pictures? I only see one, and you can't enlarge it. Oh, 262. It was 100 pounds. Okay. Anna's always selling something. Coaching sessions. $50. Mondays. What is with carnivore coaching? I don't understand it. I can coach you right now. All you do is eat meat. Eat meat, and you're a carnivore. How hard is that? Oh, well. Anyway. I guess marketing is important. You got to make money somehow. You don't want to spend your life digging ditches. Might as well do it this way. I've been on television, been on the cover of a magazine, watched someone heal, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Interesting. So what is this? They charge for a Zoom call? I mean, not a very good website. They don't really explain anything. Let's check out the legal crap. Okay. Huh. I don't know what DBA is. What that means. Coaching results are not guaranteed. There's only one kind of coach that I know about, and let's see. That's the only coach I know about. There we go. That's my kind of coach right there. You bring the ducks, and that's it. Also a great source for fuel. If you know the right one, you can get yourself fuel for your truck. Anyway, so, okay. So that's who we're talking about here. And there's a YouTube channel. $218,000 subscribers. Seriously? When did this channel come up? Huh. 2020. Only been 5 years. And you've got how many subscribers? Oh, wow. And only 217 videos. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Huh. Oh, well. Interesting. And you got your celebrities like the infamous Dr. Ken Berry that everybody just loves. Oh, my goodness. What a great doctor. I even forget that he exists. I don't even waste my time watching his videos. Doesn't make any sense to me, but that's okay. I got another comment here. Yeah. Oh, okay. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Some of the other channels I subscribe to. And that's good. Anyway, let me go ahead and go back to the chat. All right, where are we? Up. Come on. I know you're here. There we go. All right. And I've fallen behind, but that's okay. Yeah. 60 celebrities passed away. Exactly. That's her. She's a stick. Well, actually, I feel better now. Maybe I'm not that skinny. And then again, even though I am skinny, how many other... I don't think she could lift an engine block or a transmission like I do. My zero carb, yeah. Can you believe I wasn't even familiar with this lady? It's pretty funny. Not sure she's married, but she definitely looks anorexic. And I feel like not a good influencer. She's married. Hopefully it's to a stick man. Okay. One of the first carnivore I was into watching when I started 2 years ago. Huh. So many singers died. She is married. Barry, Baker, Homestead, Hal Hogan, Kilby Life. And whatever happened to Aaron Kilby? You know, I think he's another one that got discouraged, but I used to like his videos. I was even on his channel a few times when he had his open live, but then he just stopped responding. I don't know. He's got an interesting family. I think he's up there in Ohio. He also works physically for a living, but, you know, whatever. I think carnivore coaching is a scam, but marketing gets people to spend money on stuff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because I know a lot of groups, they have their carnivore coaching, and some people are in it, and some of my subscribers are in it. I don't think it's a scam, but I think it's overrated. Let's see. I was like 225 pounds when I started carnivore. I lost a bunch of weight, not even trying. This is what I type. Work out like a crazy man to get to 220. Exactly. Well, you lost a lot of fat. That's good. It's better to be skinny and eating a lot of food than to be overweight. You have to work out like crazy. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I guess Lash's idea of a retreat is a million times better. And you know what? I agree. I hope that he can build a retreat because he seems like a genuine guy. He doesn't seem like he's out there trying to make money off of people. I do believe getting away from the bad influence and maybe seeing what you can do. It's like when I live in my dump, I actually feel better here than when I go to some of these other places. I feel distressed and I just feel uncomfortable in most homes. But when I go to my own rundown mold-infested, termite-eaten cockroach palace, I feel better. So there must be something to that. Doing business as DBA. Okay. So that's what it means. Carnivore retreat. Yes. Be a good place to get started for sure. And I really hope he can find one. I know he's over there in California where things are expensive, but he might move to some Midwestern area and start a carnivore retreat. That would be nice. Rick's Duck and Iguana Cart. There we go. Just an idea. Quack. It's a good idea. The ducks may not think it's a good idea. Can you imagine if the cart was set up near the canal and the ducks were swimming around and you're serving duck? Is like, where'd the duck come from? Over there. People would go, they'd run, you know. They seem to like the coffee and Amy's Live. Well, there you go. Carnivore, 15 plus years. Wow. That's really impressive. I heard there's some quack that's been 41 years. I don't know. Ken Berry isn't amazing. Yeah, exactly. The carnivore guys are generally muscular because, you know, I mean, you think about Chafee and Baker and even Berry and all of them. I mean, all the carnivore doctors I've seen, they tend to be muscular. Whereas the women, I guess they'd rather be skinny. When I was a kid, my gramps would eat Chinese food a lot. Yeah, me and sis would visit, and the Peking duck was delicious. Nowadays, most Chinese food takeout joints, not so good at all, and full of MSG. Super chats would bring in duck cart money. I've seen many live streams where random people around the world. Well, I really don't like the super chat thing. I'll try something else. I'm like a linebacker. Well, there you go. Aaron is discouraged with their YouTube shadowing his channel, but he's very busy with work and family. Okay, well, I'm glad to know that he's doing better and he's not waddling around in the duck pond. I might call him later and bug him. You're always welcome to call. Lash's vision is good. I think it could be a franchise so the retreats would be an easy access. Yep. Should do yoga live streams. Well, he definitely does his exercise on Kiltz's, what do you call it? Zoom calls. I'd strike a pose with him. Well, there you go. Oh, excuse me. I started the Ticket to Work program that would allow me to transition from disability to employment, full-time. Yes, normal full-time employment. He suggests that I stay 16 hours until after. That's a good idea. If you can handle it, that's the main thing. Even at a retreat, some people would need coaching. Somewhere between 5 to 10% of people will experience issues, and guidance is beneficial. Not everybody can just eat meat and be totally okay. True, although at a retreat, it'd be hard to get a hold of the duck food. I mean, unless it was near some fast food place or something. But, you know, that's a great idea. Thank you, Lisa. Hi. Okay. I love Mitch. He'll be okay if people understand he is passionate about what he does and the time he puts in YouTube for us 6 days a week. Comments matter. I hope person was joking. Well, I'm sure it will be resolved. I'm going to shut up about super chats. Okay. I lose fat on carnivore. 5-month really still newbie. Okay. Good for you. Getting out of the system is hard. Yes. And we're caught up again. Now, it is kind of interesting. You know, you mentioned the different ideas, and I'm definitely open to having some type of donation-based thing going on here, but let me take a look over here. Okay, so we have that one. Now, these are the kind of chats I like. See, Rockin' Keto Amy, she's got hers. Let me just pop in here. We'll take a sneak peek.
Contraption you guys have. Yes, that's Zeus. The kitty that's roaming in and out of here is Zeus.
How's Audrey?
Oh, she's awesome. She's doing it.
Okay. again, you're welcome to drop in there. You can always rewatch mine. Mine is mostly audio anyway. There's nothing really interesting to watch on video. But I think it is quite nice that we have the other chats. She's got 12 watching. I see Kurt is over there. He's always trying to support the new channels. So very good. Now, speaking of channels, this is one of my friends on YouTube, which is typical of the kind of videos I like. And you can see over here.
All right, July 22nd, grinding away at first cut. That's a load to go out tomorrow. I got a couple guys hauling bale baskets to the barn to stack inside. This is going out tomorrow morning. I'm stacking my second. Over here checking on the bull. I am gonna take him up to Michigan State next Friday, so a week from today. Well, he just chased me out of there. I wanted to ship him this year, but my bull guy says a new bull's $5,000. He's basically saying because the cattle market is high, he said that the standard is a bull is worth 3 fats or 5 feeders. Still just trying to wait him out. You know, I think he's lonely, so he's probably just going to stand here. And I don't want to get rough with him because then I probably wouldn't be able to load him. You know, I got to be able to load this guy. A few minutes sitting in the truck, he lost interest.
That's the kind of YouTube channels I like because these are real people. They have real farms. This, if you don't know who he is, this is Ray. He's been, once in a while. He hasn't called in yet, but he has dropped in my live stream occasionally. He raises hay and cattle and uses some pretty old equipment, but is a smart guy. I think he picks walnuts or some kind of nuts seasonally. I think he was even making his own soap. So that's the kind of people that we need to connect with in the carnivore community. I would rather meet up with the farmers than I would with the celebrities, because to me, the farmers are the real celebrities, because we can do without the influencers. If all the influencers today disappeared, we'd be fine. But without our farmers and ranchers, we would be in big trouble. Now, I've had people ask me several times, what's the difference between a farmer and a rancher? And that's a really good question. What is the difference between a farmer and a rancher? So let's use a little bit of Google's AI. And we're going to see what is the difference. All right, and here is the answer that they give. What is the difference? A farmer cultivates crops while ranchers primarily raise livestock. Farmers work with the land, blah, blah, blah. And so it's interesting the way they describe it. I have the way that I describe it. And really what it comes down to is a rancher, in my opinion, is basically someone that has animals on a pasture and that is their primary focus. A farmer would be someone that actively cultivates or manages the land, whether or not they raise animals as well. They may raise things like corn or they may raise fruit or whatever, and they may give some of those crops to the cattle. So if you're primarily maintaining pasture and you have livestock, then you're a rancher. And you can think of like in the Old West, you have all those people out there that have these vast tracts of land that are useful. They're useless for farming, so they use them for grazing. And they give lists over here where it says the different tools that they use. Okay. Growing crops for farmers, planting, cultivating, harvesting, growing wheat, tools, tractors, plows, combines, irrigation equipment, and other machinery for crop production. And for the ranchers, managing grazing lands, feeding, caring for animals, maintaining their health, and managing breeding. Raising beef with cattle. Okay, tools, horses, trucks, stock trailers, specialized equipment for handling livestock. Well, that is where I disagree, because ranchers will also have tractors, bulldozers, skid steer, excavator, and stuff for managing the pasture. So, but they do tend to cross over very well. Some operations may blur the lines. Farm with a small herd of dairy cows or a ranch with some hay production. Okay? But these are terms that we use, and a lot of times people don't explain it. But according to Google's definition, anyone that has hay production is a farmer, not a rancher. So technically, the ranchers would only be managing the cattle. They would not be working with hay or doing any irrigation on the pasture. However, it is sort of in between. You know, it's hard to say which one of those definitions is correct. Okay, let's see what we got here. I work full time. I'll stop. Okay, if you work full time, yes, but it's better to work full time than to make no money part time with YouTube. Rick's Duck Hunt or Rick's Iguana Cove and Barbecue. Well, there you go. Question. You have top chat enabled instead of live chat. Some comments. I do? Let me see what's going on here. All right, we'll change that. I don't know why it did that. That's weird. I guess Google has some weird defaults. Let me go over here. Let's see. Okay, I got busted by my wife, so I'll watch the replay. Okay, hold on. Let me try this. You want some comedy here? Here we go. How do you like this one? What do you think? Somebody sent me that a while ago. They said, "Hey, Rick, that reminds me of you." Okay. Featuring cats, dogs, and geese. Well, we don't do cats and dogs here. Geese, sure. We'll cook anything. What is that? A cat? Goose? Duck? Not sure what that is. Dog? Well, okay. We're trying to be funny around here. Okay. All right. Okay. Oops. Okay, what did I do? Up. Okay, we're getting a little bit on the big side here. How did I manage to do that? Oh, well. Okay, whoops. Whoop. All right. Come on. I seem to have messed up. How did I do that? I changed the view somehow. There's nothing like technical issues. There we go. All right. Let me go here. Where did my chats go? Oh boy. Oh, come on. Oh, how do I get rid of that stupid thing? Okay. We'll use a keyboard, maybe. No? All right. Come on. Let's see. What is going on with this crazy thing? All right. Somehow, it deleted a bunch of my chats. Okay, that's her. She's a stick. Okay, so we've been through that. And now it's playing this game. Get overlay URL. Let me do an experiment while I'm here. Let me go over to OBS and, okay. Where are we? There we are. I'm going to go to this other one. Now, I have this overlay here. I'm going to check this. Nope. Okay. All right. Chat. Boom. Nope. Oh, come on. Don't play this game. Oh, I know what it is. Stupid thing. I think it's a keyboard. Let me give it a little. There we go. We'll give it a little tap over there. Yeah, that's what it was. It was a keyboard error. Okay, let's see. All right, we got this and this and this. So we'll close this. We'll do this. And let me try this. This may work. Okay, there we go. And it doesn't work. All right, let me go back here. Oh, it does work. Wow. Hey, I think I got this figured out. Look at that. Look at this. I mean, I can see it. Almost. Okay. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Let's see. We got the chat. All right, so that's here. But for some reason... Oh, wait a minute. Let me adjust this thing. Let me just see. You have to forgive me. I'm playing around with my computer while you watch. Okay, so there's got to be something here. All right. Apply data. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Okay. All right, let me go to this one here. I can almost see the chat. It's like it's out of range. Let me see. Okay. Nope. That's really weird. All right, let me try another one here. Let me go there. I can see at the bottom it's trying to come up, but for some reason it's not. What if I pull this down? No. Why is it doing that? All right. Okay. It's almost like there's some kind of weird alignment going on here. All right. Let's see. So I do have this ability. Okay. Let me change this. Do a little. All right. So no matter how big I make it, it seems like it's just sort of messed up. So we'll move this over here. Okay. So I got part of it. Interesting. All right, let me go back. Let's see. I don't know if you can see that, but I definitely have that little piece sticking up. Adjust your size settings, control minus. Okay. I did that. Control minus. Let me see. All right, let's try that. Okay. See, the problem I had, the keyboard, the control button was stuck right here. That's where the problem was. As you can see, everything in my house is wired. And also, you'll notice this has been patched. The reason I got this keyboard for free is because the office I got it out of, they ripped the cord out of it. So I fixed that. Control 0. Nope. That didn't do anything. It's got to be, it's an OBS issue. I'll figure it out. It's just a matter of, but I can see it. Do you see like the name that's there? Let me go back to the more recent chats. Looks like you stretched it out. There's a bug or some fat in the keyboard. Yeah, that's right. I'll just go back to the old view. That's all. We can do it this way. It's fine. All right. Let's see what happened. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. See, I did that over here. Let me see. Oh, well. No big deal. Let me just switch back. That is really weird because I can select the chat without a problem. For some reason, it just tortures me. Let me move this over here. Okay. I'm using two displays, which can be a little on the difficult side. What in the world did I do here? Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. All right. Very interesting. Okay. What did I do? So you get to watch me screw up at the same time. So that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and close this. I'm just curious. Let me get rid of this. I'm going to start over. Let me go back to OBS. I'm just going to delete this thing. No, I'll change it maybe. Let me try the other program. That might be the other option. So I have this one over here. This one. Let me pop it up there. There we go. Okay. Let me switch scenes. So we're using this one that was recommended to me. Let's see. Okay. All right. No new streams found. Okay. Stop the source. How do I bring this back up? Huh. Okay. We'll try it again. All right. Now where did it go? Huh. Okay. There we go. Toggle visibility. Okay. Let me move this over here. All right. There we go. Okay. Now, let me see if I can get the URL and try this again. So we'll go over here to the software. Look at this thing blocking my screen. All right. Here we are. Now, where is the URL? Okay. Settings. All right. There it is. It's got to be this one. So we'll copy that. All right. Then we'll go over here to the OBS window. Right there. And I'm going to change this. There we go. Paste. Okay. Now, if I click this, it should work. Will it? I don't know. We'll see. Move this around. Okay. There we go. But see, it doesn't activate it. That's really weird. This one doesn't even work. So, seems like this program is fighting me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this. All right. I'm going to close this out too. And I'm just going to close everything and start over. All right. Now, let me go to the other display here. I'm going to start the Chrome that I was using before. There we go. All right, let me go back to the OBS program here. There it is. Now, let me go to YouTube. Okay. There it is. Okay. Now, we're back in YouTube. Let me go to my video, wherever it is. Come on. I know you're there. Okay. There's Live at 8 with Rick. Now, we're back in YouTube. Let me go to my video, wherever it is. Come on. I know you're there. Okay. There's Live at 8 with Rick. Okay. We'll go right back here. There it is. And then we got the overlay. See, that's what it is. When you click that and you put it in, it goes away. So we'll copy this. Okay. Okay. Do I have to use Control C? What is going on here? Oh, well. Let's stop. Let's start this over again. Okay. So we'll go here. We'll just do it the old way. All right. Can't go fancy. We'll just keep doing it this way until things do well. Okay. Yep. I bet it is. Okay. Worse than a goose chase for sure. Yeah. Goose can't hurt you, but a bull definitely can. Can't comment on shorts. Huh. That's weird. Okay. Alfalfa farmer. Okay. I have comments as I'm commenting on here. It's only shorts like Rick's or Emma's have to reply someone else. That's really weird because I never turn anybody off. But YouTube hates me, so I wouldn't doubt it. Let's see. Self-edit my comments. Not have them. Yeah. This YouTube is just wacky. Vietnamese egg coffee. Okay. Ranchers and farmers work together. I would hope so. Got busted by wife. All right, so we're catching up. I lost some of the comments, but what can you expect? Rick would be a good farmer, rancher, auto parts dealer. Yeah, I would. My mom always said I should have grown up on a farm. And my dad said, yeah, the funny farm. That is funny. They're eating the cats and dogs. I see a food stand in your future. Disappeared chat. Okay, was that stand in Springfield, Ohio? I bet it was. Maybe your mouse is haywire like that one Mitch has. Nah, mine, it wouldn't be because I don't have the fancy buttons. Mitch has the fancy hardware. I have the dumpster hardware. Ah, MNJ is here. Good. I'm glad that you have returned. I wasn't sure if you'd be here after the little dispute that went on last week. Make it smaller, stretch it out. Yeah, that was that control key being stuck. Okay, adjust your size settings. Sorry, Rick. Okay, there we go. All we see is a name. Yep. All right. Too many tabs. Interesting without emotional ranting. I could listen all day. Well, I'm glad you do. I don't do too many rants here. I do them once in a while, but you know. I must have been one half farmer, one half rancher, then all regenerate. Yeah, exactly. Not condescending and real. It is real. That's the whole idea. I'm not trying to make money off of it, so why pretend to be something that you are not? Bitches to see my comments. Yep. Okay. Too many tabs in Google. Yep. Damn cops. Call it a raid. There we go. Raid. Used to love those raid commercials. Huh. Sardines. Skin was invisible. We would see lots of lights in Rick's brain right now. There you go. Kick open the door. Did sardines. Okay. All right. There we go. Yeah, I like sardines. They're just a little expensive for me, so I don't eat them. Bought a bunch of water packed. Okay. Shorts have a little icon to click on to comment. Oh. Polar smoke. I guess it depends on whether you're using a computer or phone. Oh, look. Bob is here. Semi-retired Bob. I don't know if he's going to have a live this Sunday, but he usually has one at 6:30 or 7 or whatever it is on Sunday. But I think he said he wasn't going to have one because of all the work that he was doing, but that's okay. And MNJ says, I get a lot worse moderating on Jack's channel. That wouldn't scare me off. That's what I figured. You got hundreds of people on there. The comments are coming in hard and fast. Not like on mine, where we generally stay under 50 people. Sardines and water. No icon on the 3 dots. Okay. Everyone can do things in a residential size yard. Lots of options. That's true. Well, the thing is, here all livestock is illegal, even a single chicken. But if you have a forest like I do, it's impossible for the county to enforce it. And since we have chickens and ducks running around wild, I've had the police called on me several times, especially when I tried to give the code inspector a duck. And it was a very angry male duck. So, you know, that was pretty funny. If I would have had a camera with me, I would have uploaded that to YouTube. I think it would have been extremely popular because the guy was having a freak out moment. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack. And he called the police, and they sent 5 police cars. He claimed that I assaulted him. With what? A duck. How do you assault somebody with a duck? The police lady, she was laughing. I mean, she was holding back laughter. And they're like, well, you know, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, I know. They left. They didn't bother me. Okay. Enjoy your channel? Well, thank you, Ken Shadows. I enjoy you being here. I'm going to do a video today. Show how I make them with bacon bits and mustard sauce. There you go. How was dinner with your vegan friend? Hope had fun. Yes, we did very well. He was telling me about all the great things that have been happening. And he's actually thinking about moving from Miami as well. So pretty soon, all my friends will have moved, and they've left this place to sink into the ocean under the weight of all the crappy black, white, and gray high-rises. You have to mouse over to the right, and the options pop up on the shorts. Okay. Okay. Let me look for your channel. I think she's only got one video or some old videos. I looked at it, but hopefully you'll make some more videos. You know, it is kind of interesting that, you know, when I get the URL for this, it doesn't work, but I'm back for a little bit. Well, there we go. I'm going to try this again. If I screw it up, I can always reset it. But as soon as I do this, it goes away. And then, why doesn't it let me copy it? This is the funny thing. Screw it. Oh, there it is. Copy. Let me go back to OBS and see if I can get this to work again. All right, so we'll go here and here, and I'll change this. There we go. All right. All right. Now, let's see what it looks like when I click it again. It doesn't go up for some weird reason. I don't know what I have done wrong here. This is really odd. Oh my goodness, what is this? What am I doing wrong? Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to redo this whole thing. Let me just delete it. I don't know what the heck is going on. So we're going to delete this right to the old trash can. I'm going to create a new one. And we're going to put browser. Okay. And I'm going to put this right here. Okay. And let's see what happens. Okay. Now I get more of it. But it's like off the screen or something. What is going on with this thing? I'll figure it out eventually. The computer can't stump me forever. What if I was to expand this? Oh, come on. I can move it. I mean, I could change the size manually, but isn't there a way that I can do this? Okay. Come on. All right. Surprised they don't let me resize it. See, it's like stuck on the bottom, and then when I try to resize it, it does it symmetrically. All right. Oh, okay. It's okay. I can change the width. Use custom frame rate. Custom CSS. It's putting CSS code in there. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay. That is really strange. Oh, wait a minute. It's like it's somehow restricted. Let me adjust this in the other settings. Bear with me. I'll get this eventually. Let's see. Okay. Let me adjust this to... All right. Okay. That's better. All right. Now, how do I make this text smaller? Let's see. Huh. Okay. I know we'll get you eventually here. Let me reduce the size of this. All right. Let's try maybe this. Okay. That looks better. Okay. How do I make this smaller, though? All right. I'm getting closer. That's a good sign. Maybe there's some characteristics over here. Oh, I got an idea. Let me try this. Oh. Nope, that doesn't do it. Okay. All right. Well, it's better. It's not perfect, but it is better. Let me see if I can move this. Oh. Well, that looks better. Let me go ahead and change this. Okay. Everyone, hit the like button. Let's help Rick. Thank you. Let's help Rick out. Problem is, this cut me off. Let me make this a little bit smaller. I got an idea. If I change this browser, okay, let me adjust this. How about this one? Okay. Okay. I mean, it's lined up, but it's cut off part of it. Let's see here. Hold on. Okay. Huh. All right. We'll try again. Okay. There we go. Maybe now. Well, that's better. I can deal with this. Of course, it won't last. I know how my computer decides to torture me because it loves to do that. Okay. Hey, we're making progress around here. That looks good. Good one to use as an experiment. Yeah. You know, the thing is, I don't have a lot of time that I sit in front of the computer because as soon as I turn the computer off, I go outside and work. I hate sitting in front of it. But since I've got all of you here and I'm already in chat, instead of just blabbing about nothing, I can actually sit here and adjust my stream and improve it while you're here. And this is what I was trying to get. Yeah. See it, but too big. Okay. We're getting closer. Yes. Now it still cuts off. I got to figure out why that is, but at least, you know, it's there. So that's good. 5'0", 102 pounds, not too skinny. Can't see my ribs. Still trying to lose excess skin due to the weight loss. Not trying to lose weight anymore. I am gaining muscle. And that's the main thing. Weight does not matter. I think you look at a person's face, you look at their body. Now, obviously, I am skinny. I have toothpick arms. But on the other hand, if you look, I'm not that skinny, you know. I mean, I don't have any muscle because I don't work out. But I don't have the skin and bones showing. My elbows don't stick out. I mean, I'm not that bad. I just look like, you know, 30-something farmer, basically. I don't look like a bodybuilder. You have to, you know, you have to work hard to get the bodybuilder physique. And you may need a little bit of this too if you really want to get the physique. But it's a different way of thinking. Okay. Sounds pretty perfect, main runner. Look okay on my cell screen. I think it looks pretty good. I'm actually kind of impressed. Let me adjust the camera a bit. It's a little, move this thing a little bit here, and you can see how unhealthy I am. Why is this thing loose? Okay. Get the microphone back into, that looks pretty good, honestly. I wish my camera was clearer, but maybe one day I'll get a better camera. I just witnessed one of my comments get deleted right before my eyes. YouTube spies. Yeah. I have to write it down. What happened to Rick? I think I'm still here. I'm looking and I can see on my YouTube channel. What did you say, CB? I think so. Seen that happen to me before. Oh, and I caught up with the comments. And as you can see now, I have the comments the way that they were. I have the full-size image that goes with them. So I think I've done quite a bit. Now, I missed some comments here. Let me see. How old are you, if you might ask? All right. Rick, that's better. Yes. Yeah, right. Back to normal. What you did. I don't even know what I did, but I think I can do it again. You are not unhealthy. You are primo. We could do a statue of you like the statue of David. That is very true. There is one slight difference, and I'm not going to say it's a slight difference. There is one part of me that is a lot larger than the statue of David, but I am not going to say. After all, I am 6'6" and I have size 15 feet. So, yes, you're right about that. I don't have six-pack abs. I have maybe two-pack or something like that. But we're keeping that stuff off of YouTube. We're keeping it clean here. Rick looking good. Can see you and comments. Cool. Yes, I really, really am happy. And you know what it is? It's because of you. I would never have taken the time to do this. But thanks to you people being here, I've done it. I was giving Rick a redneck solution to fix his chat issues, but they took it as a violent comment. I hate YouTube censorship. It's just ridiculous. Like I said, every time I make a comment about Federal Reserve, central bank, rich parasites, and all that, they always take it off. And it really frustrates me because I don't consider that to be a bad comment. Okay. All right, let's see here. Oh, my goodness. Where? Okay. Seems like my comments. There we go. Such a great answer, Rick, and why we love you. Well, thank you very much. I'm very glad that you're here. Rick, love the Ducks fighting yesterday, or were they playing? They were fighting. And as you can see, when they fought to see who the top duck was, the loser actually ducked out, and he dove down into the canal, went underneath, and then came up on the other side. So they're very good at doing that. That's one of the things about the ducks I really like. Well, again, if I had a clearer video, this is actually pretty nice. And I don't think I look too bad in the living room. You know, all that time that I've done in the bedroom to avoid Milton the Menace. And I'm going to show you what my next plan is. I'm going to improve the audio. I'm going to eliminate all of the sniffling by using a very simple device, which I have here. And I'm going to leave it here. I'm not running away. It's in the room somewhere. Okay. I found this in a garbage can. So I guess the county, they replaced this button. And they threw it in the garbage. And it has a micro switch on it. Now this micro switch is normally open, and when you push the button, it clicks to close it. But what I did, the micro switch was no good. It was corroded inside. And I guess that's why they changed it and threw it out. So what I did, I took this thing apart, and if you listen carefully, you can hear the click. See? I reversed the terminals in it. So now it's normally closed. And when you step down on it, it will open. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this with a bypass resistor across it. And then I'm going to put this on the floor so I can step on it. And every time I have to do this, I'll just step on this instead of having to which I have there. So this will give me a microphone mute pedal, and they want $60 or more for the stupid thing. But with this very sturdy button, and by the way, this thing is cast aluminum. I think this is some type of cast aluminum or pot metal. It's chrome plated. It's really nice. They use these things as pedestrian buttons. And again, somebody threw it away. Usually they just put this stuff in the truck with them. But I was over there by the Sedanos, and I found this in the garbage can. So thank you to whoever serviced this. I think what it is, it wasn't actually the county. There's a couple of companies out there. I think one of them is Mastech. There's another couple of companies that do maintenance on these things. And I guess when they installed new switches, they just threw the old one in the garbage. So thank you for throwing it in the garbage. And now I can make myself a nice little mute pedal, which will be absolutely fantastic. And it will elevate my video. Now, again, you know this room. You've seen me do many, many interviews in here. Too bad Joey Schwartz deleted all his videos because this was the room that I did my first interview in. Dave Mack's interview I did against the other wall where I had my stereo system. And I think also Scott Everson, when he did the video, I did it here. When Barkay interviewed me, I was in the library at the time when I was moving stuff around. So it is, and this is a real background. I don't use virtual backgrounds. In fact, I am very much against virtual backgrounds. I think they are distracting and unnecessary. And when you have an old computer like I do, a virtual background is not going to work for you. And I sit here on my couch, and you know, I always sit my legs sideways and crossed, and I can't sit up straight. It bothers me. So I just like to move around. If I sit up straight, I end up with a sore rear end. And I don't want to do that. So I'll sit sideways and stand up and all that, and that's just the way it is. All right, so I love the comments here. Jamette says, love the bike rides. And I love the fact that you watch them. And again, there's a few of my viewers that love the bike rides, although one of my viewers is not watching my videos anymore, evidently. He's probably mad at me, but that's okay. I'm sure you'll be back when things settle down. The quack fight was epic. Yes, it was. I was riding to Home Depot to get the rake they didn't have, and then I was mad when I got there. I thought, oh man, they told me they had the rake and they didn't. But you know what? If I wouldn't have gone there, I wouldn't have caught that duck fight. That was a good one. I think that one will get a lot of views. You know, once people see it, it is kind of interesting. I use the word slamming and stomping, and it was removed. I don't know. YouTube makes no sense. And I see there's, let's see. A statue of Rick is a great idea. It would be a great idea, I think. You could put it there. This, and you know, when I die of a heart attack, this is the man who tried to kill himself with a heart attack and finally succeeded. Like that background. It's real. See, unlike the other backgrounds, like when you see other people, they can't do this. See, here we go. Can anybody with a virtual background do this? I mean, seriously. I think it's fantastic. Plus, we even have some music here, you know. We got all kinds of stuff. Okay. What is this? I think this is a Pink Panther theme, isn't it? No. Oh, well. I had one of these. I wore it out. That was my Pink Panther record. I used to get these things at Kmart. Kmart always had a sale on these 45s. They would be as cheap as 50 cents, sometimes 25 cents. You never know what you'd get back then at the Kmart markdown section. And back then, disco was big, so all that old stuff, they basically gave it away. Nobody wanted it. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's see what we got here. Whoops. The comments are picking up again, and they're looking great. Thank you so much. Me too at Main Runner. I'm 68. You look good for 68. You're almost Mitch's age. No, actually, Mitch is 10 years older, but 68. There you go. Terminator Light. We are almost there. Yep. I was talking about that too. Nice to meet you. Man, I can't believe how well this is working. I better keep my mouth shut or it will crash. Haven't watched that in a while. Like sci-fi. Made him watch Terminator and Terminator 2. You post content at all. I have to catch up on your videos, Rick. I've been so busy at work. Well, you don't have to. You can just watch the next one. I'll probably repeat the same stuff all over again. Definitely check out the duck fight, though. You'll like that. My channel is just pretty lame, and mostly for my family. Well, my channel's lame, too, and yet people still watch it. Fatal Duel. The ducks never kill each other. I've seen so many duck fights, and always, they always get away. Ducks are not that bad. They put up a good show, though. It's like WWE wrestling. Same thing. I was just talking about Hulk Hogan kicking the bucket, and next thing you know, there's a duck fight. So amazing biking talks. They came out. They were good. I didn't know it was real background. See? You didn't know it was real. All these things you see here, they are 100% real. When you're on Rick's channel, everything is real. This is all stuff that we had from way back, pillows and stuff, My mother had these on the couch. I don't know where she got them from, but I kept them. So you actually thought this was a virtual background. That is very interesting, in my opinion. Pretty cool. The duck fight was a girl duck not in the mood, and she swam off underwater. Well, actually, those were two males. I hope they were not in the mood, but I have seen male ducks mate, and it is quite funny. I actually had a male duck that preferred the male ducks, and he would always hang out with them and mate with them, and they tried to stay away from him because they didn't want to be, it seemed like a waste of mating energy because why would you mate with a male duck when you got plenty of females around? And that was the most popular duck with the females. They would come up and bob their heads like, I'm in the mood. And he's like, nothing. Next thing you know, he's mating with the male ducks. It happens. And Peter is back. And you can see that I fixed my chat overlay. It is now working as good as ever. This live never ends. Yes, it does. It does end. But I'm glad that you're here. I wish you had a bicycle. Yeah, I had a milk crate on my bike until the other bike fell apart and I scrapped it. But I watched that sugar movie today. Pretty good. I've seen that years ago, but I forgot about it. Yes, 45s. Wish I still had mine. I have everything. I never throw anything away. They warped in the heat of our closet and patio that didn't have AC. That happened a lot down here. What's that, mister? Looks like donut art. Must be referring to the record. I'm back outside, might do a walking video. Well, good, Thomas. You got that park over there with the hole in the fence and the desire path. So you have the ability to go walking whenever you want. Around here, we have the canal, but that's a good 1,000 or 1,500 feet away. I mean, I could walk there. I'm actually an extremely fast walker, believe it or not. But I think the bike videos are more interesting because I can go faster, and I just like the bike videos. I've tried putting the helmet camera, but it's too high, and I've had people tell me it makes them dizzy. So I use the chest mount. I put it right here. So what you're seeing is what this part of me would normally see. I need to try integrate your bike and talk videos in virtual reality goggles. That would be a little on the scary side. I actually used to have sunglasses that had a camera in them. I don't know where they are. They're around here somewhere. I'll have to find them. They were kind of interesting. Primitive, but they worked. And Rockin' Keto AB has finished her live, and you are back. I popped in your live a little bit during mine just to check it out. Thomas, that would be great. Had a great bike that I use for shopping. They had the nerve to steal it. Wow. Nobody steals my bikes because they're garbage. And anyway, they rattle and they're rickety. And the other thing, too, is the seat is up so high that the Mexicans and Guatemalans wouldn't be able to ride it. I actually did try that once. I left a bike over there at the nursery, and the Mexicans tried to ride it, and not one of them could do it. Their feet wouldn't reach long enough to get to the pedals. So my bikes are pretty safe. It was a great live. There's actually some abandoned bikes over there at the Fresco y Mas. When I get a chance, I'm going to go over there and see if they're still there. It'll be interesting because they've been there with flat tires for at least 2 months. Yep, love 45s. That's right. It was fun. Yes. That real background, a bookshelf is brilliant. Popular virtual background. Well, in Rick's place, nothing is virtual. Everything you see is 100% real. And besides, my computer would crash if I tried to run a virtual background. Okay. I had all the records labeled for which boyfriend I liked them for. I haven't had one of those. Do you remember your first 45 you bought? Yes, I do. It was the Pink Panther. It was the same series as this one. Pink Panther theme. And it got ruined because I had one of those cheap record players that my parents had got for me that was plastic. And it got left on and it overheated and it melted the record and warped it. And then the corner broke off of it. So it got thrown away. I never could find another. But I started going to cassettes after that. So most of what I had from then on was cassette. And I still have several cassette players. My van has a cassette player, which I still use. But it was a Pink Panther. Okay. My first 45 was Hey Jude. Storming so bad here. I need to get my computer equipment out of the Four Season room, and maybe I'll call in. Well, if you do, the phone will be here, ready to go. Atrazine in the duck pond. Turns male ducks. They're turning the frogs gay. I don't know. Call in Amy. There we go. Do you recommend using a VPN? If you can afford it, yes. But I don't use one because it doesn't really stop anyone from spying on you. I mean, the government's going to spy on you no matter what. But if you watch stuff from other countries, yeah, then I would use it. The From the Chest view works well, Charger Mopar Rick, except when it turns once in a while. But you are good at keeping in touch with this location. Yeah, the thing falls down. I tightened it up a little bit so it was a little better, but the bicycle is a very bumpy ride. And I guess even though I don't feel it, I hit some pretty hard bumps on the bicycle. Let me tell you. I've had stuff fly out of the basket when I had one. I've had parts fall off the bike. I go over, you'd be surprised at the places I go. I go through mud holes and rocks and all kinds of stuff. My bike tires wear out. I can't get more than 6 months out of a bike tire. Me too. Put the 45 on and just drop the needle in. Yeah, there you go. My first candy apple green 3-speed Stingray bike. I had a Schwinn Stingray. It had a banana seat on it. I'll never forget that. I didn't have the shifter, though. It was just a regular one with the coaster brake. But I had one. It was rusted when I got it. When they were doing BMX bikes, a kid gave it to me. Great song. Mine was Let It Be. I never really liked the Beatles. I found the Beatles depressing. I just didn't like their music, honestly. Let's take Milton to the groomer and turn it pink. Oh, no. No. Milton is a black menace. I would never color that beautiful animal. That's a cool-looking bookshelf. I bet it's vintage. Might be valuable. That bookshelf was there before I was born. It's basically a board with these little aluminum hanger things, and it's attached to the wall. I have another one on the other side of the room. Same design. But yeah, this is the only thing my dad built that hasn't gotten rotten or termite eaten. And when I move, I'm taking it with me. And it'll probably be in my living room wherever I move to. All right, let's see. Amy, that would be great. Okay. I wonder if I can move this over here. Let me see if I can. I'm going to narrow this down, and I'm going to move this to here. There we go. I can watch your chats real time. There we are. Look at that. I'm almost like a fancy streamer that's got StreamYard now. You got to realize all this is done from my local computer. I don't have any streaming service whatsoever. And I've had people offer, team up on StreamYard, but I don't want to be dependent on anybody else's stream because at any time they could get mad at me and cut me off, and then I have to change everything. So I decided it would be better for me to come up with my own solution in a way that makes sense. So, oh, okay. It was built by my parents when I was born. Yeah, not too many people build houses anymore, but I will be. I've been visiting a channel of a lady that lives in Maine lately. It's free there in Maine, but pretty cold too. We want to see our cutie Milton meow. Well, Milton, let me show you where he's at. Milton, fast asleep. Look at that cat. I love my little Milton. He's an awesome little beast. I love that cat. I don't know why I like him so much. He's such a sweetheart. Look at that beautiful fur ball. He'll come up eventually. Pretty soon it'll be lunchtime, and Milton will want a piece. In fact, I could start making heart attack chicken, but I might have the leftover of the beef stew that we made with my vegan friend. I picked out all the nasty vegetable pieces, and it was actually quite good. Does your clock still say 6:15? Yes, it does. Okay. My mom lived here when she was growing up. Must be super cool house, I bet. Bookshelf was before you were born. I take it back. Not vintage, antique. Well, there you go. I have my old photo albums from when I was a little kid. Parents used to think that I was cute. Well, that went away, but hey, I'd rather be healthy than cute. I love Maine, vacation many times. Okay. It's nothing super special. Cape Cod style, nice yard. All right. Milton's been there for a while. Same spot, sleeping hard. See, Milton is calm now. And I think part of it, Milton became very much attached to me. And when I was in the bedroom doing the lives and he was out here, he'd sleep for a while. Then he would get angry and he'd start banging on the door. Now, he was opening the door and he was turning the glass doorknob. So I took the doorknob off. So now I have to open my door with fingers on a shaft because of Milton. He actually takes his paws and goes like this. He can open the door. But now with him here, it's not a problem because I can do my live stream. He doesn't bother me one bit. All my stuff is pretty resilient. It hasn't failed. So that's actually pretty good. I'm very happy about Milton. He's just, he's my little buddy now. Oh, we got a call. Hello. Okay, I think I left on the phone system. Let me turn that off. Hello.
Keto Amy.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I didn't watch your live stream. I just put a little piece of it on mine.
That's okay. And I apologize for doing my live stream in the middle of your live stream, but it was really the only time I could do it.
You have nothing to apologize for. You do it whenever you want. I don't own the internet.
Yeah, nobody owns the internet, but Well, maybe somebody does, but I don't know who that would be.
Well, that's great.
So I want to thank you. I want to thank you for everything you do. You have a great channel. I love watching your live streams. I love watching all your videos. You're pretty much the most interesting carnivore person that I've probably ever come across, which makes things fun.
I appreciate that.
And the fact that you've been carnivore for, is it 40 years now?
41 years. I started in 1983 in August.
That is just amazing. I mean, I'm 20 days in, and the fact that you started as a teenager essentially is just inspiring.
Well, I wanted to get a heart attack, so I don't know how inspiring that is.
I know, and your chicken, like, that is the best thing I have ever had in my life. And I'm like, what else can I heart attack? And I'm sure that's exactly what you did.
Yeah.
Was like, oh, this is good. Let's heart attack something else.
Well, that's it. And, the feeling is my dad was very much into health foods, and he got my mom into it as well. And the whole idea was if anything tasted good, it was probably unhealthy. That's the influence I got. It's like, why is everything healthy taste so bad? The wheat germ, the oatmeal, the green vegetables. It's just disgusting. It's got a nasty flavor, a nasty scent. It looks awful. When you think about green juice, it's disgusting. And yet, all the good stuff, all the nice fried chicken and the steak and the butter and, the cheese is all bad for you. It's got fat. It's fat. It's bad for you. You have to eat low fat. You can't eat that butter. You got to eat margarine. Like, no. So I thought, you know what? Who cares? Life is short. I'm going to eat what I like, and I'm going to drop dead. I'm going to have a heart attack. I don't have to worry about high school getting picked on, being the skinny, short kid, being harassed. I'll have a heart attack, and then they'll have to wait on me. They'll have to bring me my food. I won't have to go to school. What's not to like? And that's how the whole thing started.
Right. Now, we have a little bit of a difference because I do like vegetables. I mean, but what I'm coming to find out is, with my journey here that's only been 20 days, is I wasn't feeling my best. So
Right.
I feel like, okay, I'm obviously not going to go vegan. I'm keto.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go vegan because I feel like meat is the most important part of the diet, right? So what's the next step to try? It's obviously carnivore. And I will say, since cutting out vegetables and cheese and dairy and heavy whipping cream, I feel like I'm starting to get some more energy, which was my main reason for going carnivore, is I didn't feel well. I had some inflammation from whatever in my ketovore, and I have to be honest here. I've had a lot of stress, so I've had a lot of cortisol in the last month or so, and I kind of slid back to some of those nasty keto brand snacks at the store, and mainly being the Quest chips. So the Quest chips have snuck back into my diet, and those you might as well eat a regular chip if you're going to eat those. They got seed oils in them.
Ugh.
They just say high protein is all they say, but they got crap in them, so I've cut those out. I've eliminated those, and I don't even crave them right now. So, carnivore, like, it takes away that food noise. It really does.
Yeah.
You don't remember the food noise because you've been carnivore since you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're making funny faces on screen. I'm watching you, but it's probably about either the vegetables. But I do like vegetables. Like, I would make a broccoli salad, and I would eat broccoli raw. I like the taste of it. I like avocados. Avocados probably one of my favorite things to eat, and I just cut in half, sprinkle some salt on it, and eat it.
Yeah.
So I do have a taste for vegetables raw or cooked. I don't know why that is. I know you don't. But, however, if it came down to meat, eggs, or vegetables, I would pick meat and eggs hands down any day of the week. Any day of the week.
Well, it's interesting because I grow avocados, and I like my avocado tree. I love giving away. I got a bunch of avocados I've been giving away. I got a box a friend of mine's got to pick up. And I have friends that are avocado farmers. But I hate the horrible little things. They taste disgusting. I don't understand how anybody can eat them. Nasty avocados. They're horrible. But I give them away. I don't have a problem with it. And vegetables, I can't think of broccoli, raw broccoli. It's like eating grass. It's like when you're a kid and you go out there and eat some grass. It tastes the same. It's bitter. It's disgusting. It's just awful. How can anybody eat that stuff? Now, my friend, yesterday we made some ground beef stew, and it had broccoli in it. I went to Aldi. I bought frozen broccoli. We put it in there. I put onions from my garden, and I put, what else did I put in there? Put some tropical oregano from my garden, and I put something else in there. I had broccoli, onions. I forget. I think garlic. Yeah, I put garlic in there too. Cooked it all up. It smelled great. I ate some of it, and it didn't affect me in any bad way. So, but again, raw, it's horrible. The only reason I eat it is because it's been cooked in ground beef for like 20 minutes. That was the only reason that I could eat it. And it's actually very good. In fact, I still have some of it here, and I'll probably eat that because I'm not going to throw it away. But it was very good. But raw vegetables, no. My dad did juicing. He would concentrate. There was that guy, Jay Cordage. I don't know if you remember him, the juice man. It's crazy.
No, I never got into juicing. I did protein shakes for a while, like replacement as a meal before I started keto 8 years ago, and then I would go work out. And I was like 260 pounds. I was heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I was a big girl. And then I was like, well, you don't have to change your diet. All you have to do is exercise more. So as an almost, pushing 300-pound woman, I would go to the gym.
You can't exercise when you're that heavy.
Nope. Well, you can, but it's not good.
It'll tear you up.
I had hip problems.
Yeah, it'll tear up your body,
Yep.
and then you get injured. All these people I know, eat less, move more. They end up injured, and they give up. Next thing you know, they're in the duck food, waddling around and quacking.
Yep, and here's the other thing. I would go out, and I would do a 2,000-calorie workout because, your Fitbit and whatever would tell you how many calories you burned. And then I would come home, and I would eat 3,000-calorie plate of nachos. So I was never losing weight. You can't outrun a bad diet. That is the truth.
You got it. I just wish more people would understand what you did.
Yeah, and the only reason you should exercise, don't get me wrong, you should exercise, but you should lift heavy things to keep your bones strong, to build muscle, so that because if you sit all the time and don't do anything, you atrophy. And as you age, that becomes extremely dangerous.
Right.
Elderly people who don't get movement, they tend to not live as long. So that's the reason you should exercise. It's for longevity, but it's not going to help you lose weight. It's just not. You have to change your diet.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But the thing is that we had old people here that had like a wood shop. There was an old guy that used to collect crap. He collected so much junk. He lived until I think 97 or 98. He would carry stuff home. I remember he was carrying chairs home, and he had a lawnmower. He'd drag stuff home. This guy would go all over the neighborhood, but he never exercised, and I don't know what he ate. I know he ate meat, but he probably ate other stuff too. But he still lived that long, and in his 90s, we had the other neighbor that was mostly carnivore. He did live to 98, and he was driving until a couple of months before he kicked the bucket. He died in his sleep. So, if you're strong enough, if you can keep moving, and again, a person that's healthy is going to want to move. It's just when people become sick and they're hurting all the time, then they get to the point they don't want to move, they sit around, and then they just fall apart. It's like my mother. She started having problems. She didn't want to move around, and then she just rapidly declined. That seems to be the way it goes.
Yeah, my mother's the same way. She's not on here, so I can talk about her a little bit, but she has all kinds of orthopedic issues, and I was on my way to that. She's had half of her spine rebuilt. She's had both hips replaced. She's had both knees replaced. And, I was starting down that path, and I was extremely heavy. And then my husband, was telling me, look, you have to change your lifestyle. He has a job where he lifts heavy things and moves. I have a computer tech job. So I've sat at a desk for 30 years.
Right.
And now I'm starting to get up and move while I'm working. In between my calls and everything, I'm like, okay, I need to walk up and down the stairs several times. I need to, go here or there. And I'm just even trying to, sometimes I'll go get on the treadmill and take my iPad, and I'm still working while I'm doing that, just because I'm not going to be any good to my job if I'm sick or, dead.
Right.
So I try to get movement during the day, even having a desk job. So, yeah. Oh, and I'd also like to invite you sometime on my channel. I know I'm a tiny, tiny, tiny person, and I won't get you a lot of views, but I just find that you are so interesting, and your story is one of the most amazing ones that I've heard. Because you've been carnivore so long. If you would ever entertain me interviewing you on my channel, I would love to have that.
Of course. I always say yes to interviews, no matter how big the channel is.
And I know you say the big guns don't interview you a lot,
No,
but you know
they
what?
don't. They don't, because I'm bad for marketing. If more people saw what I was, they'd say, you know what, I don't want to be, because this guy's carnivore. He's crazy. I mean, I don't want to be like this guy. They want to be successful. The guys, they want to be built, and they want to attract women, and the women, they want to be lean, and they want to just, you know, it's like a whole thing. And then they're marketing. Everybody's marketing a program, coaching, or products, or whatever, and I don't buy any products. I don't use any coaching. I'm not in any of the groups. You don't see them inviting me to their, you know, their groups. They have their, I'm not going to say the names of them, but you know the ones I'm talking about. They don't invite me.
Yeah. And
I'm
I don't
against.
join any of those either.
Right.
Primarily because I have to be fiscally responsible in my life. My husband's retiring in a year, and we're going to be living on one income. And I will send a super chat now and then just to show my support for people, a one-time deal.
Right.
But I don't want to have all these hidden, recurring charges just because I am very financially responsible.
Right.
And it's not that I don't support these people, because I love all these people in this space, and I wish I was a billionaire and I would be supporting everybody, but I'm not.
Right.
And I don't join groups just because there's too many of them. There's too many of them. I don't know which one to pick to support which person, because I love them all.
Right.
So I don't join the groups. I have basically been a loner on my journey up until last year, 2024, when I went to Ketopalooza. I didn't know anybody. I just lost 110 pounds all on my own, primarily from watching Dr. Barry's videos and some Maria Emmerich recipes and some other recipes that I got that my sister would send me. But I wasn't on YouTube very much. I wasn't on it at all, other than to look at Dr. Barry's latest video. And so I wasn't even in this space. I was just kind of a loner that figured out how to do it, self-starter, on my own. And it wasn't until I went to Ketopalooza I met Dustin. I met Dustin, and I met Maria Emmerich. I met Dr. Barry. I met, you know, a bunch of people that I started, you know, learning about live streaming and stuff like that. And I had already been live streaming on Facebook in a closed group that I had. So I was already live streaming for a year before I did this.
Right.
And then at Ketopalooza, they're like, you need a channel. I'm like, what for? You know, why do I need to do that?
Right.
I'm helping people in my closed group. And so I don't ever expect to be huge. And I will never make money on this either. And that's not what it's about for me. My thing has been, I want to save lives one person at a time. Yeah, we're saying goodbye to Thomas, I think.
Yeah.
I want to save lives, right? And I want to get the message out. And, you know, if I make a couple bucks off of it, great. But that's that's not my goal either. And I'm kind of like you in the respect that I don't want to join the groups. I can't say that I won't ever have a group. I don't know, but my intention right now is not to. I have a free Facebook group right now, and then my YouTube channel, and it's all free. And I've never promoted products. I have, you know, like talked about salty or electrolytes a little bit, and a little bit of keto chow, but I'm not really doing that right now either. And my gimmick has been you don't need any shake, pill, potion, drug. You don't need to subscribe to anything to do this lifestyle. I have never, as a matter of fact, I have on my Facebook group banned marketing. Like if you're going to post and promote something here, then it's going to get banned because you just need to eat real whole foods. That's all you need to do.
Right.
And maybe some electrolytes, whether you make your own or do you even take electrolytes, Rick?
No, I don't.
That's interesting. I take them because sometimes I get leg cramps and sometimes I get migraines.
Mm-hmm.
And when I take the electrolytes, whether I made them myself or whether they're like from a company, it seems to help my headache. So that's the only thing. And I like the salty brand, but I'm like, just get a good clean one is all I recommend. So I
Right.
really don't even promote products, or you don't have to have any of that to live this lifestyle. You can if you want,
Right.
but you don't have to.
That's true. Oh, look at who dropped in. Looks like Mitch dropped in. Nice.
Mitch is here. Hey, Mitch.
See, I told you he likes to drop in. I hope you're enjoying your
doing
time off,
exercises?
Mitch. Life is short.
I wish I could
Enjoy
do
it.
that, Rick.
You know, I can imagine him out there enjoying his coffee and a big cigar, cooking a steak. Sounds like good living to me.
Yes. Oh, one other thing, too, to add to that. I have never once pricked my finger, tested a ketone. I've never peed on a stick.
Right. I
I've
haven't
never
either.
taken exogenous ketones.
I haven't either. I haven't done any of that. All I've done is eaten
I'm
the
like, you don't
primitive
need that stuff.
meat-based diet.
Yeah, you don't need any of that stuff. You don't have to. I'm sorry, this is going to sound awful because there's a lot of people who do that, and I don't judge that, but you don't have to spend tons of money to do this. Just eat whole foods, and you will start seeing results. Now, if you are diabetic, don't stop testing your blood. I'm talking about for those of us who don't need to test your blood sugars. I've never been a diabetic, so I've never had a need to test my blood sugars.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is not medical advice or anything like that, as we always say. But, if you're diabetic, obviously follow your doctor's recommendations. But I've never had to test my blood sugar, pee on a stick, test my ketones. I've just let my body do naturally what it needed to do.
Right. That's it. That's what I do. You know, I don't know. The electrolytes, I could see where somebody was starting out. And again, my friend that was ex-vegan, he couldn't do the carnivore diet. It was impossible. He tried everything. He tried lion diet, got worse and worse and worse. And I told him, I said, look, put some vegetables back in. They're not going to kill you. I know they say that plants are trying to kill you. If you've been eating that stuff your whole life and you're still alive, it's not all bad. There's nothing wrong. I mean, he loves avocado. I gave him avocados yesterday. He was super happy. The big old Donny avocados that I got, he was eating an avocado in front of me after we had the meat stew, and he was enjoying it. He says, Rick, you got the best avocados I've ever had. Like, look, and I even grafted him an avocado tree to put in his yard. So just when you move, take it with you or graft another one. I don't have a problem with people growing vegetables. My vegan friend, I taught her how to garden. She was a vegan for years and could not grow any vegetables. All she grew was weeds and bugs. And I said, look, I can show you how to do it. I even tried to get her to raise ducks, but she didn't want the ducks around because they're too messy. But they're great for the garden because they eat all the bugs. But I taught her how to grow tomatoes and how to grow lettuce and how to grow spinach and all these things. And spinach is seasonal. Okay, she still looks like crap, but, she's growing her own vegetables. At least that's a start. If you're not supporting the agricultural industrial system, I don't even know why people have to ship vegetables all over the world. You can grow vegetables almost anywhere in season. And if somebody was eating a seasonal diet, I wouldn't have a problem with that. You live up north, you eat meat through the winter, and you eat fruits and vegetables during the summer. What's wrong with that? It's better than the standard American diet. I just wish that people would be a little more flexible and they wouldn't be so dogmatic. But I guess being dogmatic is what gets you the views. And that's why my channel's small.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate, wanting to grow like that either. If it happens organically, fine, but that's not my purpose. My purpose is to help people, engage people in the community, and hang out with my friends. And try things out and give people cooking ideas. That's kind of my purpose. I have a job, and that job is going to take me to retirement. And
Right.
I'm investing money, and so I'll be fine. It's just more of a hobby for me, and I love all you guys and hanging out with you, and that kind of thing. Oh, nice. Ooh, Mitch agrees with me. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was back there. Let's see where it is. Well, you
Yeah.
got to remember, Mitch
Well,
is
you
a
bro-
practical realist. He's not. See, I agree with you 100%. Mitch is a realist. He's not. I mean, oh, look. If he can get more views, that's great. But I don't think he's out there trying to get the views. He don't do the clickbait nonsense.
No, he's not.
Yeah. That's why I like his
No,
channel.
he's not. And
Mm-hmm.
it would be nice to make enough money just to cover the expenses of YouTube, but unlike you, I use OBS Studio. I did subscribe to, I think it's $7.50 a month on a, I think it's called Talk Studio,
Mm-hmm.
because that's the cheapest one that I found that you can bring guests on. So I did finally bite the bullet because I couldn't get guests on OBS Studio. It was too,
Right.
my processor would not handle it. It was too choppy.
Okay.
So I did do that because I would like the ability to bring people in. And, I do cooking live streams.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that, the ingredients cost money. I mean, you can spend anywhere from $20 to over $100 for all the ingredients. And then my mom's like, you need to practice it. I'm like, Mom, I can't afford to practice it. Buying these ingredients over and over costs money.
Right.
These cost money. So, eventually someday if I could just make a little bit just to cover the costs, as you know, there's cost to everything, even if you're doing OBS and,
Right.
how many times has Milton chewed a cable that you had to replace?
Well,
So
I usually just
there is-
cut it and resolder it, but yeah.
Well, you're handy like that. I don't use it. That's one thing I do not do in my IT career. I've decided I'm not going to try soldering because I would probably burn myself.
Mhm.
So, but yeah. So, yeah. Well, anyway, I don't want to tie up your phone line too much for other people to come in, but I thought, well, my live stream's done, and I've always wanted to call in on Rick's channel and say hello and how much I appreciate you, and that you're one of my favorite streamers because I just find you so interesting
Mm-hmm.
to follow and talk to, and I love your heart attack chicken. I'm gonna have to go back and find your heart attack burgers and all the other heart attack things. You need to make a playlist.
Yeah.
You need to make a playlist. What is that?
That's my
Is that your
soldering
soldering
iron.
iron?
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
just used that the last time.
Luckily, when I went back to school, it was during COVID, and had it not been during COVID, I probably would have had to use one of those things to complete my classes. But we just did a simulation. We did a simulation program, so I soldered via simulation. So probably good because I've burned myself with curling irons and stuff in the past, being a girl, and so I'm like, soldering iron is not for me.
I do welding, soldering. I mean, I do all kinds of things. I don't burn myself. I rarely injure myself. I generally don't even wear gloves, and I never have a problem. Cooking, I cut up meats, cut up animals. I never cut myself. I'm usually pretty good about that, but some people definitely, they have accidents. I've had several.
I'm accident prone.
I used to teach at Miami-Dade College. I taught electronics technology, and some of the students, you would trust them with anything. I mean, I would even trust them with a scissors. They were just so accident prone.
You will laugh at me, Rick, because I just went back to school. I have a few degrees in IT, but I just went back to school to kind of sharpen up my skills. And since you're into electronics, the component that I was the weakest in was electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Wattage, all that stuff. I'm like, I just need to learn enough to pass this part of the test.
That's what I used to teach everybody. And we had a lot of people that worked at companies, and they would have their little certificates or their, levels, and they would need to know this stuff. They need to know Ohm's law. They need to know how to use the voltmeter. They need, all the basics, how to size wire, how current, can be calculated, all that stuff. I used to teach them that, in a 3-month class, and they would blast through all their certifications. It's like, wow, why was it so difficult? I said, it's because you didn't learn it the right way. You had somebody that had an advanced degree and was giving you a bunch of terminology, and you couldn't keep up. Once you lose a student, they're lost. They've fallen in the canal, and they're going to keep drowning until you pull them out, and that's the problem that I saw. And I was glad I was able to teach there. It's a shame they changed the program, but while I was there, I had hundreds of students that went through and did really well.
That is a shame. So like the hardware and software, I work in software mostly, but I'm really good with hardware. The hardware and software component I was good at. But when you got to the electrical components with the voltage and the wattage, I'm like, and my son, he's a RV repair person up here in Elkhart, Indiana, and he's a tech, essentially. He helps people troubleshoot. He's really good at that. But he's really good at the electrical component. He actually wired our house for our generator. And but you know, everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses. So you'll laugh at me when you're like, if you start talking electrical stuff, I'm like, nope, I'm not good at that.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. I'm good at that.
I can
In fact,
replace a hard drive. I can replace a hard drive in a laptop or desktop, like that. You know, I built my Dell server with a motherboard that was decommissioned from my old job, so I can build a computer, but just the electrical stuff is challenging for me.
Yeah. Well, I built a generator out of junk, and it runs on used seed oil. I have another generator that runs on wood gas. I have my own gas producer for the kitchen. I make biogas out of, you know, pet waste and plant material. And I got all kinds of gadgets. I built my own air conditioner twice. You know, I've rebuilt engines. But I also, good with technology, I hate software because the commands and the syntax always drive me crazy, although I can do it. I actually did write my own software to automate my house about 30-something years ago, but I really hate it. It's like anything else. Even when I'm using Linux and I'm trying to do something, I got to remember all these stupid commands. And to me, it always seemed like that was something that should have been done by artificial intelligence. So I'll be glad when that becomes popular.
You'll laugh at this. My first job out of college, I was a COBOL programmer.
Oh, yeah. Remember Fortran 77 and COBOL? They taught us that crap when I was in college.
My sister learned Fortran. She's an electrical engineer. She went to school for that at Purdue University, and she learned Fortran. And my first job was as a COBOL programmer at, it used to be called the Associates, and they got bought out by Citigroup. And that was my job, and I would work on worldwide programs. And so, and they paid me well to do that. And honestly, I could go back to being a COBOL programmer because there's a lot of still old programs out there, and they pay very well, but I'd have to go to Chicago to do that, and I refuse to go to Chicago to a big city to take a job like that. So I'm a technical trainer now, so I onboard customers onto our software, you know, set up their systems, configure their programs, get things working in the way that they want to, and then train them, and I love that job because it involves people, and I like people.
Yeah. That's it. I'm surprised anybody would still use it, but, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to keep you too long. You know, you need to probably get through your chat and everything. So I just wanted to pop in and say hi and thank you again. And I would love to get you on the channel sometime. So do you have an email address I can reach out to you?
It's on my YouTube channel. It's Bobcat for Home.
Okay.
Let me show you how to get there. It's actually pretty simple. I know if you go to YouTube, for example, on my page, why am I not there? Okay, we'll go to YouTube, and you just go to the description. Okay.
Yep.
So we'll go
That's
here.
where I got your phone number, so I'll look for it. And I'll send you an email. We can set something up.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I go on everyone's channel. I don't say no. I'll go on the vegan channels if they want. They just don't ask me. That's the problem.
Oh, that would be fun.
But yeah, you can see in the description, you click view me email address, and there it is.
Yep.
And my phone number is
Okay,
well
I'll shoot you
known.
an email.
Mm-hmm.
And, yep, I'm watching. That's where I got your phone number, so I must have just missed the email part. So I will go there and look for it, and then I will reach out and we can set something up, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right, you have a good day.
You too.
We'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Well, I see that Mitch has to go, and I know this is a day off. I'm sure you'll be making a video because I know Mitch is like me. He doesn't like to take any day and not do something. I think the older you get, the more valuable you realize your time is. So I will see you tomorrow morning, Mitch. I look forward to whoever gets on your channel. And it's always nice to start the day with Mitch, the old guy carnivore. All right, let me see. What do we have here? What happened to my chat? It disappeared. What did I just do? Okay. I may have removed it by accident. Let me see. Let me go back to the other page. Okay. Let me go back here. Okay. There we go. All right. Where is it? Oh, there we go. It popped into the other display. Okay, here we go. What did I do? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I almost lost my chat, but it is now back. And we have Bye Mitch. Okay. Some days and some videos I just listen, but I'll admit watching the duck fight, yes, that was worth watching. I have to admit. It's just a normal day for me with an abnormal, interesting thing. And Mudbone Larry says, good afternoon, everyone. I say good afternoon from Miami, the home of the quack. And hi, Larry. There we go. All right. So I think we're caught up in the comments. Now, I was talking to Amy. We see that Mitch did drop in to say hi. And again, if you're not watching, which I think all of us are, the Old Guy Carnivore channel, I recommend that you watch his videos and subscribe to his channel. And if you appreciate his channel, he always gives you a buy me a coffee link where you can send him a little bit of appreciation to show how much you enjoy it. And I'm sure one of these days I'll be able to do the same thing when I'm not extra poor. But like Mitch always says, if you don't have it, don't send it. And that's what I tell people as well. You guys having a good weekend so far? Well, I haven't been outside, so it's not really a good weekend until I've been outside, but I've been here on the computer and I've been enjoying the company, so that's really good. I need to get back on track. You guys should don't tell me you're eating duck food. You better not be eating duck food. What do you want to do? Waddle around and go quack, 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 or like a Muscovy duck? You'd be waddling, rear end going like that. No, we don't want to do that. So hopefully you will get back on track and out of the duck pond waddling around. And anyway, I did go through. I see that Lewis had dropped in. And obviously, let's see. Milton, you little menace. We got the Milton. We got the Milton. Oh, Milton is a sweetheart. Milton is a sweetie. No, you are a very bad little Milton. You're a funny little Milton. All right. Okay, watch out. Milton, no. Watch the paws. Okay. Well, now you see, this is one of the great things about the YouTube community. Take a look at what some very nice person did. Okay, let me go back here to the current comments. Sorry, I had to duck out for a little bit. And you can see my little assistant is over here. He can't resist. He smells the food. Milton, what are you doing? No, Milton. Boy, Milton is really... My cat is a super carnivore. Look at this animal. Wow. He's sniffing around. So what do we have here? We have some real goodies. Someone was nice enough to get me more bacon. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 packages. 4 packages of delicious bacon. Look at that. Wow. Thick sliced bacon. I love thick sliced bacon. That stuff is awesome. And look at what else we got. 2 packages of butter. And of course, the most important of all, large white eggs. That is awesome. Now you see, this is awesome. You people are extremely awesome. All right? I don't ask for it, but you give it. That is fantastic. Look at that. And Milton, he is over there prowling around. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put this in the refrigerator. And I'm going to set you up with a little bit of a slideshow. And I will return. There we go. Well, anyway, Milton was sleeping soundly, and now he's become really, really active. So that's good. And of course, he stepped on my microphone mute. So the last minute or so, you probably didn't hear me, but that's okay. Anyway, let's see what we got going on here. What happened to my window? It got knocked out again. All right. I'll get you here one way or the other. Where'd you go? There we are. Okay. The window has returned. Let me go ahead and check this off. Yes, I have had bad week. Well, you know what? The week can be better now. It's up to you. It's not a big deal. And there's Graceful Lily. Hello. All right. I'm outside. I can barely see my phone. Probably the sunlight is so strong. Emotional recovery. Yeah, that's right. I'm on the West Coast. Oh, I guess you're visiting family or friends or something like that, Lewis. Probably relaxing out in the sun like you always do. It's good. What are you doing over there? I'm in a good place now. Well, there you go. That's very important. And the comments have come in quite a bit. Love this community. You and me and all of us. I'm impressed. Yeah, visiting my brother from Florida. I'll be in San Francisco. Okay. They get nice weather over there compared to Florida. It's after 9 a.m., though early for a Saturday, I guess. Yeah. Dead air dam. Well, when you see what it is, I'm on vacation time. Okay. Nice, Lewis. Nice. Hi, Lewis. Oops. Okay. What did I do? Life is better with bacon. Yes, it is. I'm 30 minutes away from San Francisco. Love bacon. Nice, Fifi. Wow, that's great. I'm 2 hours from San Francisco. I got a nice Brazilian spot. Who gave you the yummy food? I don't know. But you know what? I'm sure whoever it is will say. All right. You're getting prizes. See, I told you. I don't have to ask for anything because my friends here, they know what I like. It's very simple. You can't impress me with fancy stuff, but you can definitely impress me with delicious food. And when you're a heart attack like me, waiting to happen, you know that butter, beef, butter, bacon, and eggs are a very good way to get to the heart of Rick, the ultimate heart attack carnivore YouTuber. Okay. I'm a Dodger fan. Okay. Gag food. Like, yeah. There you go. I still have to make a video on that. I'm afraid to open the bag, though. I think that something is just going to come out and, like, attack. I don't know. Or maybe Milton will smell it and run away and never come back. Because Milton loves to go outside. He could easily run away and not come back. Imagine if I gave Milton Beyond Meat, he'd probably say, I'm out of here. He's trying to poison me. What? Boy, he sure got excited. When he knows there's food around, he gets super excited. Okay, we're talking baseball. I went deaf. Fake meat gag. The Beyond Meat was funny. Yes, it was. It's still in there. Like I said, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to try to attempt to eat that stuff and see what happens. Maybe a little bit of it. All good. Churrascaria, Brazilian Steakhouse on Market Street. Yeah, see? Milton knows. And you know, the funny thing was, Milton stood up, he looked out the window, and then I saw a car over there. I go, is that my neighbor? But then I saw somebody get out of the car, open the trunk with a cell phone. So I figured, okay, it's a food delivery. And my neighbor across the street, they're on vacation. So it's got to be for me. And I go, oh, nobody said they were going to send me anything, but they did. And that's good. The smell beyond the plastic. Okay. Freezing my ass off here. Yeah, it can be cold there. Frisco is a cold, foggy, windy place. I wish it was cold here many times. I'd get a lot more work done if I wasn't sweating all day. It's terrible. The heat here is so bad. If I was to take my, use my phone as a camera, I take it outside, it immediately fogs up. You have to keep wiping it off. It's crazy. Gay people love Frisco for some reason. Are they still out there? I know they used to be here in South Beach, but they got chased out by the ghetto people. So, I don't know. What is this? Oh. I guess when I put the record there, a little plastic thing overhang. Looks terrible. Okay, there we go. What is this? Oh, this is that place I used to get parts from. I used to buy electrical parts. They've been out of business for years. So I got so much old stuff here. It's quite funny. And the funny thing is a lot of times I go to a place to buy stuff, and then it makes me think, did I imagine that this place existed? But then I find paperwork on it. It's like, yeah, it did exist. Okay, so anyway, I think I've made some pretty good progress today. I got the chat fixed. I'm here in the living room. I had somebody actually think that I used a virtual background. They had no idea that this was a real background, which is mind-blowing because you can actually touch this stuff. It's there, so that's good. And one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that books and furniture, they make a very effective acoustical treatment. Now, when I'm near the window, I have an acoustical panel made out of ceiling tiles that I can use to block the reflected sound. But when you're sitting here in the living room in a cluttered house, all the sound that would otherwise echo across the room is absorbed by uneven surfaces. This couch, these books, and these pillows, they all act as an acoustical barrier. A lot of the YouTubers, they'll use that blue foam or those like styrofoam panels. You see them a lot. For example, if you look at Dave Mack's channel, he's got the foam panels on the wall. And then you look in Carrie's channel where he's under the theater, they got some styrofoam panels on the other side. So same idea. I just like it better this way. And my house is free of microplastics because it's all basically cloth, natural fibers, paper. Well, there is plastic over here, but I don't think there's any microplastic because that plastic hasn't gone bad in over 60 years that it's been there. So, Frisco is a place for meetups. I guess that was a joke over there. What kind of meet? Yeah, I figured that was a joke. Meetups. Well, I got a friend that's extremely homophobic, and it's quite funny because all the gay guys bother him. Every time he goes somewhere and there's a gay guy around, next thing you know, he's like, hi. And he's an ugly guy. I mean, I have to say it, he's my friend, but he's ugly. I can't imagine anybody wanting to go for that. I don't know if they do it as a joke or what. But he says, Rick, I get so mad at you. They always go after me and they never say anything to you. I said, that's because they think I'm a serial killer. They think I'm a dark-haired version of Jeffrey Dahmer or something like that. So they don't bother me. And I've had many people tell me that I remind them of serial killers. So I think that's one of the reasons why they don't bother me. But I don't have a problem with it. I make a joke out of it. I make a joke out of everything. Life's too short to be so serious. Are you meowing, Milton? 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 Hey, Milton. Come on. Come here. Are you hungry? Is that what it is? I got some meat for you. Come on. Come on, Milton. Let's go. Come on. Come and get it. Here he comes. Come on. Oh, you want to play? Come on. Come on, Milton. Oh, you silly little cat. You're such a cutie. You want to eat, don't you? You're a sweetheart. I'll feed you. You're such a good kitty. Yes, you are. Oh, look at those paws. You are sweet. Good cat. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. Just regular people. I think Milton wants to eat. I'm going to have to go feed Milton. So we'll put you back on the slideshow while I feed Milton. Okay. I gave Milton some meat, and now he's going to stop meowing. I think that's what it was. He smelled food, so he realizes, well, it's time to eat. That's the way Milton is. He's like me. He doesn't really get hungry. He'll sleep. But when he smells food coming, then he'll do that. Now, this is some of that stew that I made for my friend. You can see it's got a couple of onion pieces left in it. I think I picked out all the broccoli because he ate all that. And it's cold, but it is probably quite edible. And good. So, you know, I've had people accuse me, well, Rick, you carnivores, you're all so dogmatic. All you care about is eating meat. You're not willing to compromise with anybody. You make fun of other people's eating. I said, no, you are absolutely wrong. I give people free fruits and vegetables straight from my garden, raised with care, nutritious, and for people that like them, delicious. Everybody loves the mangoes and avocados that I have. They think that they are the best they've ever had. I can't stand the silly things, but, you know, but they love it. And I do eat with friends. We have get-togethers, and sometimes, you know, we'll have a combination of carnivore and non-carnivore foods. That's just the way that it is, you know. All right, let's see here. Okay. Hopping on the treadmill and listening. There you go. You get your exercise done. I have 5K steps to get. Thought about sitting down. I was like, nope, I have to get my exercises in. Milton, are you still meowing? I fed you. Oh, Milton. Afraid to see what it's like. Yeah, right. Can only imagine. Overrun with Hollywood and similar. It is delicious, actually. You know, it is keto food. It's not carnivore because there's some onion pieces and there's garlic in here too. You can see the onion pieces that are mixed in. There might even be a little broccoli piece that got stuck in there, but I can't taste it. It all tastes like meat to me. That's a really good thing. Try some of that. Came right out of the refrigerator. I don't mind eating cold food. Milton? What, Milton? No. You want some of this, Milton? Look at that. Look at that little menace. You like this, don't you? Everything I eat, you eat. That's the funny thing about Milton. You'll eat anything that I eat. Sometimes I'll give Milton meat. I'm eating the same exact meat, and he wants to come up and eat it out of my dish. No, Milton. You're not going to eat the food with me. Okay. Let's see. Well, you can always go back in the chat and look, but notice that they're not here on my chat today. So it is pretty evident who they are. All right. I watched your picanha cooking video. It was great. Yeah. And picanha is great. One of my viewers was nice enough to send me, actually two of them have sent me picanha, and it was extremely delicious. It was delectable. You know, a sirloin cap. It's just really tasty. Really, really tasty. Does anyone here reuse the butter or tallow in the skillet that was used the day before? I used to wash it off with hot water and put in new fresh butter. The tallow I reuse all the time because I will cook some meat or fry something, and I'll dump whatever fat is left over, and I'll pour it through a screen. I'll put it in the refrigerator, and I will reuse it. So, yes, I do that. However, when I use butter, it all is absorbed into the eggs or the meat, so there's nothing left over. But tallow, yes. I always reuse mine. Yes, you can. Rendered fats are stable. Now, I know Dr. Kilt says that fat is stable, but that's not true. If you've ever had raw fat, it will rot. If you leave it on your countertop, it will decompose because of the water and the proteins found in it. But rendered fat is 100%, well, let's just say it's not going to rot. I've had beef tallow. In fact, I have some beef tallow in a jar that's been out of the refrigerator for a year, and it is still 100% usable, no problem. If it gets water in it, it will begin to turn rancid. But animal fats, when they're rendered, are very stable. So you can use them over and over again without a problem. I reuse old radio, just put a skillet in an oven and put, yeah, exactly. I reuse mine. It was so yummy, ate it all week. I guess you're talking about the picanha. At least I reuse the tallow and bacon. Yes. Tallow and lard is reusable. Butter doesn't hold. Yeah, butter still has proteins and other materials in it, and it will go rancid. So it needs to be kept in the refrigerator. But you can reuse it after cooking because a lot of the things that go bad, the butter turns into what they call ghee, Ghee, because a lot of that material is absorbed into the food and the water is boiled off after cooking. What, Milton? Silly puss. Pretty good stuff. What do you want, Milton? Come on. Climb up here. Come on. Here we go. Come on. What is it, Milton? You silly pussycat? You're a cutie. Come on. Oh, you're a sweetheart. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. California is a state. It's been years since I've been there, but it just had so much more to offer than Florida. But I guess people come to Florida because it's less of a problem. Okay, Milton. Here. You always want to eat what I'm eating. That's what you want to do. You silly cat. I see the cat head. Oh, I see the cute little cat head. Look at the cat tail, the cat head. Milton's always somewhere nearby. Yeah, exactly. Look at the head. Okay. Right. Strainer to get the bits out of it. Yes. Good. Just subscribe to Rock and Keto Amy. That's a great idea. Always subscribe to anyone that is in the carnivore community, especially the smaller channels. And you can see the cat ears sticking up near my camera, which means that Milton is sitting in front of the computer. California is awesome except for the politics. That is correct. Yep. Right. Just not worth the expense in earthquakes. It's been too expensive for decades. Milton, what are you doing? Look at that, Milton. You are such a cute little Milton. I like you, sweetie. We don't even think about earthquakes. Okay. I remember the 80s, they had that Northridge earthquake. That was all over the news. I see you're still going. Yes, I am. I'm still going, and I think better than ever. Earthquakes in California don't compare to hurricanes and tornadoes, floods that ravage many states. I can tell you all about Hurricane Andrew. Although I have to admit, Hurricane Andrew was a positive experience because it helped me get into the whole idea of surviving. My whole survivor and prepper thing started with Hurricane Andrew. This stew is actually really good. I'm surprised. Look at that cat, Milton. You're so funny, Milton. You're a cutie. A little cat head. I like to visit the cow states. My favorite nowadays, yeah. I do too. Not only would I like to visit the cow states, but I would also like to meet and work with some of the farmers that I know from YouTube. I think that would make a really interesting trip because I'm one of those people that has a lot of talents that I can fix things and build things and there goes Milton. Okay. I think it would be kind of nice to meet a lot of the YouTube channels that I like to watch. Lots of cows in our valleys, yeah. California always had a lot of dairy and cattle, which is ironic because most people think of a crap hole like Los Angeles. What are you eating? This is some of the remains from the stew that I made with my ex-vegan friend. It was basically ground beef, broccoli, onions, and garlic. The broccoli came from Aldi, and I took all that out of what I left over for myself. I let him eat all of that because I'm generous. And what this is basically ground beef, onions, and garlic. That's what it is. And the onions and garlic came from my yard. So for all of you strict carnivores out there, now you can get mad at me because I'm eating food that is not strict carnivore. Although this is at least 80% meat. It's heavy, it's full of ground beef. It's actually very good. And it tastes good. And you know, I hate vegetables, so if I had to taste raw vegetables, I would spit this out. I'm going to try to eat an avocado. I ate part of an avocado on video from my yard. It wasn't too bad. But a store-bought avocado is horrible. The most disgusting of all is those little Hass avocados. I hate those things. They're not even duck food. They are nasty. You're making me hungry, Wick. Well, it is lunchtime. And unlike a lot of the popular carnivores that do the one meal a day, Rick don't do no one meal a day. I like to eat 3 times a day. It helps me. Now, I got to talking with another friend of mine. We were talking about the carnivore diet. But he brought up a point that I never really thought about. He says, Rick, you don't use vitamins, you don't use electrolytes, and you don't eat the highest quality meats, and yet you're fine. Why is that? Well, because even though I eat the store-bought eggs and the meats and whatever, I eat a lot of it. This is about what a meal would be for me. And this is probably at least, this may be 3 pounds because there's a lot of it there. So when I eat a meal, it's at least 2 pounds of some kind of meat. So I eat a lot of food. And I think because I eat so much meat, I'm getting what I need. Plus I make yogurt, which I eat. And I do eat some cheese. So I think I'm getting everything that I need, even though I don't eat fruits and vegetables, and I don't eat the grass-fed meat. I eat whatever I can get. I mean, I'll eat squirrels, ducks, iguanas. We're not talking about ribeye steaks. I'm not Dr. Sean Baker that's eating fancy meats every day. I'm the poor guy that eats whatever he can get. But I think in many ways, you know, I never used to think of myself as being the healthiest guy around because I have chronic sinus issues. But when I see all these people, whether it's on Dave Mack's channel, Carrie Mann's channel, or any of the other carnivore channels, you see them interviewing people and they talk about digestive issues and skin problems and, you know, and you see the example of these people, how much they suffered. And I never had any of those things. So I think to myself, well, what's the worst I can say? I got chronic sinus issues and I'm skinny as a toothpick. And yet I look at everybody else that's 57 years old or even younger than me. I've looked at people that are 49 years old. They got gray hair. Their skin is wrinkled. You know, they're worn out. Back's all torn up. They can't squat down like I do. They can't do the work that I do. They complain about aches and pains, and they have to take, you know, medicine. You know, I had a headache when I got up this morning. It's gone now. It's like I told my friend, by noon I'll be fine, and I'm fine because I know how my body works. I overworked myself. I did too much work in the heat in the last couple days, and now I'm fine. So I don't know, but it is kind of frustrating. And again, this is the reason why I'm here. This is why I take my time and do these videos, because I want to share with people the experience that I've had. And I think that is very important. And I see someone likes this stew. Yeah. Or we're going to have large dairies and beef cattle. Exactly. And see, this is what we need to do. I'm not really concerned about convincing people to eat the carnivore diet. I'm not concerned with helping people to eat the carnivore diet because I don't think that everybody needs to. I've mentioned many times, and I want to do a detailed video on it, there is absolutely impossible for everybody in the world to eat the carnivore diet. It's not going to happen. We would have to reduce the population by at least 60%. And I don't think that's a popular way of going. So if people are content eating fruits and vegetables with their diet, then they can continue to eat fruits and vegetables. What I would like to see is everybody eat a certain amount of animal-based foods. And we need to figure out what is the right combination. There are people out there that have lived into their 80s and 90s and over 100, and they were not carnivores. Even that goofball Kellogg, he lived pretty good long life, even though he was totally off and he was eating a lot of plant-based foods. So I don't think everybody needs to be carnivore now. There are some of us out there that have to be carnivore. I mean, think about it. You got, who's our latest carnivore celebrity? You have Stephen Lashbrook, that calls himself Lash. He has to be carnivore. Otherwise, he's going to have terrible skin issues and he's going to suffer. So for him, carnivore is 100% necessary. You have me. I can't live on plant material. I would get very sick. What is it, Milton? What do you want? Come here. I gave you food. Did you eat all that up? There's no way you could have eaten all that meat. You just want to bother me because you see me eating and you're not involved in it. This cat will follow me everywhere. Right? Oh, and he makes that purring sound. He'll, "Burp." You're a sweetheart. I like you. You were a good find. I have to admit, when my neighbor found you in the road and brought me this black kitten, I thought, uh-oh. But I'm glad that I decided to keep you because you're a cutie. Oh, he's going back to his perch. That's good. So I guess he ate his food, he got his fill, and that's excellent. Okay, so what do we have here? Duck food. Yep, that's one of the phrases I have. You know, I think when you think about Rick, you think about duck food, iguanas, entropy. There's certain things that I'm associated with, and I think out of all the carnivore channels, I'm the only one that uses the term duck food. I can't digest onions and garlic. See, that's good to know. So for someone like that, you wouldn't want to eat that. Eat Vidalia onions sometimes. Yeah, no bad reaction. Everybody is slightly different. We have been raised through generations. Some of us have lived in European or northern climates. Other people lived in tropical climates. To say that there is one proper human diet, I think, is an insult to our history and to our heritage. And I do believe that for most people, giving up their heritage of foods to participate in a carnivore lifestyle would be foolish and unnecessary. Now, for people that have serious health issues, people that have no choice, the carnivore diet is your best choice. But again, as two people that I know have tried the carnivore diet and failed, I think you're better off. I mean, even if you're going to go for the so-called Mediterranean diet, if you make it a whole foods, meat-based Mediterranean diet, I don't think it's bad. And again, some of my beef stews, I have tomato sauce made from Everglades tomatoes, those little tiny round ones. I have fermented ketchup that I make at times that you can put in a heart attack burger. You can put on meat if you want to. So I don't think it's that bad. What I think is bad is raw vegetables. I think that raw vegetables are always harmful, but some people eat them without a problem. I think that juicing raw plant material is harmful, and you shouldn't do it. But some people do that too. I remember they would juice watermelons with the outside. Somehow they could take it and it wouldn't hurt them. But for me, that's a no-go. I can't do that. All right, let's see here. You're making me hungry. Well, that's good. It's lunchtime. I know I'm late, but at least I got meat in the oven. There you go, Don. That's what you want, meat in the oven. Think of the wild found reptile gives you more innovative bursts of nutrients. That's true. Wild reptile and wild birds and squirrels and whatever. If I don't make it back before you're done, everybody have a great day. Eat meat. There you go. I agree with that. Can I ask a personal question? Is that your natural hair color? I started going, yes, that is my natural hair color. I can show you. I use no personal care products whatsoever. I use no hair color. I use no hair products. The only thing I put in my hair is beef tallow or lard. And you can see also eyebrows. Look at them. There are no gray hairs anywhere on my body except there's a few right here. Some of the facial hair, there's 2 or 3 in there. And that's basically it. I don't have anything else. But no, this is natural. This is absolutely 100% natural. There you go. See, with crumbled bacon, chopped egg, and butter. That's great. That's a completely carnivore meal. Look at Erin. She looks like a child. Exactly. And she works outside in her farm. Natural dark brown hair. So lucky. Yes, I do. He's got a utensil. That is correct. Now, normally, when I eat meat, I just chew on it. But because this thing, and plus, I don't want to get the stuff on my hands, touch the mixer, touch the microphone, and end up with cockroaches all over my equipment. So I'm using a spoon. I do not use forks. It's been a while since I've used them, although I do have them in the kitchen. I'm having a small air-fried New York steak. Butter and fried eggs. My husband wakes up. My mom wants oatmeal. Yes, that sounds good. Right? Or at least I'm not using chopsticks. Kim appreciates life, right? I add garlic and onions to my meat soups. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that if it doesn't bother you. So I try to tell people. I used to eat raw vegetables, not anymore. Oxalates, tiny bugs, and pesticides. And the other problem is all these raw vegetables are picked. They're shipped long distances. I used to know people that would eat celery. And I've actually worked on a celery farm, believe it or not. Now, thankfully, by the time that we harvested the celery, it was a little bit different. I wasn't over there harvesting the celery. I was loading the celery bundles from the pallets onto the truck. So, and that wasn't too bad. And I got to admit, when I was a kid, they used to actually get on their knees and do this, but they came up with a system where they could pick up the celery and do it that way. But, you know, my mom is 84 and has no gray hair. There you go. It's not exclusive to carnivores since she's not one. That's it. I don't know if it's genetic or what it is, but my dad had more gray hair than I did at this age. My mom had some too. What is that? Well, it looks like the mail truck drove by, so I don't have any mail. That's good. No news is good news. Can't believe my cat didn't try to share my lunch with him. He shared some of my ribeye last night. He's sleeping, yes. He's sleeping a lot today. Cats are like that, you know, you never know. Now, let me show you a little something here on YouTube. Let me go. Let's see here. All right. There we go. Okay. There we go.
Safer, even in the wettest fields where other equipment can't work. From Yuma to Salinas, in celery fields, the EcoAg harvester is helping crews throughout California to produce 3,000 to 4,000 cartons of celery a day. And with only a 1-hour cleanup time, It's making everyone's job easier. So how does this harvester do it? Well, the EcoAg harvester is faster than traditional harvesting methods. This becomes obvious when the harvester opens up to expand 50 feet wide and cover 14 beds of crops. It speeds the process as a whole by incorporating the entire packing process at the harvester. All different sizes of produce can be harvested from the ground, packaged, and immediately put on a pallet on the harvester itself. Pallets are then unloaded directly from the harvester and delivered to a truck ready for immediate delivery. Combined with the EcoAg loader, crews are harvesting celery faster than ever. The EcoAg harvester also provides the cleanest harvesting methods around. It's built with food quality stainless steel wherever it can come in contact with the produce. It has multiple wash stations to wash the produce directly as it's harvested just before it's packaged. Throughout the entire process, the produce never touches the ground. Safety is another great benefit of the EcoAg harvester. It greatly reduces lifting as part of the improved packing process. Produce is packaged one box at a time at each station, and the boxes then travel by a conveyor belt to the pallet stacking area. Once the pallets are stacked, they are moved to the rear of the harvester by a chain drive where they can be safely unloaded without impacting any of the work. This eliminates the traditional method of using the hump and allows more women to work in areas they weren't able to work before, while also greatly reducing injuries and workers' comp claims. As mentioned, the produce never touches the ground once it's harvested and gives us another big safety benefit as it reduces the risk of E. coli. Besides being faster, cleaner, and safer than other harvesters, perhaps one of the most welcome benefits of the EcoAg harvester is its all-weather ability to work in the wettest fields where others can't. It does this with the help of 30-inch mud shoes and a hydrostatic drive which won't damage the field when it's wet. This harvester is also easy to transport as it collapses from 50 feet wide to a standard tractor trailer width, all by hand without the use of any tools. Speaking of tools, the EcoAg harvester was built with Caterpillar parts, so parts are always available from your local Cat dealer. Or you can have it serviced by EcoPower Systems with available in-field service. To recap the benefits of this harvester, it's faster, cleaner, and safer in ways that will increase your productivity and reduce injuries. As a matter of fact, the only problem you'll have is that all of your workers will want to harvest with it. This EcoAg harvester was designed by John Barry of EcoPower Systems and built with feedback from local farmers. Now it's available to you for purchase or lease. Contact EcoPower Systems today for more information.
Now, if you've ever seen the way the vegetables are harvested, that's actually an improvement from the way they used to do it, which was basically just putting it in pallets on the ground and having to pick it up. But vegetable agriculture is very much difficult, you know. There's a lot of labor involved in it. But there's other ways of doing it, obviously.
Oatmeal.
No. Cold pizza.
No. Eggo waffles.
Yes!
You both said
And they
yes
have
to
a
something.
commercial for duck food. That's nice. Unbelievable. Duck food, duck food. Here's another way that is less labor intensive. They actually dig them up. Okay. There are ways of automating commodity crops. Let me see if this... Okay, hold on. Is that the mail truck? Okay. Yeah, they went by my house. But, you know, there's always labor involved with any kind of agriculture. But then again, it's just the nature of the way that things are done. Now, the question is, what type of labor is necessary. What is one of the most labor-intensive forms of agriculture? And let me go through the comments here. We have a lot of comments. Where did my video go? Here it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of comments here. Yeah, see? I've had gray hair for decades. There are people in their 20s that have gray hair. In fact, I used to know a guy who was in his 30s. He had gray hair, but it did nothing for his attractiveness. The women chased after him because he had money, was very intelligent, and went to the gym regularly. And although he was not a carnivore, he did eat the paleo diet, so he was doing really, really well. Gray hair does not detract from your attractiveness if you are otherwise healthy. In fact, I think some people actually prefer that. The women, they talk about silver fox, so you know that. Naturally like gray hair. There you go. Red meat is slow to digest, very satiating. Not to mention ribeye is very healthy. And they told us it was very unhealthy. See? Had no gray hair when she died. Used to love celery with salt. Exactly. I won't eat the stuff. I hate it. It gets all stringy crap in your teeth. But I do grow it occasionally. And again, my vegan friend, that she loves celery, in her smoothie, I showed her how to grow celery. Celery was grown extensively here in Florida. It still is in some areas, but not like it used to be. But this is the kind of equipment that we used there. See that? That is an example of the technique that was used here to eliminate the hand labor. You only need 1 or 2 people to process the celery. See how they do that? They have a machine that cuts off the base of the celery, and then people on top to help package it. It's very effective, and you eliminate a lot of the extra labor. That knocks off some of the outside leaves. And you can see somebody is up there. You have 2 people throwing off the scrap material. And so there are ways to do it without all the hand labor. Now, it may not be as efficient, but it's enough to make a profit. There is a lot of waste in vegetable growing. You have the vegetable material. Now, guess what used to be done with a lot of this material? Instead of just letting it rot on the field, what do you think you can do with the leaves and stems that are cut off of celery? Well, obviously, anyone in the carnivore community knows that it can be fed to cattle, and they do quite well on it. Okay, let me get back here to the other scene, and okay. Yeah, been gray since 40. Well, there you go. It happens. Rochester had a heart attack for 40 plus years. I'll get one. Don't worry. It's coming. The heart attack is on its way. I can almost feel the chest pains now. Yeah, robots instead of the way they are now. Exactly. Robots could be used in agriculture, but there are certain types of agriculture that cannot be done with robots. And Aaron has returned. There you go. Vibration plate. Okay. Hi, Aaron. There we go. People at work. Yeah, exactly. Using mechanization can reduce the misery. Now, the job that I did was basically the guy that was loading the pallets from the field onto the truck with the machine, which on that field, I think we were using a very similar loader. It's a Caterpillar high track with the thing only on the front, though. We didn't have the thing on the back. But yeah, that was a pretty simple and relatively enjoyable job. Cotton. You know, I actually have wild cotton in my yard. I need to make a video about that too. It's very labor intensive. But yeah, I see a future of back pain with those celery work. Exactly. But you see, the second machine, it was not necessary. You don't produce as much, but you don't destroy the people in the process. Pineapple farming, it is. Why do you think pineapples are very difficult to harvest, but they do have equipment that can do it, but it's just not as profitable. Let's see. Okay. That's possible. I'm sure he'll come back and tell us what happened. How about that machine? Forget robots. Yeah. Floridas still have a huge, delicious... No, they don't. Most of that land has been turned into housing developments. Some of it is in cattle now. The citrus trees were infected by citrus canker and by a citrus greening disease, which, by the way, I actually deliberately infected one of my trees with to see what would happen, and I found a cure for it. But nobody cares. Why would you bother growing oranges when you can grow stupid condominiums and then sit in traffic all day? That looks better for the worker. Yes, it does. Now, there's one industry which I've always been against ever since I read about it in the encyclopedia. And I'm going to show you what that is. You probably know. This is one fruit that I will, of course, I will never buy any fruit in any grocery store. I wouldn't have a problem sending somebody to one of my friends that raise avocados or mangoes, because actually, if you've ever seen, for example, the Sleepy Lizard avocado farm, although they do use migrant labor at times, they pay them well. And also the owner of the farm, he picks avocados to send to people, mangoes to send to people. He gets in the polecat and picks fruit himself. So I don't have a problem when the owner of a farm is working with the workers, and I'm not against migrant labor at all. I think that if they want to come here and work, and they sign a contract and they're paid well, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is people coming here illegally and being taken advantage of, and then treating them like garbage, because I don't think that any person should be treated like garbage. That's just wrong. What is it, Milton? What? Yeah? What do you want? Come over here. You can sit with me. I'm not going to chase you off. You're part of the show. Come on. Whatever, Milton. It's up to you. I'm not going to force you. You are a free cat. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't go outside and cause a fight. Come here. Come on. Come on. That's it. Come here. There we go. Come on. Come on, Milton. Come on. Oh, my goodness. You're so stubborn. Anyway, let me go ahead and show you. I like to do these sort of show and tell kind of things, so we'll do this here. This is the one fruit that I am very, very much against. Let's see here. All right. Okay. Okay. What? You're a bad kitty. You know that? You're a bad, bad kitty. Bad kitty. Oh, well. Have you ever heard of the term the Banana Republic? I say that about Miami all the time. But what is a real banana republic? Let's see. Milton, you are funny. You know that? Okay, Milton. This is what I'm against. Mass production of fruit. And one of the worst fruits out there is the banana. Now, why am I against bananas? Am I anti-banana? Do I think that bananas are evil? Do I think bananas are going to kill you? The answer is no. I actually grow bananas myself. I think banana plants are great to have if you live in a tropical climate. They're nice to look at. They produce fruit that you can share with your friends. But look at what they have to go through to harvest this stuff. Look at this guy carrying those heavy bananas. Look at this. Now, you look at these videos and you go, wow, those bananas are huge. I've seen Rick's yard. Bananas aren't that big. Well, those banana plants are actually a little bit smaller than mine. The reason that my banana plants look so small is because I'm so much taller than those guys. I mean, you're talking about people that are lucky if they're 5'5". And you can see they have picked the bananas. They got foam in between them. They're pulling them down with the burro. And then the bananas all have to be taken to the warehouse. They have to be sectioned up, washed. They have to be packed and loaded. Now, you got to remember, bananas grow in a tropical climate. So the weather there is hot and humid, just like Florida, maybe worse. Now, their jobs don't seem to be that bad. But can you imagine having to do that kind of work every day for years and years and years? How would you feel about that? It would bother me. I wouldn't want to work like that. But again, this is what it takes to be able to assure that you have low-cost bananas. And you can see they're in a hurry. They're over there cutting these bananas and throwing them into the water, and and they're very efficient, but you know they don't make a lot of money. And you know that those bananas, they got to travel a long way. Milton, don't climb on the microphone. Milton, stop that. You are a bad kitty. You know what? I'm going to have to put a cover on this thing. Ow! Watch the claws. No. Okay, Milton. You want bad Milton. There you go. Try to get in there, silly cat. Anyway, so there's a lot of work that goes into producing bananas. So I'm against store-bought bananas. Now, does that mean that people shouldn't eat bananas? Of course not. But having thousands and thousands of acres covered with banana plants of all basically the same variety, what do you think is going to happen if a disease attacks the banana plants? Remember, they're all clones of each other. None of them are grown from seed. There's no variety. Well, very simple. They'll all get wiped out. So now, and this happened before in the 1950s, you had the Gros Michel bananas, which were wiped out by a fungus. And now they have the Cavendish bananas that are being wiped out by a fungus. The only reason they haven't done it is because of strict biosecurity protocols. Look at all that labor involved in getting a banana to your store and to your home. If I want to eat a banana, what do I have to do? I walk out in my front yard, I climb up a ladder, or you can see the last video I made where I cut down a banana plant myself and harvested the bananas. I don't have to go through all of this. Okay? And if you look at the history of the banana industry, they have destroyed many, many countries in Latin America. You wonder why we have so many illegals here? That's part of it. Part of the things that they did in Central and South America are the reason why a lot of those people became very poor and they ended up coming here to the United States. And it was all because of making money off of a fruit and all the corruption that goes with it. Wherever money goes, corruption will follow. That is very obvious. So again, you might think that I'm anti-banana, but if you've ever looked in my yard, you will see that Rick is far from anti-banana. In fact, I give people banana plants because I think if you live in a tropical climate, you should grow them. All right, now let me go ahead and click on my channel here. And let me just show you a little example of that. So if we go over here to Rick's videos and you look through, well, You can probably find some videos. Here we go. Now let's look at the Rick version of banana harvesting. Here we go. Did you see that video before? Look at all those bananas. And there it is. Let's get that sound on there. Oh, come on. Where'd it go? No, Milton. Cut it down in such a way that we can bring it down. Because we want it to come down in a controlled fashion. Now these banana plants, you can see there's another one over there. It's starting to produce a banana bud. They only produce fruit once because the plant that looks like a tree is actually nothing more than your typical lily like you find in the garden. But in this case, once it produces fruit, it can no longer grow any more leaves, so we need to cut it down. It's going to be turned into mulch. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to show you the technique. We want to get the trunk where it'll start to come down. See, just chop off the banana stalk. Now we have one banana that has been ruined by some kind of critter. So this is going to go to the ducks. I hate bananas. I don't know why I don't like bananas. But I think the rest of them are pretty good. Now we got another one that's something kind of nibbled on. This nibbled on. So yeah, maybe 3 that got lost. And over here is the actual banana flower. Now you don't want this sap to get on you because
correct person. Hello. Please enter the first letter of the first name. Hello.
Rick, you got no sound.
No sound?
No sound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just want to let you know.
All right, thanks. Well, evidently, when Milton decided to climb up on me, he must have hit the switch. So that's good. I need to replace that, but that's okay. We had the most wonderful plum tree in our garden. Okay. We had an apricot tree. It was so boss. Yeah. Peach tree, a blackberry bush, an apple tree in my backyard growing up. Well, obviously, you didn't grow up in Florida because we have none of those here. That fresh fruit you grow home is the best. Yes, farmers market is close. Exactly. Because the fruit that you grow in your yard can be allowed to ripen naturally, which reduces the toxins. Fruit, obviously, is full of carbohydrates, but the good thing about fruit is that along with the harmful carbohydrates, there are also, there's different enzymes you can use for digestion. There's, like, what is it, in apples, they have pectin, or they have all these different things that are, papayas are another one. They have an enzyme. So the fruits, although they're not ideal, they are a good survival food. They're a good way of putting on some weight, maybe seasonally. And again, edible fruit can keep you alive. If you run out of meat and you have nothing else to eat, you might have to eat plantains and oranges and whatever. You can do that. You can survive on that stuff. You're not going to drop dead from it. It's not going to kill you instantly. And if you can grow your own. And the other thing, too, even if you are a full carnivore, you can use fruit as a trading item. A lot of people eat fruits and vegetables. Maybe you have somebody that has some meat. Maybe they would like some fruit. You could trade. Maybe they go fishing. Maybe you can trade fruit for fish. So I think everybody that has a yard should have at least 2 or 3 sources of edible plant material. And even that, even if you raise animals, let's say you have ducks or chickens or pigs or whatever, you can feed that stuff to the animals too. So it's not like you're wasting any space. What would you rather have? A stupid lawn that nobody can, they'd say grass you can't smoke or eat, or have some fruit trees and vegetables? I'd rather have the fruit trees and vegetables. That's the way I feel. Huh. Oh. My cat will not leave me alone. But he won't eat cat kibble. My friend of mine tried to give me some of it. My cat turned his nose at it and turned his rear end at it and walked away. I ended up taking it down to the canal and feeding it to the ducks. Kibble is pet abuse. Yeah, when you know better, you do. Exactly. I wouldn't give that crap to my poor cat. Might as well shoot him instead. I feed him meat in the kitchen. That's it. You're a good cat, Grandpa. There we are. Grandma. This is my favorite banana harvest video. Well, there you go. The yard is awesome, Rick. Well, thank you. I like my yard. It has no grass. It's all trees, shrubs. The only grass I have is out by the street. And that's only because I got to have it out there. Machete action, yep. You watch me cut up that banana plant. I eat my steaks rare. Sometimes, yeah, that's it. To give him some of that. Get them used to the raw meat. They love it. Banana harvesting action. And again, very simple. Okay, and then I see that Milton turned off the switch. Which I have. If you don't grow it or know someone that does, don't eat it. Exactly. No sound, no sound. And I'm glad somebody decided to call in. Can you talk slower? Okay. Yep. I know. No, what he did, he flipped the switch. I'm going to show you what I'm dealing with here. Hold on. This is a mixer that I use that I picked out of the trash. You can see it has, let me get over here. When I talk into it, it has this little graph that tells me that I'm getting sound. But there's a switch right here, see? It has 2 settings. If I I turn it on, I have sound. There's also a talk over, and this, when you play background music, it will lower the music when you're talking over it. This is what Mitch calls ducking on the computer. So, but either one of these will work. When the light is on, it works. Lights off, doesn't work. So all it takes is for Milton, put his paw here, and that's the reason why I got cut off. Notice that it only happens when Milton is around. Now Milton has gone off somewhere, so he's not bothering me. So that's good. Okay. Anyway, let's see what else we got here. Muted since you played your band. Yeah, that was Milton. He wanted to get to the leftovers. I'm going to give him some of this, but he just won't wait until I've eaten the meat that I want. I always leave him a little bit extra. That's fine. Okay. He's way behind in silence. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, the phone call. There we go. Well, the phone is on a different slider, and that one was on. Now you know what the thing is. It's like the phone call unmuted it. No, it's Milton. Okay. I did the same thing last time a month ago when I called. Yeah. Got to run, got to spend time with the hubby in the garage. Well, that's good. Enjoy. At least you have someone. If you live by yourself like me, then all you have is Milton. All right. I remember the machete. Yeah, see? Dollar General mixer. Oh, George is here. Hello, all. Barbecue in the Sun, UK. Yes. And if you want to watch him, just check out Carnivore Teacher's channel at 1 o'clock tomorrow, which I should be here. They have sort of a live, and then they'll have John, Carnivore Teacher, George Good Enough, who, by the way, won actually a trip to a meetup. I don't know if he won the trip, but he won the admission to the meetup that they're having, some high-end meetups, so that's good. So he'll be here in the U.S., and he's having a lamb barbecue, which sounds delicious to me. Looks nice. Okay. Sounds great. Yes, it does. And Ellen is saying hi to everyone, and that is really good. Let's see, just stop by on my way. On my way out. Have a great day. Well, great to see you, Ellen. And hopefully you'll check out. I know you go on Mitch's channel, so hopefully you have time to catch up. Milton was mad. He wanted the leftovers right. Meow. Yes, he did. All right. Okay. Yeah. There you go. She was here earlier, too. I saw a comment. Take care, Ellen. Yes. Just finished my not-so-carnivore lunch. Hot Italian sausages, caramelized onions, and green peppers. Hey, whatever. Italian sausage. Okay. So, yeah, when it comes down to it, what I'm trying to tell people is that agriculture is important. And I think that, like, for example, here in South Florida, we have this mega complex tri-county disastrous development mess where we've wiped out all the agriculture. There's a few little bits and pieces here left, but not even 1% of what's needed to feed all these people. So we wiped out all of the fruit groves, all of the cattle, everything. It's all wiped out. Even the vegetable farms, there's still a few left. They're just there to keep the taxes down on the property until they can pay off the right people in the government and build a bunch more crappy apartments, because that's all they do here, build a bunch of apartments. And it's funny because they seem to think that there's an unlimited market for apartments. They keep building these things. The U-Pick field near me that had been there ever since I can remember was recently turned into apartments. And they're the same black, white, and gray box, crappy apartments. There's nothing appealing about any of these places. They're horrible. And that seems to be the only thing they can do now. Nothing but apartments, apartments, apartments. Well, where's the food going to come from? Well, as you know, you can see there I am with my bananas. And I've had people say, you're not a carnivore because you grow bananas. I mean, what kind of carnivore is that? Growing bananas, mulching up stuff. I mean, seriously. All right. That wasn't too bad. Okay. As you can see, I took down the banana plant. I left this part cut off. This will grow a new banana sprout. If you look over here, see how this one that I cut off I placed here? It's got a new sprout coming up. How's my tomato plant doing? Oh wow, I got more flowers. I had a hornworm that was eating it. I smashed it. It looks like the plant, oh, is that another one? Let's see, gotta keep an eye out for bugs. It's one of the problems with plants. There's always something that wants to eat it. But anyway, here's another one that blew over. And here are the bananas. So we'll let this sit for a little bit. We'll take them in the house and section it up. I got a friend of mine that's coming. And look, here's another one that's developing a flower bud. Now look at all the other plants. These are suckers that have come up. Seems like, look at this one. Look at how healthy this is. This is about not even a month old. Look at how, just amazing. So the banana plants went into decline, but let's see. All right. See what we got here in terms of other videos. Okay. There's a lot of these channels that I watch. This guy is the biggest joke I've ever seen. You want to get a good laugh? Watch this vegan guy. He is a strange character. I don't even think he's really vegan. I think he's sort of supplementing his diet, if you know what I mean. Because he's not skinny enough to be a real vegan. And let's see, my sound is on. Let's see here. There's, oh, I see Aaron's got a video. All right. I guess Barkay is making videos again. I guess he's dried out from the flood. America's War on the Poor. Yeah, it's nonsense. Let me see. All kinds of videos. YouTube recommends some interesting stuff. But really when it comes down to it, what's this? Oh, I see this guy. Yeah, this guy, the keto guy or whatever. Ben, I saw him on several channels. I've seen him for years. He's supposed to be here in Miami. I've never been able to contact him. I think the more popular these people are, the less likely they're going to want to meet somebody in person, because I think it hurts their image or messes with their marketing. I'm not sure what it is. I tried the world's fittest jobs. How strange. All kinds of stuff. But anyway, one of the things that people don't think about is where their food comes from. And where your food comes from is really important. Now, obviously, if you're poor, you're going to have to eat what you can get in the store, or what you can catch and cook yourself. So let's see here. So cool that Rick can grow all he does. I love all those chimes. And again, I find those things when I did clean outs. People used to have those wind chimes everywhere. Nobody has them anymore. I got them hanging all over the place because they just want me to throw it out. Tyler McCann, I want this tomorrow night. Yeah, I won the ticket, but I'm buying the flight and the Holiday Inn in Riverton. Okay, so you did win the ticket. I remember I was on the Dr. Kilt's channel when you won that. I love the chimes too. I have some too. My neighborhood's chimes sound like cowbell. There you go. Need more cowbell. Saturday Night Live reference over there. My friends are getting chickens. Didn't want to, but his wife did. Well, that's it. Smart. Keep your chickens, you'll have eggs. Rainy day here. Well, there you go. Women like, and what is that, chicken? I think that's a chicken. Women like chicken. Okay. She promised she was cleaning the coop. Oh, there you go. Try to find a cattle farm near southeast Florida. There's only, the only place you can find them is around Lake Okeechobee. And now my friend upstate Florida, he can get, in fact, they've actually gotten the entire cow. But now there seems to be sort of a bidding war going on in the cattle industry. You used to be able to get a mediocre cow for $500. But now, I mean, there's some cows going for $5,000. It's absolutely crazy. I don't even know how they can manage to make money off of that nonsense. But anyway, let's see. Show the scene where you chop down the tree like Jason for Friday the 13th. Well, you know where the video is. You can definitely find it. It's easy to find on my channel. Once I say bye, I always say like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Once I'm thinking about ending the stream, then the chat always picks up. I know exactly what that's like. And I got a lot to do today, and here I am sitting on my living room sofa talking away, which is, you know, it's pretty much what I do on Saturday. Standing by the car and trying to leave. I'm like that. My family was like that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Testing for a movie is terrible. I don't even go to movies. Plan about a half an hour to say goodbye. Well, there you go. What about the new Superman movie? I have no idea. Superman movie is good. Not full of woke garbage. Woke garbage, yeah. Okay. Black and white series. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It is a process. Buy food for us within a 40-mile radius. Okay. I like the Glenn Miller video. There you go. Yep. That's the way things used to be. I kind of wish that it would go back to that. I think the whole rock and roll thing is failing. You know, that's associated now with boomers and some Generation X. I think future generations are going to look for more. People are going to get sick and tired of the corporate formula, the black, white, and gray, and all the other crap. And they're going to say, you know what? Let's try something different. And I think what will eventually happen, people will ditch the tech crap and they'll go back to some of the old stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Nothing like the original. Yeah, that's true. People have no originality anymore. And the problem is the perpetual copyright is the issue. Allowing people to have exclusive rights to something for 100 years is ridiculous. Copyright should be 25 years and that's it. And then after that, anybody can use it for nonprofit, maybe have a 50 or 60 year limit on to make money from it, and that's it. Done. Once that stuff becomes public domain, they'll have to create something else new. So that idiot Sonny Bonehead is the one that came up with this perpetual copyright crap, and he was so stupid he actually ran into a tree when he was skiing. So I guess that was like Roadrunner video, the coyote chasing the Roadrunner or something. It's just amazing the corruption and how it limits innovation. A little more coffee before heading out. There you go. And Peter has returned. I agree, Ricky, on Christopher Reeves. Yes. Just started level 5 on the vibration plate. Ah, that means 40 minutes done. I have a vibration plate. It's called a Bobcat. And if you've never used a Bobcat, then you don't know what I'm talking about. But they are quite handy. Nothing new under the sun. That is correct. Having some downtime, spending time with friends is important too, Rick. Yes, it is. It is. Sonny was pushed. Oh, okay. Could be. Don't you do the Irish goodbye. I'm not sure what that is. Then again, I don't know if I want to know. Okay. So anyway, let me take a look over here. Oh, excuse me. Some of the other people that are out there, you have a lot of people in the carnivore space. You have other people that are more keto than anything, that are quite popular. And that's it. Let's see. Huh. Okay. What is it? What is it, Milton? You are one funny cat. You know that? Okay. Come on. I know you're here. There we go. You leave the party and don't tell anyone. There you go. 20 minutes on sprint mode on my shake plate so far. It jiggles ovaries. Okay. Did you see that remote control lawnmower video? Yes, I did. I did. You send me a lot of different videos. I try to watch them all. Okay. And Thomas is back. I hope you had a good walk. And I'm sure you made a nice video of it, so we'll be able to check that out. That's great. Trying to do local also. It's a lot easier in the summer, fall. Okay. And it's true, Peter. Yes. Original Superman, George Reeves. Right. That's right. Wasn't Superman actually older than the 1960s? I did the shake plate. Am I loose on my own? Okay. That is very true. All right. So anyway, let me go over here. Let's see what other subjects we have. Sugar diet. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, that was on Thursday. I don't know why they're sending me that. I've already seen it. Okay. Dave Mack has another video. There's John, carnivore teacher. Different kinds of machinery, and so on. Now, let's talk about some old-fashioned farming. All right. Well, there we go. Looks like we're getting ready to make some hay. Nice rural area, right? I don't see any condominiums, and I don't see any skyscrapers. So that's a big plus right there. I see a lot of fields, but let me skip ahead here. What have they got there? They got some horses. Look at that. So those are Amish. Okay. Looks like, I don't know if they're using an engine or not, but they're cutting down something to make hay out of it. Now, by the way, do the Amish use any foreign labor? Are there any Mexicans or Guatemalans on the Amish farm? I don't know. This is funny. They got a hay baler, which is powered by an engine, but there's no tractor. Normally, when you're baling hay, you pull it with a tractor, and the PTO off the tractor powers the baler. But they have to have another engine for it. And they're doing the bales. I wonder how they move those big bales. The round bales can't be moved by hand. That's a good question. I wonder how they're moving the bales. Let's see. They got a hay wagon pulled by horses. Are they going to lift those things by hand? I don't think so. Oh, look at that. They got a hay loader. Oh, that's funny. Wow. So they got to have an engine to power that thing. Up. They don't have any tires on their trailer. They have metal wheels. That looks like an exercise in frustration. That is crazy. Wow. Look at this. Okay. Somebody miscalculated, I guess. Huh. Fascinating. Oh, they had to move it to a place that was uphill or something. Well, there you go. Huh. Interesting. Well, now that they got some weight on the trailer, it should be a lot easier to load the bales. Got to give them credit. They are definitely handy people. I had no idea that the Amish were doing round bales. I thought everything they did was either square bales or loose hay. But they definitely have metal wheels. Huh. How did they get them off the trailer, though? That's what I'm wondering. Well, somebody's got a tractor. Okay. That's funny, though. Okay, I see how they do it. There's a tractor, and there is a skid steer loader. I would say bobcat, but that's not a bobcat. There we go. That's how the smart man does it. That's how I would do it. There we are. There we go. Getting all that hay ready for the wintertime when there's no grass growing, which is good. So I take it these are the non-Amish. So you have the Amish way of doing it and the more efficient way of doing it. But in neither one of these situations do you see any migrant labor. It's not necessary when you grow agricultural in that way. Looks like there's a kid along for the ride too. Hopefully he doesn't fall out, but you know how it is on the farms. People do take chances. I guess we all kind of take chances. But pile those bales up, put another bale on there, and you're ready to pull the trailer. There it goes. Oh, I guess they're pulling it with the skid steer. That's pretty interesting. Up the hill. Nice. That's a smart way to do it. Huh. Fascinating. I got a different loader there. Oh, those are the big square bales. Okay. I guess it's just a compilation of different ways of harvesting hay. So it says, making hay in May in Lancaster County's Amish land. Okay, so you got probably Amish and non-Amish farmers making up this thing. So that's good. And you notice they're making hay. Now, why would the Amish be making hay? Are the Amish vegans? No. Amish like dairy, don't they? They have a lot of dairy farms, and they also like meat. So the Amish people, although they do eat duck food, they love their sugar and all their other crap, and they do tend to be a bit obese when they get older. They do live longer than the average American. And unlike the average American, they are more fertile. They have more kids than the average American does, probably because they need all the work for the farm. So instead of importing people from other countries, they just simply produce their own. And look, even with this primitive equipment, horses pulling this thing, they're still getting the job done, and they're just as efficient as anybody else. So does that mean that people have to have slaves to get the work done? Of course not. They can get the work done using the right equipment and the right amount of labor. So there's nothing about the carnivore lifestyle that's actually harmful in any way other than anything else. And looks like those fields are being harvested just fine. All right, so that's good. So let's see what else we got going on here in the chat. Got a little thing here. We got a lot of chat. Look at all that. Go back to the old stuff. Right. Go back to the old stuff. It works. Tell to shoot himself in the head. I eat from the freezer mostly in the winter months. Exactly. Now, another way for people that like to have vegetables, you can also you can freeze vegetables, although that's relatively new technology. What is another type of technology that you can do? Well, it's called fermentation. And you'll always find something fermenting in my kitchen. You'll find sauerkraut fermenting in the kitchen, tomatoes fermenting in the kitchen, and onions fermenting in the kitchen. And although the onions that were used in here were fresh from the garden, in general, when I use onions to make my friends' food, they're fermented onions. Some of those onions can be 6-7 months old, and they're fermented. And the neat thing about them is that when I make regular people a heart attack burger, they want to have vegetables in it. I add sauerkraut and fermented onions to the heart attack burgers, and they are a big hit. They're a big hit. Now, I don't have bread in my house, so I tell people if they want bread, they have to bring it themselves. And I do have another friend. They love to make bread. They use the sourdough process. I will not eat bread. That's one of the foods that I don't eat. But they seem to enjoy it, and it doesn't seem to hurt them. They seem to be healthy, so who knows? All right. George Reese. Okay. You can look that up. That's a great thing about the internet. You can see who Superman was. I think he was Push 2. Must be talking about Sonny Bonehead. And Maria Emmerich has an eating disorder. I'm going to have to look up who this is. Let's see. Let me see who this is. Go back to my other one here. All right. What is that? What? What's the matter, Milton?
Video, you know what this video is about. I've been gaining for the past week. I just decided to do it. There's been times I want to, and then I quit after a certain time, because this is what happens. I start gaining, like I want my face to look plumper. I want my back to look stronger, but then I gain and it's like all in my belly, and then I quit and I go back to square one. And I understand it will distribute. Right now it's down there. Whoops, I pushed stop. Anyway, that's my goal. What's interesting is, well, first off, my whole life has been myself losing weight. If you don't know, I was twice my size when I was a teenager, and I would get made fun of. I should say his name on YouTube. I'll say it, Jerry Halupka. If you're watching, which he's not. We were in the high school library, and it was cold, and so my friend gave me her jacket, and he said, "Fat girl in a little coat." If you know Chris Farley, that's him. And it just traumatized me, and I didn't want to be like that anymore. So that on top of, I went to my family doctor, and she told me, I'm rucking right now, I got a weighted vest. I also want to get stronger. I'll get to that. I went to my family doctor, and she told me I had PCOS.
Okay. So that's who you're talking about? What is she, like 60 years old or something? She does look awfully thin. You can tell by the skinny neck and the face, and definitely looks thin. Milton, what are you doing? Milton, come on. You are a bad kitty. Every time I open that up, you gotta harass me. I'm gonna give you the food. I gave you meat already. You're a pain. What is that noise? Oh. It's my neighbor come back with the boat trailer. They don't have the boat. Maybe they're out there going fishing or whatever. They never bring me any fish, so I don't know if they're just boating or fishing or what, but it's okay. I used to live in the Keys. People always brought me fish. Of course, I used to fix their boat all the time, so I guess that's probably why. Anyway, so this Maria lady, I'm not familiar who that is. That is kind of interesting. Let's check up on these comments. Rode my bike for a few miles. Came home. Okay, Steve Reeve, yep. Famous cave system today. Lots of animal bones, but no paintings of a salad. Yeah, right? I don't think people ate salad. Irish goodbye is taken. Okay. All right. Love old-fashioned farming. I do too. However, I'd rather do it the other way with the bobcat because that's a whole lot more productive and it's a lot more fun too. Kills does those. Mitch did a yes. Okay. Gaining weight. Yes. Mm-hmm. X. I don't have one of those, thankfully. Lots of Iron Age arrowheads. They weren't for catching lentils. Uh-huh. That's the other thing. You see how many arrowheads? They couldn't have all been just fighting with each other. I think a lot of it was just from all the hunting that was done. Okay. And wait, she has an eating disorder. Yeah. I have an eating disorder too. I love to eat. That's one of my problems. Working on it. I'm listening to you. Okay. Teased by the kids, calling her thunder thighs. She's got a deep seated body image. Okay. Nice tires. Must be the metal wheels on the Amish trailer. Oh, look at that. Team of horses. Wow. Must have been a long time ago. Christopher Reeve and George Reeves. Yes. Shoe fly pie. Tell me it was Fay with flies. I don't think it is. I only watched the first one. I don't know where she's saying. Okay. Whale. That was the class fatty. Well, you're not fat anymore, buddy. Not fat anymore. Never seen this before. Awesome stuff. Well, there you go. I was thin and tall as a kid. I didn't gain any weight until my 30s, 40s. They keep telling me I'm going to gain weight, but it hasn't happened yet. Amish all work within their own communities and also keep it in the family. Why can't other people do that too? Why do we always have to fight with each other? Shoe fly high. Bought in an Amish store. Yeah. California hay is square. Some of it is round too. I've seen videos. There's also what's known as a bale bundler, where you take a bunch of small bales, you bundle them all up into bigger ones. That's another one. Happy Saturday. Yep. Never saw the last room in the mail. I mean, watch on HBO. What is shoe fly high? 21st century Amish. That's funny. I believe it's made with molasses, brown sugar, and eggs. Yep. Sci-fi epic fantasy. I've had people accuse me of being Amish before. I have no idea why. I don't own a straw hat, and I wear colors. I'm not Amish. But they said, you're one of the beachy Amish. I'm like, what is that? And it is actually a thing, which I found interesting. Moby Dick is a whale film. Tall, thin builder. Yeah, right? Could be the Mennonites with equipment. That's true. It could be the Mennonites. I learned off from the Amish. Yeah. And the thing is, you think about all the things that could go wrong with this system. Think about EMP, for example. What happens if we have an EMP? Well, we have no electricity. Do the Amish have electricity? No. Fascinating. Okay. As long as it's not Papa John's pizza, right? There's the recipe for the shoe fly pie. Molasses, hot water, baking soda, egg, deep dish pie crust. Obviously not the kind of thing that a person would eat, but they should call it ducky pie. That's what I would call it. Ducky pie. The Amish love sugar. That's the one thing about them. They love sugar. And that's why they get fat when they get older. But the thing is, the Amish outlive Americans. So that's interesting. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, see? I've never eaten that crap. I wouldn't even touch it. Amsterdam take us to Pennsylvania Dutch County. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking. If some of us carnivores would be willing to move to a small, out-of-the-way county and set up our own little group of people, we could all live like modern-day Amish. Except I would like to see something a little bit differently. I mean, I admit to sometimes dressing like the Amish, but I don't have a problem with people, having a different style as long as it's simple and there's nothing expensive about it. That's good. They aren't infused with heavy metals like your mainstream critter. That is probably true. Run some nasty puppy mills. I've heard about that as well. Amish girl desserts. Yeah, so many desserts. They love their sugar. Amish store near Cary. Same process, junk food. Over here, they have a place that was Mennonite. It was called the Noss Berry Farm. They sell all kinds of crap there. Husband is off the kitchen. I go. Okay. Scullery maiden. All right. Okay. You're back. Excellent. I'm still here. So trying to back up the trailer. As long as they don't hit my car, I'll be happy. Because Peter and I are here. Well, that could be. That could be. I'm fermenting veggies too. Yeah, exactly. Fermented oregano. There you go. There's nothing wrong with fermenting. And again, I have fermented sauerkraut in my refrigerator right now. I have yogurt that I fermented in my refrigerator right now. There's nothing wrong with that stuff. It's not going to kill you. I believe that stress is a bigger killer than fruits and vegetables. Now, I am against processed food. I think processed food is deadly because it makes some people addicted to it. But fruit in season is not dangerous. I think that stress is the biggest killer. Raising your cortisol on a regular basis is going to make your life shorter. That's like people trying to live forever always die before everybody else because their cortisol is always spiked. That's what happened to my dad. You know, he was always upset about something. CUTS. Yep, same with almost all their animals. Yeah, I don't know who the woman was. Maria is one of the OG keto influencers. She did go to carnivore later, has an empire, cookbooks. See, they all make money off of this stuff. Recipes, whatever. Those shades are huge. She was keto, been around 20-some years, later did carnivore. Okay. She can't be 35. She's got to be like 60, I think. Maria's in her 40s. Really? She looks like she's 60. I mean, dude, I'm going to be 60 in 3 years, and I don't look that bad. For someone that works outside, is dirty all the time, doesn't take care of his skin, I look better than she does, and she's got lots of money. You would think that she would look better than that, but oh well. Husband made their business, done very well, consulting business. Well, I don't know. If I look like that, I don't think I would do so well. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. I could have sworn she'd be late 50s or early 60.
Upper body, face. People lose weight and transform their lives. Like Twyla, 270 pounds. We have a 200-pound club. We need supplements if you eat like the proper human diet. However, I do know after age 30, no matter what diet you're eating, your digestive enzymes start to lower.
What? You got to be kidding me.
That means you can't break down the protein to get the amino acids to places you need, like your skin, hair, nails, that type of stuff. So I'm doing that. And I don't drink while I'm eating, but to get the supplements down, I have electrolytes in my thing. So, bon appetito. So that's all I have left, and I kept it for little Miss Bella, and I took out about that much of the sauce. And now I'm gonna make this for my son Micah. They just got up. Bella, you want a treat? Bella! Bella, you want a treat? Num num. Where are you?
Oh,
Bella. Here she is. Num num.
Oh, the dog. Okay. Dog backed
It's
up.
Micah's birthday tomorrow, 16. He's out driving with Dad to go get his friends. And Blender.
Okay. What kind
Piece
of
of my
pan
face.
is? What kind of pan is that?
So it's all about
Stainless
having
steel?
fun. So they're gonna play, do their thing.
Okay, stainless steel. High-end pan.
Come on, when you want. I'm browning a lot of butter, and I usually do like a 1-to-1 ratio for every. I am a messy cook. Like Craig, it drives Craig nuts.
Yep, that is very skinny.
He's always cleaning after me. Sweetheart. Just letting it brown for another second.
Oh well. Hey. If you're skinny and healthy, that's okay. But evidently, yes, we're talking about a business. Okay. 9 settings, okay. Vibration plate. Oh, setting 7. I think I'm going to do all 9. Okay. 40s. All right. First meal of the day, eggs and bacon. Nice. She's 44. Wow. So she's 44. I would say between 55 and 60. That's what she looks like. I mean, that's just my opinion. But my opinion is worthless because I always overestimate everybody's age. That's one of the problems. Although, actually, there was a guy that I met that I thought he was 28 and he was actually 40. That was the exception. You know, but I usually overestimate someone's age and then they get offended. That's fine. Bobcats are fun, but we have a tractor to do the heavy work. Well, the thing is, tractors, in my opinion, are for pulling, for operating attachments that have PTOs, and also like for just mowing. Anytime that you're pulling an attachment, mowing, tractor's the way to go. Now, zero-turn lawnmower is great when you have to mow the tight areas, and they do make mowers for the front of the Bobcat, but, you know, but I like using the Bobcat for loading, when you're loading manure, loading hay, making post holes for fences. Making post holes with a tractor is a pain in the neck. And the other problem is the tractor auger doesn't have downforce. So you might have a rock and your auger's spinning around. It's not doing anything. Tractor auger, in my opinion, is only slightly above digging by hand. You're much better with the Bobcat or skid steer auger. So it depends on the job. Every smart farmer is going to have both. You can't have a farm without a tractor, and you can go without a skid steer, but you're going to do a lot more work for nothing. If you live in a residential place like me, even though you're not supposed to have it, having the Bobcat is very important. A tractor here would be completely useless. It's too big. It's too hard to maneuver around. It would serve no purpose whatsoever. Relate to Maria. Gaining weight from when we are older. It goes on the abdomen. Yeah, that's true. I think it happens to everybody. Have to work another Mexican party until 1 a.m. tonight. 35 per hour cash money. Wish I was off for good money. Well, there you go. We need to work together like the Amish. Yeah. Sad they run nasty puppy mills that needs to be corrected. Well, we don't do that. So I'm saying, you know, you learn from people that have been around for a while. The Amish have been around for more than, a couple hundred years or whatever they've been around. So maybe we could do something like that, but in a different way. Because, you know, even us carnivores, we are definitely trying to help the animals. And the reason is, it's like me with the ducks. I am extremely helpful. I will rescue any duck or duckling, injured ducks, orphan ducklings, and all that. I try to help them out whenever I can. Because sooner or later, I'm going to be helping myself to the duckies. You know, ducks are definitely part of my lifestyle. Everywhere you look, you'll see things here that have duck images on them. That's because I am a total quack. Absolute total quack. Anyway, let's see what else we got here in the world of YouTube. Okay. The chat is working a lot better than it has in a while, so that's good. All right, I should play Carrington event. Yeah, a nice worldwide EMP. Internet goes down, everything goes and breaks down, and next thing you know, you're out there with a straw hat and a pitchfork, and you're making hay while the sun shines. I know the dogs, cats are not pets for them, just animals. Well, hopefully they don't cook dogs like the Koreans do. Interviews of women being treated awfully, and of course, if you leave the cult, you are shunned. And that is very true. But see, that's why I don't want to have a carnivore cult. I include vegans in my friendship circle, so it's not a cult. You're free to eat whatever you want, and that's the beauty of it. So everyone gets equal opportunity. Nobody gets excluded. We rescue many, many horses from them, overbreeding and unable to walk. There you go. So evidently, the Amish don't understand what treating animals properly is. Oh, that makes me mad. There we go. What's funny, I had a friend of mine, he was mad at me because I was fattening up a duck that I got from the canal. When I got him, you know, his foot was like cut because, I don't know, he stepped on glass or something, so I had kind of sewn it back together, and feathers were a mess. Trimmed off all the bad feathers. I was giving him a bath, and he was like, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I rescued this duck from behind the hospital. He looks pretty ratty." He says, "Oh, you're going to make a pet out of him?" "Oh, he's kind of mean. I'm going to get him all nice and healthy and happy, and then one day I'm going to cook him for dinner." They're like, "You're going to do what? Why are you doing that if you're going to cook him for dinner?" I said, "Well, why not? He's going to be in here for a few weeks, maybe a couple of months. I want him to be happy and healthy. When he sticks his head through the duck feeder and he gets his head removed, I want my food to be very, very healthy, because healthy and happy food is going to make me healthy and happy. So it's very important to me that Mr. Ducky is very comfortable." And here comes the Milton. Milton, you want this, don't you? I'm going to give it to you, okay? Let me finish it and I'll give it to you. You're so impatient, you silly pet. Okay. All right. She's 43 or 44. That is shocking. 100% with you there. They're not all up here. We live amongst them. Right. Because she's lost weight in her face. Hopefully when she gains weight, it will help with that. And see, that's the one thing about me. Even when I was super skinny, my face was never thin. And I think when you eat the carnivore diet, even when you're skinny, see, I don't have a sunken in face. It's very, very resilient looking. I mean, you could take my head and put it on a more muscular body and it would look like it belongs there. But that's it. All right. Hug shades make the matrix rosier. Was she a vegan? I don't think so. To be 44 and look 24, that's the good stuff. And that's also impossible. Carnivore power, there you go. Trying to look like Audrey Hepburn. That's funny. That's a ton of supplements. She started selling apes. That's 80 minutes of vibration playing. If you get too thin, I guess thin, when you get older, it is aging. And see, I've always been thin, so I don't have to worry. I'll never be too thin. I don't think I'll ever get thinner than I have been. Minerals make enzymes. There you go. Get your minerals. Probiotics and enzymes you can consume too. She wasn't always that thin. Seems like last year's. Healthy weight, and she can feel better about herself. I watched this video. She said she feels about herself. I watched the video, and she said she feels really ugly. Well, it's not ugly. It just looks old. I mean, being old doesn't mean you're ugly. If, in other words, Mitch is old, but he's not ugly. Being old is not ugly. Ugly, I mean, it's far beyond that. I think she'll improve. Whoever this lady is, I'm sure it'll definitely improve. Well, she's carnivore keto. She eats a lot of processed foods, powders, sweeteners, etc. See, that's something I don't do. I don't eat any processed. Well, I eat ground meat, which is a processed food, but I wouldn't call iguana a processed food. Or duck, big fat. I'm getting those duck cravings again. I was thinking about it. Big Muscovy duck, and I wasn't seriously trying to grab him, but he was within reach yesterday. If I would have had my bag, I would have grabbed him and stuffed him in the bag, but my duck feeding pen is full of stuff from the garage, so I won't be able to catch and cook a duck for a long time until I get my flywheel and I get my truck running, and then maybe after that, I'll do a catch and cook. But it'll be months before I can harvest the ducks, so they're safe for now. So I got to just hold back on the duck cravings. I've seen her videos before. I never have. She's super thin. Her legs aren't bad. Upper body face is thinner. I'll be 45 in a couple weeks. Well, there you go. Stop making carnivore videos. We'll have a party. Rick, are you having any thoughts of converting to Amish? No, I'm not going to convert to Amish, but I've thought about making an Amish-like community. And what would that be like? Well, it would be sort of like 1950s ideal American life. It would be like rural 1950s. So you'd have your houses and farms, maybe your small town, have your farmer's butcher shop. What is it? The baker, the butcher, and the candlestick maker. Well, we don't need candles because we have electricity, and we don't need bakers, but we'll have the barbecue place. So the butcher, the barbecue place, the neon sign factory, butcher, baker, candlestick maker. Yeah, there you go. So we'll have the butcher, the barbecue place, and the neon sign factory. And my town would definitely be 100% neon. It would be like a little Las Vegas. It'd be like Miami used to be. When you went up North Miami Beach, Sunny Isles, all those motels with all that neon, all the restaurants, everything here was neon all over the place. So, small town, every sign would be neon. Once I get my people in there, I'll fix a code enforcement department. I'd get rid of any rules that say your grass has to be cut. And I'd make a rule that if your yard is bigger than 1 acre, you must have a grazing animal. It could be a goat, it could be a sheep, it could be whatever, but you got to have a grazing animal. And just try to encourage people to keep livestock. And if you make it, you got to realize that today's developers, they hate the 1950s. Anything 1950s is like kryptonite to these people. They have to get rid of it. So rocks, bricks, terrazzo floors, all that stuff from the 50s, they hate it. It's like it scares them away. So all you got to do is just load your town up with that stuff, bunch of cow pastures, bunch of butcher shops. Yeah, you can have, if it's in Florida, I'll have avocados and mangoes and all that, sure. And you let kids sell fruit by the side of the road, why not? And all these crooked developers and all these 5-minute city people and everything, they would run away so fast. You got kids riding around on dirt bikes and ATVs. You got a bunch of old cars driving up down the road, old diesel trucks. It would be a nightmare for all of these big government people. The woke people, they'd have a fit, Can you imagine? They go in there. Well, they might like the antique stores, I have to admit. I'm sure that some of the woke people, they'd have to go and dress up with cowboy outfits or whatever and try to blend in. It'd be like the way Davy used to be when I was a kid. They had the place where you could hitch your horses. Now the only thing they got is crappy condos and apartments. Anyway, so I'm not going to go Amish, but I'd like to take a little bit from the Amish lifestyle and improve it. How are you today, Alexis Jones? How did you start your new job? All right. I go to Florida and spend it with my mom, but don't know yet. I witnessed a Canadian goose chase down and attack baby ducklings at a mall. Yep. I've watched all Canadian geese deported ever since. Yep. Canadian geese are tasty too. You're not supposed to shoot them, but it happens. And sometimes they get cooked. You know what they say? If you eat the evidence, they can't hold it against you. No puppy mills in the Rick community and no ugly clothes. Well, there you go. Well, clothes might not be great because half the time my clothes have holes in them and they're falling apart, but you might see some people wearing the Amish clothes, but you won't see any whales stuffed into a dress size that's 3 sizes too small. That's not going to happen. Tractors have their use, but skids are handy. Yeah, we could find an old one, we'd be set. Exactly. They're like a team. If you're going to have, especially a dairy farm, if you're going to raise cattle or have a dairy farm, you need to have at least one skid steer. If all you're raising is just vegetables, you can get by with a tractor. If you have a grove, obviously a tractor is what you need for mowing. But if you can have both, that's great. And just look for an older one. That's great. Okay. There you go. Well, get one for Erin. She needs one. She's over there shoveling all that crap all the time. It'd be easier just to use a Bobcat. Rice-A-Roni. And I would add cooked chicken pieces and canned chicken. Okay, pieces. Canned mushrooms. Wish it was like you hopped up. Interesting. Rice-a-roni. I never understood that stuff. Rice-a-roni. I used to call it quack-a-roni. Just duck food. Think it is good. Commune coastline would be good. Everyone has their own house but shared areas. Well, the thing would be, everyone has their own house and property. And then it's like right now, the government controls everything. Well, the only difference is in my community, everybody would be part of it. Take over the code enforcement, take over the sheriff's department, take over everything, and use it to your advantage. Let's say some greedy developer from Miami moves in. They want to build a mech box. Well, they come to our department. It's like, well, you got too much paint on that building. You can't have more than 10% paint on your home. So you're going to have to put coral rocks. You're going to have to put bricks. You're going to have to redo that. Oh, and that driveway that you want that's made out of squares? No, you can't do that. It's got to be no more than 2% of that lot. You're going to have to make that driveway smaller. You just got to use some mulch. Oh, that's that. You don't have enough trees. You got to put at least 25% tree cover. So you just give them the same crap that they gave us to drive us out. You just turn it around on them. And that's it. Then you make sure everybody's taxes are low because you run the property assessor's office. Well, that house in Miami would cost you $800,000. But in our county, it's like $60,000. The tax exemption is $50,000, so your taxable value is $10,000. So you'll have to pay 2% of that per year. Maybe you pay $400 a year or whatever. There's ways of doing it. You just have to get enough people in there that don't buy the crap. They don't want to be run by central bankers who tell everybody what to do, put everybody in debt, and make your life miserable. Oh, and yeah, you want to buy that meat? There is no packing house in this state. But guess what? We have our own micro meat packing house. So you can buy your animal and you can schedule to have it processed. Or if you have a yard that's big enough, maybe half an acre or bigger, you can bring your cow home and process it right at home as long as you do it the right way. Oh, and definitely, even if you live in the city, you can have ducks and chickens all you want. Just get rid of the roosters. If your roosters make noise, then they're going to get cooked. So if we find any roosters crowing at night, well, guess what? They're going to get cooked. That's it. I think it worked just fine. And I think people would line up to live there. So, oh, Rick, if you ran the county, everybody would leave. Well, that's good. Because for every one person that leaves, 2 will come back. There's a lot of people out there that are into the whole homesteading and survival mentality. And if you can live in a place where you could do that, in fact, you change the code saying you can have off-grid home. You don't need a power hookup. Your utility company would have to compete with you. So instead of being forced to pay $30 a month minimum electric payment, even if you don't use electricity, you could go without. You could be like me, make your own cooking gas. There's a lot of possibilities. There wouldn't be a landfill because nobody would throw anything away. It would all get recycled on site. It's just amazing nobody's done it yet. But it's just people are deceived. They think that modern living is the way to go. I'm on the last setting. Okay. Guess you're getting a good shaking over there. Only a happy duck mill. Yeah, right? Every time that I've raised animals to eat, they look like show animals, I would never let my ducks stand around in their own poop. They get to roam around. I protect them from predators, so I think they get a pretty good deal. They only have one bad day, and they just go to eat. They don't know what's going on. Then all of a sudden, that's it. And the bell goes off. It goes ding, ding, ding. And I already got the water boiling, so when I take the pin out of that feeder, I've already got the water boiling. So from the time that Mr. Ducky loses his head to the time he's in the refrigerator is a matter of maybe 20 minutes max. As soon as he stops moving, I plunge him in the boiling water, pull the feathers off, and then cut him open, pull the guts out, stick the hose in there, wash him down, put him into a dish, put a lid on it, put it in the refrigerator, and that's it. And usually by that night, delicious duck. Now, a large duck I'll eat in 2 meals, not just one. So I'll have duck one dinner, and then I'll have another duck dinner. It's either going to be marinated and baked, or it's going to be deep fried. And deep fried is the best duck. It's so good. Deep fried in beef tallow. So I don't use lard on duck. I don't want to waste my duck meat. I always give it beef tallow because beef tallow gives the best duck flavor. You think a ribeye is good? You haven't enjoyed meat until you've had deep fried Muscovy duck. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. I can't resist it. Now I'm getting hungry again. Oh, I gotta stop this. I get these duck cravings. They're so strong. I get these terrible duck cravings. All right. Always goes bad. Okay. Usually get hungry and homemade yogurt straight out mason jar. There you go. And I'll cook the eggs and the fat. That homemade yogurt's good stuff, I'll tell you. Good dish. I need to put what I'm talking about in the comment because they are delayed. It was 100% comment about stress being the worst thing. That's correct. The hood of your truck needs a bullseye target sight on it. Especially he thinks iguanas and other targets of opportunity. Well, I was actually going to make a brass duck head from my truck as a hood ornament. Hook up a netting system, captures and bags a roadkill in one fell swoop. Always dreamed of that. Can't always find it. Yeah, exactly. Can't find it was interested. Most people just want to be served. 1950, you wouldn't have a charger. That is true, but in 1970, you would. I'll join your Amish-like community. There, we got another one. Let's make it happen. You are augmenting and mechanizing your natural carnivore instincts. That is correct. I agree. Thought I was too thin, but once I looked seriously at Rick, Maggie, and Mitch and other lean carnivores, I realized I was just right at 110 pounds at 5'4". Well, there you go. See? That's not bad. Not bad at all. It's like poetry, really. We need candles. Well, the thing is, I know how to make my own light bulbs, and I know how to make my own neon lights. So we don't need candles. You can actually make, because LEDs you can't make in the home, but I've made my own neon lights. And neon lights are a great light for nighttime, and light bulbs are easy to make. You can even recycle them. You can undo a light bulb because the base comes out, but an Edison-style light bulb is something you can make at home. I use incandescent lights. I have them right here in my own home. I use them all the time. And my electric bill is only about $140 at the maximum. It's less than $90 when the weather's cool. And I've been able to run completely on wood. I've run for 6 months at a time, but the power company still charges me $30 whether or not I use power. So for all the work, it wasn't worth it. But later on, when I have a bigger place, I'll have solar panels and I'll have my generator. I'd like to be somewhere where I don't have to have a utility hookup. I don't need it. I can produce all the power I need right here. And I make my own cooking gas. I've made it for decades. I don't have to worry about propane tanks or any of that stuff. It's just animal waste and grass clippings and other plant material. That's all it takes to make all the gas you need to cook. And I cook 3 meals a day. I own microwaves, but I never use them. All my food is cooked on gas, 100%. Let's keep the lights low after dark. That's what the neon lights are for. The neon lights work really well. And if you see them in the bedroom when I do the videos, you can see the neon lights. I'm going to the phone stops shaking. Okay. Developers would hang around. No, they wouldn't. Because the thing is, if you had a county full of people like me, what chance would they have? They come in, they try to build their crap in the county, and what happens? Nobody wants it. Can you imagine, for example, if you had a county full of people like me, let's say McDonald's came in. McDonald's built a restaurant. Now, how in the world is McDonald's going to make any money? Really? So they put a black, white, and gray box in that county. And who's going to go there? Other than the tourists driving through, nobody. They're going to be sitting there empty. Meanwhile, across the street at the new Sweden house that I put up, which is now 100% carnivore buffet, the only kale you'll find there is around the buffet as a decoration. People line up to get the $15 dinner special where you can have all the local meat that you want, including seafood. How's a McDonald's going to compete? They can't. McDonald's has to pay the big corporation that leases them the property. They have to pay all the expenses. And then you're competing with the guy that has a restaurant that's either in the county commission or might be the county mayor. And he makes money, but he doesn't make a lot of money. Out of that $15 dinner, he may make a couple of dollars. And by the time you pay the employees and the expenses, he's not making any money off it, but he doesn't care. He doesn't have to, because the guy that owns that restaurant, he's got other businesses. He may have a business where he's selling meat, and he might even be selling fruits and vegetables. Don't fool yourself. Your carnivore guy might be growing avocados. He might be growing mangoes. He might be growing oranges. And he's selling that fruit to other people. And he feels just fine, because that's it. So when you have a big corporation, you have to produce a lot of profit to please the shareholders, because all that matters is making money for the next 3 months. That's it. They don't care about longevity. Why do you think Kmart, Sears, and Toys R Us don't exist anymore? Because these corporate mentality is all about short-term profit. They start cutting corners, they put themselves out of business. Why do you think when the founder of many companies dies, a company goes out of business within a generation? It's just the way it is. But anyway, now the developers wouldn't want anything to do with where I live. It would be like, what are they going to do? And the thing is, they would be hard. I mean, can you imagine those type of people? They like to drive around in expensive cars. So you come to where I live, what do you see? 69 Chargers, you see Chevelles, you see Camaros, you see Ford Mustang, whatever. All these old American cars. You might even see some vintage cars. You might see a vintage Mercedes 600, or you might see one of the Gullwing Mercedes. You'll see cars from the 70s and 80s. And all the newer cars will be just basic trucks. People driving around in these standard cab trucks with no frills, probably bought out of fleet, from a dealer. And the developer comes in with some overpriced piece of crap luxury car or truck. They stand out like a sore thumb. They drive up with their attitude, and the people look at them like, who do you think you are? You think you're so great? Next thing you know, they're face down in a pile of cow manure, or they're pushed into a canal where there's a very large alligator that was eating the ducks, but now there's a developer that's flailing around in the water, and you see, dun, 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 here comes the gator tail, and the people in town are looking, saying, you know what? Should we pull this guy out of the water or not? I think we should pull him out of the water. Yeah, but we might get wet, and then next thing you know, chomp. And it's like, well, I guess the decision was made for us. Oh, it's a shame. Oh, well. Better luck next time. Hey, even if they did, if the gator just took a nip out of somebody and they got rescued, they'd have to end up in our small town hospital. You can only imagine what kind of an experience that would be for somebody that's, especially from Miami, where they eat rice and beans and pastelitos and all that crap. You end up in the Everglades County Hospital, and what do they serve you? They serve you beef stew. I want a dessert. Oh, no problem. Come in with an iguana steaming. They got the iguana by the tail. Here's your dessert. Bloop. I got to get out of this place. It would be too funny. I think it would be a tourist attraction, honestly, because everywhere I go, everybody wants to go. I've always said that. So, we set up a county like that. I think it would probably turn into a movie destination, because a lot of people would be going there. to make movies. A lot of these streamers, can you imagine how many of these popular YouTube streamers would be going to a place like that? You go into our local motel, you got a motel room. It's still got the little thing that you put the quarter in and it makes the bed vibrate. You got a rotary phone sitting next to the bed. You got, 1960s colors. It would be interesting. It'd be like a better version of Disney World. It'd be like the affordable version of Disney World. There'd be a lot of things that could happen. You might even have an ATV ride over there or swamp buggy or something. It'd be a fun place and not expensive. I find the lower levels more relaxing. Okay. I guess a lot of people use a vibrating plate. I don't have a shake plate. Cheap on Amazon. Well, I tell you, if you want a shake plate, all you got to do is find somebody that has a bobcat and needs some labor, and you go there and run that thing for a while, and you'll get a nice vibration, and that's just the way it is. Held up with the children playing out it on me, okay. Anything that can survive her kids must be tough. Make a foot pedal powered, mechanized exosuit for the compound. That's my contribution. That's funny. Sounds like something you'd find on the Wild Wild West TV show. Works okay. Doesn't have a name on it. Truth mechanized. There you go. I don't care if it was really covered. I'm just not sporting the black dress about. No. You don't have to do that. I would say it'd be more like just your typical farmer, what they wear. A lot of companies are providing with stuff. It is overpriced. Yeah. Anything that you're going to see advertised by one of these influencers is going to be at least twice of what it's really worth. You need to do it. Yeah. They add a lot of bells and whistles to make a 400% markup. That's the same thing they do with everything nowadays. Let's crowdfund a drone. There we go. That's an idea. We'll get a drone there. I like a black dress, not the Amish style. Amish style. You don't like handmade dresses. Yeah, it can, but all the Amish women are kind of plump, so let's see. Got rid of it. Ellen can't find it. Did see that Walmart has one for around $40. Have a lot of black dresses. I don't even think there'd be a Walmart in my county. The Walmart would probably not want to be there. But I could, what I'd probably do is say, hey, you know what? We'll make our own mart. Instead of Kmart, we'll call it our mart. That's it. It's Rick Mart. You go in there and there's a bunch of old retro stuff in there. It's like, Retro Mart? What is this place? Looks like Kmart in the 1970s. Get the same look, the same round air vents, the same lights and everything. Our Mart. That'd be funny. Retro Mart. All kinds of stuff. It'd be like a Tractor Supply and a Kmart all in one. It's the only Kmart you could go to where you can buy hydraulic fittings, ball bearings, all that other stuff. Let's see. Rick is still going. Yes, Rick is still going. You know how Rick is. Sure, they're pretty much all the same. Talking about the shaker. We're all set. There we go. All right. Glad to see you back in Rick's stream. Yes, that is correct. My comment was ghosted. Which comment was that? I go through every comment. Stop to say goodbye because now I'm going to be late. Well, you better get going. Don't hang around too long. Mitch will get mad at you. Of course, the lights are needed. I like candles for the ambience. Well, I'm sure you could go to our mart and buy some candles too, made from beef tallow. Rick knows how to scare off those officials. I've had to deal with them a lot, so I know exactly how to do it. And my goal is simple. When you deal with the city, it's normally serious crap. But with my city, it would be a joke. Everything would be funny. Like in a regular city, we're going to fine you $10,000 because your grass was an inch too high. It's like, we're going to fine you $50 because you don't have a cow in your yard. That kind of thing. It'd be funny. Well, you don't want to have a cow. Simple. You just have to borrow one. Find somebody that has a cow that needs to eat and just stick it in your yard. And then that way you can mow your lawn and fertilize all at the same time. Your wife may complain about stepping in a pile of cow poop, but that's just life. I have to walk through duck poop all the time. Luckily, dogs are forgiving. So are cats. I've heard of the one bad day thinking before. Yes, Mr. Ducky, if they're around, they can tell you that. Making a trip to Sam's Club. There you go. We need a lot of wild cars around for the wild animals. We need them also. Well, the wild areas, you already have that. You know, there's all kinds of fields and whatever. And the thing is, I would make it very simple. If you have a wild area, you don't pay property tax on it, period. Now, if you develop it, then you'll have to pay 20 years of back taxes along with interest. That'll discourage those developers. And then the other thing is when they try to develop it and they find out how much they have to go through for every tree they want to take down, and then to build the thing, they got to make it look like everything else. They won't do it. If they can't build a black, white, and gray McBox, the developers will not come in. That's the easiest way to keep them out. And another way to do it, you just say, look, everything you build, it has to be plaster and lath. We don't use drywall here. We don't use lay-in ceiling panels. All that stuff is out. You want to build here, you got to use our materials. And I would make it simple. You can build whatever you want as long as it was already built before 1960. So if you want to make, let's say you're from McDonald's and you want to build a McDonald's, okay. Just build it the same way that it was in 1960 and you're good. You can do whatever you want. It's like maybe there was a building in Miami. It's like, okay, I want to build a hotel or high rise. That's fine. And here's a building that was in 1960. It was already there. Well, go ahead and build it. You got to do it the exact same way. Then, sure, go ahead. Who cares? You want to spend your time and money? Go for it. And I hope you succeed. I hope that your business turns out to be profitable and maybe you'll do another one. Because I'm not saying the whole place should be backwards, just a bunch of shacks. I like to see people build stuff, but I want to see things that are upgrades, not downgrades. I don't want to see some black, white, and gray box, period. There's nothing wrong with a box, but the box cannot be black, white, and gray. The box has to be covered with bricks or rocks or surrounded by trees or something. Something, different. Not the same old crap. When you come to my area, I want you to look around. This is where Rick lives. Every place I live has always been that way. This is the place where Rick lives. Other places, no, Rick would not live there. And I've had people say that. Oh, you got this new house. Rick would never live here. That's exactly true. He says, yeah, I agree. Rick wouldn't live here. There's not enough plants. It's not old-fashioned enough. That's it. And I tell people, look, if you have that kind of money, if you're willing to spend millions and millions of dollars on your house, why do you build a piece of junk? Why do you build some flimsy, stucco, painted piece of crap that's black, white, and gray, has no imagination? Why not build yourself, I don't know, maybe a classical style, a Roman revival style, Gothic, or something. Build something different. Don't build the same crap as everybody else. But no, that's because they don't really have any money. They're just borrowing the money, and they're doing it because it makes it easier to get the loan. Silly. It's like the ending of Temple of Doom. When the suspension bridge breaks. Okay. Your alligator and developer story. I'd love to see that. I hate them. I hate developers. I'd like to see them either with a flat tire in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by wild animals, fallen into the water with gators swimming around, or just dropped out in the Everglades. Just take one of them in a helicopter, set him down on one of the tree islands, and leave. Leave him there for a week and see what happens. If he makes it back to town, good for them. If not, one less, right? That's it. Make sure they can be dangerous for health conditions and cause, eye issues for retinal detachment. Okay. Find some conquistador relics. There you go. Hey, my family is part conquistador anyway, so why not? Tamper can also make... Well, I guess it can. If you're out there trying to tamp down some material. There's no Walmart where my dad is. Yeah, there you go. Would the Retro Mart have the... Absolutely. They'll have the blue light special, the red light special, and the green light special. So you got all three of them. You know, the Retro Mart. And again, it'd be nice if you could find an abandoned Kmart and turn it into a Retro Mart. That'd be funny. Or just build another one. That's all. You go in there, and instead of the popcorn machine, you have pork rinds. You have your pork rind box over there. I mean, you could have popcorn. It's not the end of the world. Remember, if you're a carnivore, that doesn't mean you don't serve non-carnivore foods. Remember how Kmart had the Kmart grill, or they had another name for it too. Later on, they called it K Cafe, but I think we called it the Kmart grill. They had hamburgers. They had those double K burgers that were pretty good. But yeah, definitely blue light special. Walmart didn't try. County decided small business was destroying. But again, the thing I can tell you is that if everybody thought like me, it wouldn't matter, because if you put the Walmart there, by the time that Walmart tried to meet all the standards, it wouldn't be like a regular Walmart. It wouldn't be a big box Walmart. It'd be like a 1960s Walmart. Sure. And people would go there. But other people would still sell items. I mean, Walmart couldn't compete with locally sourced meat, because locally sourced meat could actually be less expensive. Remember, Walmart has a huge corporate overhead. So anything that's local, I mean, why would somebody go to Walmart to buy a mango when you could buy it cheaper from the side of the road from a kid selling it from his front yard? The more competition you have, the lower the prices will be. And if somebody's got free fruit growing in their yard, no corporation can beat that. It's impossible. Same thing with animals. Why would you go to the store and pay $20 a pound for ribeye steak when you could go to your rancher down the street and buy the entire cow for $3 or $4 a pound, because there's so many cattle, they don't know what to do with them, and they're so cheap to raise. And then you bring your cow home and you start feeding it the same way that I feed my ducks. And when you got the proper amount of fatness, I mean, even if you bought cattle that wasn't grass finished, you could simply take that cow and you could give it some grass. Yeah, it'll lose some weight, but you know, I think grass and tropical fruit is the way to go. The right combination of grass and tropical fruit and vegetables, by the way. Cattle do very well on vegetable leftovers. And of course, what is the ultimate animal for processing food waste? The pig. Unless you're Jewish or Muslim, growing pigs is a good idea. Pigs are messy, they poop a lot, but they do make a good source of flavorful meat. And I have to admit, pork shoulder is absolutely delicious to me. The fattier, the better. It is so good. I mean, I actually like pork shoulder better than most cuts of beef. I hate to say it. I love pork. So I would never be a good Jew or Muslim, that's for sure. But, you know, I love pork. Ghosted comment was about humane dispatch. Oh, that's weird. Well, you know me. I have a special executive suite for any of my ducks that are going to be coming to dinner. They get 3 weeks, 4 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks of preparation before they are just right. And I make sure that I pick up my duck, I check him out, you know, make sure that he doesn't have any parasites. And, you know, ducks are good about keeping the fleas. If any ticks try to get the ducks, they eat them. They bathe so they keep the fleas off. I check my ducks very thoroughly to make sure they're healthy. I open up their mouth, make sure that their tongue and everything is healthy. And when they're at the peak of health and the time is right, pin goes out, I wait, and then I hear ding, ding, ding on my little bell, and I know that Mr. Ducky is ready, and he's going to get his boiling water bath, and before you know it, he's going to be absolutely delicious. It's so good. I love duck. Deep fried duck with crispy duck skin. So flavorful. I just can't believe that people hate the ducks because they poop. It's crazy. Your method is perfect. I hope you're reminding, yeah. New houses are blasted with EMFs, Wi-Fi, smart tech. And you know, my house, all the electrical is in steel conduit. So I've taken an EMF meter around here. It's almost zero. I have zero Wi-Fi. You know how my computer's connected? I'll show you. Right here. This is the Ethernet cable, and this is the HDMI cable. And it's connected to the main monitor over there. That's my TV. The wires run up through the ceiling and they go back to the stereo system, which is located over here. That's my Denon receiver. It's all wired. Everything in this house is wired and it runs through steel conduit. So the amount of EMFs I have here is 0. Now, I do use this old cell phone for making video, but I normally use the cable to upload the video. So I do have Wi-Fi available for guests, but I only turn it on when I have guests here. I believe that Wi-Fi is a security risk, so I keep it turned off almost all the time. And to make matters even better, my internet, the entire internet is shut off at midnight. Once I go to sleep, the electric, I have a manual timer, it goes click, it turns all this off, and that's it. Oh, what is this? Oh, somebody's at my door. Hold on a second. Okay, that was interesting. My friend came over to pick up the avocados, so he's knocking on the door. I told him the box is right there. Can I have all of them? Yes, you can have all of them. I'm not going to eat them. They think I'm going to eat avocados. What am I going to do with an avocado? The only thing I want is a seed. I tell them, after you eat the avocado, save me the seed so I can plant it and graft some new avocado trees. Why would I want to eat avocado? Absolutely not. Things are nasty. Okay. Hardwire and ground your tech. Ground yourself too. I'm usually barefoot. I walk on concrete floors, so that's it. Thoughts on why cancer starts? I have no idea. My mother had cancer twice. Cancer runs in our family. Thankfully, I haven't had it, but I don't know. I think stress is a part of it. I think, the type of fat that you carry, the cortisol level, and all these things work together to allow cancer to exist. So I really don't know. I remember that K grill. Yeah, it was early 2000s. Yeah, they changed it to, what do they call it? K Cafe. But originally it was called Kmart Grill when I was a kid in the 70s. The first time I went to Kmart was sometime in the early 70s. It might have been 72 when I was a little kid because it was before kindergarten. And I remember when you walked into Kmart, it smelled like popcorn. And they always had a bunch of balloons. They had this, like a rack that went up to the ceiling. It was full of balloons. Kids always used to get balloons. I guess they were real cheap. Kmart was an interesting place because it was always active. And at the very back of the store, you had their restaurant, the Kmart Grill. And of course, that's where people used to smoke. They couldn't smoke in the store, but they smoked over there in the grill. So, but yeah, it was very popular. In fact, I might even have a picture somewhere online. Let's see. Kmart Grill. By the way, we have the last Kmart in the United States here in Miami, but it's nothing like it was. It's only like a piece of the garden center. The store is pretty pathetic. I went there a couple times. I don't even know why it's even open anymore. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. It was common back then to have restaurants and stores. Walgreens had them. Woolworth had them. But you can see over here, Kmart Grill. See, they had a lunch counter and they had a bunch of tables. They always had it in the back of the store, which I thought was kind of interesting. Okay. What else we got? Huh. See, that was pretty much the layout. Had a lunch counter and then you had tables. Let's see here. There we go. See, there's a Kmart Grill. They always had those square tables. I remember that with those bench seats. I remember going there before. There's the menu. They used to have the Big K burger. I can't really read it, but had the Big K burger. Later on, they made it a pizza place. That was pretty disappointing. Well, let's see. There we go. There we go. So you had Big K burger. This was probably in the 80s, 99 cents. But they had a double K burger. Look at some. I actually have original Kmart ad from a newspaper that I had sitting around for years, which I think is kind of interesting. It was from the like 1986 or somewhere around there. I need to make a video on that too. That'd be kind of interesting. I did have it in one of my videos though. But yeah, Kmart used to have a restaurant, and sadly, you know, they turned it into a Little Caesars pizza station, and that thing was just horrible. Who in the world would eat that crappy pizza? It's all duck food. I should have called it a Little Quacker's Pizza. Quack, quack, quack. Use a grounding sheet on the bed. Grounded rubber sole shoes. I also have leather-soled shoes. They tend to be grounded. Developers' days are numbered as time goes by. That will be good, although many disagree. Tough times are coming. Changes will be, drastic for most. I hope so, because the only reason this exists is because of central bank, easy money, funny money, inflation. That's what it is. That will eventually end. I love pork. My favorite meat on. See what I mean? Learn how to raise them online. Pigs are awesome. They're really good, very tasty, and they're a great way of recycling stuff you would otherwise throw away. Creative power is enhanced with your setup. Interesting. Cutting the power to your sleeping quarters can make you sleep deeper. Yes, it does, and I do that every night, except for the air conditioner. Now, the air conditioner actually runs from a completely separate circuit in the back of the house. So, the air conditioner unit is about 40 feet from my bedroom. The only thing that ends in the bedroom is just the head unit. Everything else in my room is turned off. Lights and everything. I'm back from outing with wife. Hey, good to see you, Kurt. You are returned. That's a nice setup. New shoes, you have copper piece connecting your feet to the ground. You can pull in those electrons. Shoe grounder can be moved to any shoes. Tandy Center, Fort Worth. Thoughts on eating raw beef? I've done it. I'm still here. If you can find a source for it, why not? But I don't think it's all that important. I eat cooked meat. I seem to be okay health-wise. I don't know. Could I be better? Maybe. But then again, eating raw beef can expose you to some pretty nasty pathogens. So it may not be the best thing. But I think in many ways, if the meat is safe, why not? But some people don't like raw meat. Some people find it terrible. And Kurt is exactly what I'm saying. It's okay if you process it. You don't know where it's been. If you kill the animal yourself, you process it, go for it. Otherwise, I won't do it. And I rarely do it. I've done it occasionally, but most of the time I'd rather cook it. Cooking is not really as bad as they say from what I can see, because I know a lot of people that eat cooked meat their whole life and they were perfectly fine. I don't know anyone that's eaten raw meat, and I know people that have gotten sick from raw meat. Thankfully, I haven't, but I'm very picky about what I eat raw. I would never eat ground meat raw because that'd be risky. I hear a noise. It must be the neighbor working on something. Oh, neat. Your rake is coming from Georgia, supposed to arrive Wednesday. Okay, good. Hopefully when I go there, they'll have it. And if not, maybe I'll catch another duck fighting video. Video on my little tiny channel. I thought of my cancer starch, a cell that has become adapted to surviving dysfunctioning mitochondria. That goes back to Warburg in the 20s. I've seen that theory, but we don't really know. Raw liver feels good to eat. I've eaten a lot of raw liver in my life. That's the way I preferred to eat it because I was just copying Boss Hogg from the Dukes of Hazzard. Natural B complex. Got to be a clean source. That is correct. And it looks like we've caught up. I didn't realize it was already 3 o'clock. I'm thinking, why was somebody knocking on my door? My friend comes to get the avocados, you know. Anyway, we'll leave this for Milton. I'll leave that on the floor if Milton wants to. Yep, now he woke up. Hey, Milton. Go for it. Why are you looking at me like that? I told you I'd give it to you. Oh, he's yawning and stretching. You going to go back to sleep or are you going to eat this? I'll leave it there for you. Don't worry. I don't have to worry about rodents in here. I haven't seen a rodent around this house since you came in. I don't think they want anything to do with the Black Menace. Look at that cute little Milton. All right. Let's see. I don't think I've missed any comments. Oh, no. I have. I can't believe how good the chat is working today. This is incredible. I missed this one. Amish know what they are doing. And that's it. All the other comments have been covered. Now we got some new ones that came in. Rick, have native head shrinkers as neighbors? No, I don't. Don't have any of the voodoo people here. It's not like that show, The PJs, with Haiti Lady. Hey, Haiti Lady. Remember that cartoon, The PJs? That was funny. I got my juju stick. That was so funny. You seem very fidgety. Have you always been? Well, when you're dealing with the little Black Menace, of course. I've always been this way. That's my nature. That's when you're active, that's how you are. Nice gesture. There you go. And David DC says, hey, Rick, how are you doing today? I'm doing okay. So far, so good. I haven't been outside yet, but I see Milton's over here watching my food. Yes. Oh, I do. I have the flea comb over here. I'm always trying to comb out any fleas. I gave him a good lard treatment, and I got rid of all the fleas. And it seems like the more lard you put on Milton, the less fleas you get. It's kind of funny how that works. I don't even know why fleas exist. They're an insect that has absolutely no purpose. They don't serve any, they don't have any good side to it. The sound of the bowl. Yeah, well, that's when I threw it on the floor. It's stainless steel, like all my cooking containers. And I tend to eat out of cooking containers anyway, and they're great on the engine. I have a clamp that holds that down. These plastic lids are no good for the engine. I have metal lids that I made for it, and they clamp on. They have a clamp that goes all the way around. I'll have to show it to you. But I generally use the plastic lids in the refrigerator and the metal lids everywhere else. Milton's swipe cam is coming soon. Well, there you go. Yes, it is. It definitely is. Okay, let's see. Tallow kills fleas. I don't know if it kills them, but it sure seems to discourage them. I'm not sure exactly what the mechanism behind it is, but it's like when I was in junior high and we had head lice take over the school. I was the only kid in my class that didn't get the head lice. And that's because, well, at that time I was putting Vaseline in my hair to try to make it look, because the kids used to mess up my hair. The bullies, they'd stick there and mess it up. And I had people spit on me. So I put Vaseline so I could wash it out under the water fountain. And then when I got to high school, I started using lard and beef tallow. And it still kept all the bugs away. So I guess it just clogs up their system. That might be what it is. Okay, let's see. My cat is so lazy. Mice come in whenever. And we live trap and turn them out across the river. Interesting. Cats should be killing the mice. That's what all my cats always do. The problem is they bring them to me. Now, we don't have mice here anymore, but when there used to be farms around here, we had those little tiny mice. They were like little furry cockroaches. Those things were horrible. And the cat would bring them all the time. You know, a lot of times they had the little tail in their mouth. They bring the mouse in there, and half the time the mouse was alive. And I remember my mom one time screaming like you wouldn't believe. It sounded like a horror movie. I come running in, like, what happened? A mouse, a mouse. My mom is standing up on the chair, and the mouse is running around. And I'm trying to hit it, and it just keeps running. And finally, it ran out the back door, and that was it. I was like, wow. Where'd that come from? Oh, the cat brought it in. I'm like, oh, great. They bring in lizards and anything that moves. You know, cats just have that bad habit of bringing live animals in and then chasing them around. That might be how the fleas are eliminated. The carpet. My cat and fleas removed the carpet, then they were gone. Well, that's it. But then they bring them in from the outside. They say cats are the planet's most efficient hunter. I wouldn't doubt it, because you wouldn't believe the stuff that cats could get. If I kept chickens or a snake, they wouldn't be wasted. If you got mice, I had a friend that used to have this big snake. I think it was a python. I used to trap the rats over here with the live traps and give it to him. And he fed that thing so many rodents. It's amazing. I'll tell you, I've had rodent issues here before with all the stuff I have. But there's so many stray cats outside, and then I have my cat inside. I don't think the rodents, they don't even have a chance. You would see rodent droppings in the corners every now and then. Now, nothing. A cat, especially one of these wild cats that you get from the side of the road, they're killers. I'm sure if you got some pampered pet, they'd probably sit there and let the rats run all over the place. But not my Milton. He loves chasing anything. He even kills roaches. Maybe it's because the bugs don't want to get greasy. It might be. They're not like the 1950s. Cats didn't cause mammoths to go extinct. We did. Okay, well, that's interesting. Rick, will you move from Florida? It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to move from Miami for sure. I got to move from anywhere that's overdeveloped. I don't want to be anywhere near any high rises. When the economy collapses and this becomes the Detroit of the South, I don't want to be here. That would be a total disaster. Now, how many people do we have here? I'm curious. Let's see. I'm going to go back to my channel. Okay. What is that, 21 watching? Let me go back to my channel. Okay. All right. Yeah. Looks like, I think that's 21. I'm not sure. Hold on. Looks like 22. Okay. All right. So we should be able to wrap this up pretty soon. Let's see. All right. That's how cats show their love for their human, when they bring you critters. Yeah, and they love to do that. I've always had them doing that, and it's quite funny. Cats like to bring them as presents, too. Yes, they do. Oh, 32. All right. Interesting. I can't believe that I had 32 people this far. Wow. And Unknown says, I've been enjoying your bike rides. Well, I'm glad that you do. And I try to do them on a regular basis. I like to upload at least once a day just to keep the interest going. And, you know, once I fix my truck, I may not ride as far, but I'll still ride. And I went many years without riding a bike. And I just started again in 2023 when my truck broke. I had no choice. Pet behaviors say they're trying to teach us what to eat. That's an interesting concept. If that was the case, then my cat should bring me a cow. You know, I'll come in and bring a cow to the front yard, and I'll be like, where'd that come from? You brought me a cow? Okay. That'll keep me full for 6 months. Oh, the best thing about cows is that you can also use them for other things. In fact, there we go. The only shoes that last me more than a few months are the ones that are made with real leather. I got these that were marked down at the Sears for 20 bucks, and it actually says waterproof, although it's not really waterproof because I've been in the water and water got in, but it's water resistant. But this is real leather. And where does leather come from? It comes from a cow. So if I had a cow and I processed it, not only could I could have meat and I could have all the other byproducts, I could also have leather. And if I did that, then the leather is much better than any synthetic material. Why is this camera so blurry? That's the trick. You got to fool the thing into, if you get too close, it goes blurry, but you move it back slowly. That's the trick. All right. Keep this tech under control. Feed them cat food, they get lazy and depressed. Exactly. I feed my cat raw food, and I do too. My cat gets raw meat. Beef, chicken, pork, any raw meat I can get. Darwin's Pet. They ship it to you frozen. Okay, that must be some high-end pet food. Sears. There's still, I don't know if it's still open, but there is one Sears left in Miami. It's the one over in Coral Gables. Where do you even find leather shoes? At Sears. And in fact, I don't know if it's still open or they close it. You know when they tear that down exactly what they're going to build there. And that is another bunch of apartments. Apartments, apartments, apartments. These corporations, they copy each other. Okay, Sears. still have a website. I don't know why they have a toilet seat as a symbol. That's crazy. Okay. Is it still open? That's the question. I guess it's still open. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's still open. 12 to 5. I know it opens late and closes early. Let's see. 11 to 6. Huh. Saturday. But yeah, it's still open. That's the only one left. All the others have been gone for a very long time. The Sears around here closed about 25 years ago. This is an example of what happens when Wall Street and private equity takes over your company and basically wipes it out. That's where I got it from. And again, why would you make your logo into a toilet seat? That's crazy. Okay. All right. Okay. Once I fed my animals raw beef, they lost weight, cat especially, making her easier to pick up. Well, there you go. Yes, Sears and Roebuck. That's what it was originally called. I don't know who that is. Really? It might be. The only reason they haven't closed it is because they don't own that property. They lease it. And I guess they're trying to get, use it as an outlet to sell stuff. But as soon as they close that place is going to be torn down and turned into as many box apartments as you can cram in there. I know exactly what they think. I can predict these people so well, it's scary because they're easy to figure out. Kind of like Dairy Queen is endangered in Texas. We still have Dairy Queen here. There's one not that far from here. His name's Shepard. He's a Spectre. I thought Spectre was the bad guys from the James Bond movie. Yeah. Ground beef went up a lot. Yeah, it went up a lot here, too. It's crazy. Let's see. The name's Shepard. I'm a Spectre. I thought the Spectre guy was Blofeld. We're going to tear it up today. Yeah, right? Well, hello, Commander Shepard. Okay, there we go. So we've caught up. Now, we are at 3:20. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That is 7 hours and a half. Come on. 8 to 4 is 8 hours. Do we have to go this long every day? Just think of all the things I could have done. I could be outside sweating it out in the garage trying to find my parts. But I have to work on my van anyway. I still have more junk to get out of it. I have this HP plotter that I pulled out of an office. Before I throw it away, I want to test it. I got a bunch of stuff. My problem is when people tell me to throw things away, I never go straight to the landfill. I come here to the house, and I go through it. If it's something that works, I'll try to sell it or give it away. If it's something that can be fixed, I try to fix it. If I can't fix it, I strip it for parts, and then the scrap goes in the back of my truck. By the time I'm done, the amount of stuff I have to throw out is about maybe 1/4 of what I started with. And a lot of times, I just put it in the garbage can. I haven't had to go to the landfill in maybe 3 years because I just keep throwing stuff away in the garbage can. I throw out no garbage myself. What garbage is there? My cans, they don't smell like garbage because there's nothing to throw away. And that's it. Rich, you got great stamina. I must have great stamina because here I am. I did eat. I only had half a glass of water this whole time. I haven't gone to the bathroom. And I'm still here now. How can that be? Well, it comes in handy. Sometimes when you're doing work, for example, let's say that, now, I don't like to do manual labor in the sun if I can avoid it. I would rather do labor that's assisted with technology. Like, so for example, machinery and tools. I'm not going to go out there. I mean, I do hand dig a lot of holes, but most of the time, that's because I'm working in the areas the machine won't go in. But not having to use the bathroom, I only do number 2, like either in the morning, which I did this morning, or around dinner time. Usually before I take my bath. That's when I'll do it. It's either the morning or then. Sometimes both. I do use the toilet every single day. I don't go for days without using a toilet. If I went for a couple days without using a toilet, I'd be seriously worried. I guess people starve themselves and they don't have to use the toilet. But I don't think that's really normal. Even my cat uses a litter box every day. So why wouldn't I? All right. Anyone else call the others sugar suckers? No, I call them duck food eaters. You know, I call myself a quack, but they're the real quacks because they're always eating duck food. Diaper mode, not necessary when you're on the carnivore diet. When will the van be fixed? The van, I'm driving it, but I have to pull the transmission out. It's a truck. I need to change the engine. As soon as I can find the flywheel, the bolts and adapter in the garage, then I'm going to swap the engines. I'm going to get it ready to go in. Once I swap the engines to get the truck running again, then I'm going to pull the transmission out of the van and rebuild that. And I will have 2 good vehicles, and I'll never be stuck again. Will I stop riding the bike? No, because the bike is actually very handy. Do you have a Bitcoin address I send to? No. The last time I used Bitcoin was in 2012, I think it was, when it was $10 a Bitcoin. I haven't done it. And I had a hardware wallet, so I didn't have an address. It was just a hardware wallet, and I had the public keys, but hard drive crashed, and that was it. I haven't used it since. But no, I don't have one. You're like, calm down there. Glucose just fasted through. Okay, there you go. But yeah, I definitely use the bathroom at least once a day. Now, for taking a leak, I don't generally use a toilet for that. I'll do that outside. And I do have a container at night. Some nights I don't go at all. Other nights I have to go a lot. All depends on what I've eaten, how much water I've consumed. Like if I worked indoors like I do now, I hardly consume any water. I won't have to use, I don't have to use the bathroom. The only time I have to take a leak is when I drink a lot of water. And if I'm out sweating, then I'm going to drink more water. If I drink more water, which I often do, then what happens when I come home, I take my bath and I sit in the air conditioner. I have all that water stored up and I just start to excrete it. And that's just the way it is. So I have people say, well, how in the world can you sit, for 8 hours, 9 hours without having to take a leak? Well, that's how I do it. All right. Have you found any eggs lately? Somebody sent me eggs. So yes, I found eggs because somebody was nice enough to send them to me. Saves me a trip to the store. Saves me some money too. Can't complain about that. But don't worry, I'll continue to make the bike videos. What I'm doing is taking a lot of videos when I ride. I would have taken more, but my phone ran out of memory. So I got to empty that out into my computer and start fresh. I want to build a library of bike videos because they seem to be really popular with some people. So we're going to continue to do that and make sure that it is always available. Okay. Trying to find anything in the garage. It's like, well, yeah, right? Looking for a needle in a haystack. That stuff's been stuffed in there for 25 years or more. Stuff that I knew I would need, and now I need it 15 years later. Yes, I am. I'm going to Tampa. They, Russ and I guess some other people got together. They got me admission to it, and I'm definitely planning on going there. So if anybody is going to Tampa, they should be able to meet me. I don't know how I'm going to be able to survive away from my house for 3 days, but I'm sure my friend Russ Mitchell will make sure that I get good meats to eat. Otherwise, maybe I should take a net with me. I wonder how many ducks and iguanas they have in Tampa. That'd be interesting. Take my grill. I might do that. I took out the lone steak from the freezer. 2.5 Angus chuck roast. That sounds pretty good. What is your cholesterol? I don't know. The last time I went to a doctor was in 1996. Hard to say. Rick was his FedEx delivery in his garage. Who knows what's in that garage? Can I mail you some eggs? Like you like scrambled. Or just mail me a chicken. That way I can shake the chicken and scramble it internally. Loses you. My front yard scares a lot of people. Very few people ever try to go in the gate. But fortunately for them, I do have one of these little buttons on the gate they can push. But nobody's ever pushed it in all these years. Can you believe that? I guess they don't realize it's there. Oh, well. Yep. Great to hear you're definitely going. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I mean, there were people out there that I guess they got some money together and got with Russ, and they wanted to make sure that I made it up there. And again, if it was up to me, I wouldn't spend that kind of money. I'd buy more meat, but they're nice enough to get me there. I will go there. And that's it. My only problem is I got to get Milton some way to keep him going. I'm thinking about trying to get dried meat and getting Milton trained to eat dried meat, and then I'm going to either buy or build a feeder. I got to get this thing to work before November. So I got August, September, October. I got like maybe 4 months, 3 months. I need to get that done because Milton's going to have to be here for 3 days. Is he going to be happy by himself? Probably not. But, what can you do? Let's meet in Tampa, Rick. Everybody, let's go to Tampa. Well, there you go. If you happen to be there, just look for the tallest guy in the place. The tallest carnivore ever, 6'6". The only person that comes close is Dr. Baker. And Dr. Baker is much more massive. He's got at least 50 pounds on me. And I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him. Definitely not. But, yeah, I'm probably the tallest that you'll find there. What do you eat for dessert? Steak, shrimp, duck, whatever I got. Dessert is the same thing as the meal. That's it. Dry meat is not good for cats, though. Well, I need something to feed Milton if I'm not here because, I don't know. Guess 3 days won't hurt. Elusive Miami Yeti going to meet up. Wow, I wish I could be there to see that. I'm sure people will take videos and stuff. I haven't been out of here since 2005. The last time I left this area was 2005, and that was to go to Las Vegas for the ISC West convention when we had the business. I haven't been out of this state since then. Buy some feeder mouse, release it at your house before leaving. Well, I could just leave the door open to the shed, and then I'm sure Milton can find some out there too. Let's see. Stuff Milton full of meat. He will survive the 3 days. That's true. Oh, that cute little Milton. He's such a sweetheart. Have a friend come free Milton. Well, the problem is Most of my friends are leaving. I don't think I'm going to have any friends left. My other friend that's nearby, he's gone out of town to visit his family for the holidays. And then my friend down the street, he's also going out of town. No one's going to be here except for, well, me. And I just have to feed Milton. I don't know how I'm going to feed the little guy. What can I do? It's the only bad thing about having a pet. Somebody has to take care of the little monster, but I'm sure he'll be all right. I'll find some way of feeding him. There's got to be some way of doing it. I mean, I used to give my cats dry meat. It never hurt them. We'll see. I was thinking about just getting the dried meat, blending it up with a blender, and I always have water dispenser, so I'll have to come up with something. I got 4 months to figure something out. Take Milton with you. Call him your comfort animal. Oh, if he escaped, I'd have a fit. I think he's going to stay here in his domain. You know, this is Milton's house. He can stay here. Hopefully he'll be fine. Cats are very, very tough. I'll definitely fatten him up. I'm going to start fattening him up before I have to let him go. So if something goes wrong with the food, then Milton will be fine. I wish I'd get one of these companies or something that had a cat feeder, something that could feed him good food. I don't know. I can't give him that crappy stuff that people feed their cats. He won't eat it. He will not eat that crappy cat food. My friend tried to give him some. He turned his nose at it, turned his rear end up at it, and walked away. I ended up feeding it to the ducks. The ducks, on the other hand, they gobbled that stuff up. Ducks love cat food. In fact, a friend of mine that had a bunch of cats, he was feeding them all that cat food. The cat food kept disappearing, and the cats were all hungry. It's like, what's going on? It was the ducks, big fat ducks. They were coming there and eating all the cat food. And he wondered why there was so much bird poop around the cat food dish. Like, yeah, it's the ducks. And he says, how come the cats don't chase the ducks away? I'm like, you see the size of those ducks? What cat's going to want to argue with that big thing with big wings and giant claws? They have claws like a raptor. Those ducks are nothing to play with. Rick seemed like a blast from the past. That's kind of what my life is. No, I have one of those with a float on it. You know, it has a float, and then it has a bowl with water in it. You connect it to the faucet, and then it has an overflow drain. So, and what I do, I put rainwater in a container. I have a large container, has rainwater in it, and there's a copper line that runs to the water dispenser. It has a little float. As the water level goes down, it emits more water, and it goes up. Very simple device. Okay. Kibble feeder is better than no food. Well, that is true, but he won't eat that crap. So I'm going to have to figure out, maybe I'll give him dried meat. There's got to be some kind of high-end pet food that I can give to Milton. That way, that's it. Set to a timer release. Yeah, exactly. They got him for fish, right? He'll be fine for a few days. He will hunt. He's a menace. Ducks and stupid people eat anything. That's right. They'll eat anything. Although there's some things even a duck won't eat. I tried to give them Loma Linda fried chick, and they just spit it out. They're like, yuck. They will not do that. Milton's Airlift. Have the great duck flotilla airdrop supplies. I can imagine all those ducks coming in. That would be way too funny. Let me see if I can find. Hold on a second. What was that called? Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Okay. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I can't believe cats eat that stuff. My cat will not eat that stuff. I mean, I would give him duck food for a few days just so he'd have something to eat, but I don't know. Maybe somebody can figure it out. That seems like a minor problem. By that time of the year, the rainy season's over, so I won't have to worry about the roof leaks. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix the roof by then. Who knows? We may have a hurricane next month and I'll have no house. Okay. Gravity pet feeder. These things are useless because they get clogged up. And all it does is feed cockroaches. The cockroaches here will eat this stuff. Here's another one. Cafe pet feeder. Crazy cat. It's all that dry stuff. Pet feeder. Okay. Huh. Okay. Pet feeder. Well, if anybody has any ideas, I'm open to it because I have to be 3 days with the monster by himself. See what he does. I won't be able to leave the air conditioner on because the thing, I'll just have to open the windows and hope that he doesn't get into trouble. And that's it. But hopefully by November it won't be as hot. So I think he'll be all right. I'm just glad it's not during the summer and hurricane season. That'd be terrible. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, look. Looks like Erin's got a live as well. Did I interfere with her live? What was it at 3 o'clock? And we got the usual advertisement. Okay. VVVE. Have you tried? Yes, I have. Okay.
Anytime I ever lost a significant amount of weight, well, with carnivore, I didn't have to do anything. But for the rest of it, I was like, maybe I should intentionally go back to walking because walking has always helped me in my times of need. I like to walk. Well, that's really neat. That's cool. That's a big box of Element. That's cool. What they sent me was like a little box, and it had like a ton of their flavors. And I know when they sent me all these Element things, they were about to expire, and I got them because I was just like, hey, I'd like to try your product. I have a YouTube channel. It's not that big, and they sent me like a big box of the ones that the kids would eventually all eat. Hi, Lisa Marie.
Okay. I had no idea that she had her live on right now, so I seem to have interfered with somebody else's live, but that's okay. So anyway, let me see if I can wrap this up. Maybe you can catch her live. I usually don't like to interfere with anybody else's. And we'll see how many people we have left. I got a bunch of things I need to do, although I probably won't get a lot done today. But let's see what we have. All right. They're flying in a D formation. Yeah, right? Uh-oh. No, an M formation. For Milton? Milton's looking at the screen. Yeah. Where is Milton anyway? He disappeared. I'm not sure where he went. That one looks so cheap. Yeah, those pet feeders. What do you expect? We'd feel poor bringing that into the house. Rick, you could also have YouTube videos playing 100% voice and videos to cover him. Well, I do have some cameras. I have a DVR, so I'll try to put that on there, and then I can keep an eye on the little menace. But problem is, if he hears me, he'll probably start meowing and looking for me. Probably tear the place apart. So who knows? Rick, do you have someone to check on Milton? I don't. I think all my friends are going to be out of town, so I don't know. I need to check and see what the date is. I forgot about that. I guess they got a movie by the same name. That's interesting. Okay. November 14th through 16th. Okay. I don't know. I think they're going to be out of town because they usually go Thanksgiving week before. November 27th. They might be around. They usually leave like a week before. Okay. 27th. 17. It's going to be close. We'll see. I don't know what to say. Okay, let's see what we got here. It's not been set yet. Okay. Oh, the usual people. Huh. They got Todd as a speaker? That's interesting. I want to meet him. I think he's interesting. Old chiropractor Berg, he's still around. Huh. Seen him too. They put Max in there? Oh, that's funny. He interviewed me as well. Leveraging the carnivore diet. I've seen this guy too. Okay. Oh, look. We're talking about the skinny lady. Let me switch this over here. Why is this not working? There we go. Okay. I guess they got skinny lady there. Huh. And look who else is there, of course. Yes. Adam? What's he doing there? Can you stay awake? And this goofy lady. Everybody loves this gal. I don't know what's the big deal there. Oh, look who else is. Oh, this is going to be very interesting. What's going to be really interesting, can you imagine when this man over here sees me? He's either going to be real friendly or he's going to run and hide like a duck. Okay. Yeah, I've seen him. He's pretty interesting. Okay. My mother had this guy's book. There's the Lisa Wiederman that people were talking about here. Okay. I guess they go through all of this. Anyway. Oh, Dr. Baker's going to be there. Okay. That's good. Okay. And I guess it goes through all of them. So, see if I can read through this without falling asleep. I have to admit, I'm the one person that falls asleep at lectures, so hopefully it's not just a bunch of lectures like in college where I have trouble staying awake and I may have to go outside and chase a duck or iguana. But anyway, so as far as I can tell, I will be there. And like I said, I don't know how. Hopefully I'll be able to drive my truck. Otherwise, I'll find another way. I'm sure there's always a way to get there. Anyway, so that's that. Let me go back over here. We've had surprisingly few technical problems. I feel kind of fortunate today. Once I got the initial buzz out of the system, I think the audio and video have been pretty good. If I ever get a better camera, I think that'll be even helpful. You never know. It could work. I do like my lives. You have someone to check on Milton? Well, again, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm 4 hours away, so if there is a disaster, I guess I could just drive 4 hours. Check if he can. I wouldn't want to take him with me because if he gets away, it's going to be really hard to find him. I'm not going to take him. He's got to stay here. Dangerous to be a piece of bacon around those parts. Yeah, right? Well, that's it. Well, I think we have wrapped up our comments. So let me go back over here. And let me see how many people we have right now. Okay. All right. Looks like I still have 29, according to this counter. That's pretty impressive. How can I have so many people that I just keep going on and on and on? I think what it comes down to is that people want to see how long I can last. And I know Carrie has done a 12-hour and a 24-hour live stream, but he was not talking for 12 hours. I have been verified to doing a 9.5-hour live stream, which I am not going to do again if I can help it. The reason I spent a lot of time today, obviously, I had good participation, and as you know, I fixed my technical issues, so that's actually pretty good. I am super impressed. All right, so let's go ahead and let's start wrapping this up. You prep his usual feelings, you just need someone to come give it to him, okay? AC can be put on a timer. That's true, but the problem is this system is old. I mean, it's programmable. This unit over here, it's actually, it's used, but it's programmable. The lights here are all programmable. This is an old system from the 1980s called X2. It's controllable also from the internet. So you have these switches. You can turn the lights on and off. And it's all programmable, inside and outside light. So it is, that's already in place. Good idea too, yeah. Catch you later, Rick. Have a good day, what's left of it. Thanks, David DC. I will try my best. I don't know what I can do, actually. Should I start working on the garage? Or should I go to Fresco y Mas, where I didn't go? Let's see. He will be friendly. I hope so. Carrie not talking for 12 hours. Now that I can watch. That's funny. Bye, all. Bye, Feral Grandma. Looks like you've been here most of the time. Similar wall unit, but it don't work anymore. Well, mine broke. Thing is, if mine's on an inside wall, I ran the drain through the wall and outside. I don't like having visible things on the outside of the house, so all the AC units are in the back. I have two. This is the main one. The other one's in the bedroom. That's a 12,000. This is 36,000 BTU. Let's go downtown and pick up some chicks. Or you could go to Tractor Supply and pick up some chicks. That's the other option. And then in a few months, they become heart attack chicken. Yum, yum. Heart attack chicken. Yeah, right. Actually, where did I put that? Oh, my goodness. Oh, well. Anyway, let's see. What do we have? Okay. I think we have, yeah. I think we have gone through here. Oh. That's interesting. Why is my phone red? Might be a sales call. Ugh. Oh well. Probably a sales call. They couldn't get through the menu. Okay, the bookstore 2, that's a good spot. Tractor Supplies, my knee pain cure. Oh, ivermectin. Really? Okay. I didn't know that was a cure for knee pain. Thought that was a dewormer. Anyway, let's see. I seem to have another comment, but it's not showing up in my list. Okay. Oh, here we go. Take it easy. CB Carmack, there you go. That's our opener. Yes. Fake stuff from Amazon last month. Knee pain returned. Order from Tractor Supply, and now the knee stopped hurting. I didn't realize that was some kind of pain reliever. That's kind of interesting. But anyway, very strange. Now, why can't I get my outgoing music to work? This does not work. Okay. It's another thing I need to fix. Let's see. It's not there, is it? Nope. Did it get deleted? It might have gotten deleted. That's terrible. Oh well. Interesting. Huh. Oh well. No big deal. We will end this without music. That's one more technical issue I need to cover, but I'll get it eventually. Very good anti-inflammatory. Huh. Interesting. All right. That works. That quote is on the back of the tube. Top one. All right. So anyway, it is almost 4 o'clock, which means it will be an 8-hour live stream. 8 hours. I figured I could knock it out in 2. I ended up with 8. Oh well. That's fine. I'll probably hit Fresco y Mas. Forget it. I can't do any work today. Let me see what they have. All right. Yes. What's all this? Oh, okay. Yeah. Presidente. Sedanos. I already went there. Where's Fresco y Mas? This goes straight to the garbage. Publix is the worst store. That in the trash. Let's see. Fresco y Mas. There we go. We got the Fresco y Mas. So what do we have here? For $4.98 a pound, We have a T-bone steak. Look at this. Does that steak still have marks where the jockey was hitting it? As Johnny Carson used to say. No, actually it wasn't Johnny Carson. I think it was it Johnny Carson? It might have been Rodney Dangerfield on Johnny Carson. That might be what it was. I don't know. I did see it on the Johnny Carson show. Presidente doesn't have any deals. I don't see anything really good at Presidente. That chicken's too expensive. $1.58 a pound for chicken. Too much dinero. Mucho dinero. So, unless you want some avocados, but you can come to my yard and get them for free. So, what good is that? But at Fresco y Mas, oh, look what else we got. We got some mystery shrimp. Reminds me, I need to go shrimping, but here we have $3.98 a pound for large shrimp. Is it safe to eat shrimp from the store? I usually get my shrimp from the Turkey Point canals. I don't know. I'm doubtful about that. They have picanha for $7.98 a pound. Fresco y Mas. So if you're in Florida and you want to go to Winn-Dixie Cubano, there we go. And again, where did I go yesterday? Where'd that paper go? Oh, here it is. Sedano Supermarket. It is 79 cents a pound for chicken legs and 99 cents a pound for pork shoulder. I mean, that's it's still kind of cheap. I got it for 69 cents 2 weeks ago at Winn-Dixie, but, might be good to pick up one of them. I don't know. I got some cash floating around. They have the beef chuck, but that's $4.99 a pound. I don't know. What is 69 cents? Oh, Cuban sweet potato. That's garbage. $2.99 for watermelon. The duck food is always cheaper than the good food. And speaking of crap, they also included this with the newspaper. Whack, 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 whack. Guess where that goes? Trash can. And look, more crap. Whack, 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 whack. If you like seed oils, carbohydrates, and other oxidized crap, here you go. Although they still make a so-called roast beef sandwich. It might be roast horse sandwich, knowing the way that they are. I think they even have something called horse sauce, or at least they used to at Arby's. I think it was called horse sauce. Chicken tenders. I don't know what a chicken tender is, and I don't want to know what a chicken tender is. Dinner meal, $7.99. That looks like a bite for a duck, not a dinner meal. Mozzarella sticks. Ew, those things are nasty. They're like seed oil covered, bread covered cheese. They're just nasty. Let me see if I can get the focus back to what it should be. We'll just go out really slowly. There we go. No? Still blurry? All right, we'll do it this way. Oh, well, my camera hates me. It's old. But anyway, it might be worth going over to Fresco y Mas with $20 and maybe catching some of this South American imported T-bone steak. As long as it's not long pig, I guess we're in good shape. So I might do that. It's already 4 o'clock. I could probably start out in the garage, but I'm probably better off just doing it tomorrow. That's all I can do. Anyway, That's my plan. And hopefully, that's all it takes. $3.98 a pound for shrimp, though. I don't know. I don't trust commercially fished shrimp. But it's been so long since I had shrimp. It's been a couple of months. I got to decide. I'll figure something out. So that means I'll do another ride and talk to Fresco y Mas. I'll think of something on the way there. That might be the way to go. And then tomorrow, I got a little bit of work to do in the morning. Maybe. If not, I'm going to hit the garage. I'm going to hit it hard. Get it over with. Well, you know about them log goodbyes? How many people do we still have? Looks like, is it 26? I don't know. Looks like, yeah, it could be 26. Let me just take a quick look over here. Wow, 26 people. I got a lot of people. I don't know how I get so many people watching this relatively boring live stream with the crazy quack, ready for a heart attack, sitting around, going through newspapers, talking about a bunch of nonsense, and answering comments. It's just like hanging out with friends. That's what it is. It's not a live stream. It's a hangout, pretty much. All right, so let's see how many new comments we got. We'll wrap this up. It's like Mitch said, Rick doesn't go live every day. He makes up for it all in one day. So think about 7 lives. Okay, let's say that I went for an hour every day for 7 days. That would be a 7-hour Sunday live stream. Okay, if I went an hour and a half every day for 7 days, that's about right. So again, Mitch is right. I have to agree. And thank you for dropping in, Mitch. I really appreciate that. And let's see what the comments are. And there's a lot of them. Okay. Next quote. Don't get TDS. Try this. It works. All right. Take care, Rick. Take care, Brian. Glad you were here. This is like the opening scene to The Postman. Not familiar with that one. Everyone have a nice evening. See you tomorrow on Mitch's Morning Coffee. Yes, be there at 8:30 for Morning Coffee with Mitch, which is a lot better than Live at 8 with Rick because you can get up a half an hour later and he'll be over in less than 2 hours. Unlike Rick, who goes on and on and on and doesn't stop. Rick and Milton. He's going through the old TV guide and the TV that doesn't work. I got some old TV guides. In fact, I need to bring out that newspaper again and do a dedicated video to it. Publix is a ripoff. And it's also a really dumpy store. It's really run down. It's noisy. It's just, the food is crap. It's terrible. If I want to go to a rundown store, I'd rather go to Presidente where the food is cheap than to Publix. Mystery shrimp, that's it. I mean, I might as well go in my yard and dig up some grubs. Picanha for that price is a deal compared to Pittsburgh. Well, Fresco y Mas is cheaper. You know, they're usually cheaper than everything. It's like the Cuban version of Winn-Dixie. It was originally Winn-Dixie. So, it is cheaper. But it's mystery meat, so who knows? Only trust my shrimp from the Chinese takeout. They never clean out the food. That's funny. Core exit shrimp. There you go. BP's Phil crustaceans. Straight from the Gulf. Brisket Whopper. Yeah, that is funny. Brisket Whopper. Why would I want brisket Whopper when I can actually get real brisket and cook it right on the engine? And a short life with major health issues. That is true. I used to love the jalapeno poppers from Arby's. Thanks for the arthritis, Arby's. Did you get arthritis? That's not good. I can't even imagine what arthritis is like. McD's quarter-pound beef patties are $1.50 each. Many carnivores buy these on the road. If I drive my truck to the Quack Your Health convention, well, they call it Hack Your Health. I'm going to call it Quack Your Health convention. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cook my meat on the engine. If I have to take a bus or a train, well, I don't know. But at least hopefully they'll have Wi-Fi. I'll do a live stream. That might be an idea. Because I got really good subscribers and I want to keep you informed as to what's going on. That berry sauce. Yeah. Ew. Right? That was nasty. Yep. Throw rocks at that fake food. I feel guilty feeding it to a duck. I see 27. Wow. Don't tell me I got 30 now. It's amazing. They spray most shrimp with that chemical to keep it looking fresh. Ready to launch. Look for it in the package. Huh. Go with wild caught. There you go. That picture went VHS quality. I don't know. This camera is just weird. Or beta even. I'll never forget a General Tso's shrimp and the entire poop vein was left in. Big shrimp and they're very good eaters. Chinese will eat anything. Have a good night all. Thanks, Larry. Have a good night. Publix reminded me of Safeway. I've never seen a Safeway. That's why I never eat those sea roaches. Yeah, right? That would be like a tiger eating a dung beetle. We just ain't doing it. Ever have alligator? Yes, I have. I got friends that go gator hunting. I've had gator meat, and I've gone frogging myself. I get the stick and go frogging. I've done a lot of frogging. I used to go frogging in this neighborhood, but now there's no frogs left. It's all developed. What used to be a swamp is now full of apartments. All right. It's after 4. We've passed the 8-hour mark. So what we need to do, we need to end this before it turns into a new world record. We don't want to set any more 9.5-hour records. Yeah, the Chinese eating bugs is a form of cannibalism. That's funny. Eating bugs. You will eat the bugs. You will own nothing and be happy. Yeah, right. Eat the bugs. I'll let the birds eat the bugs for me. I eat the bugs secondhand. That's my way of doing it. But anyway, very nice live. Hit the likes, yes. Don't forget. I don't know how many likes we have. We should have quite a few. Let me go back to here. Why is my like not active? I clicked the like. I think YouTube has taken away my likes. What is this? I click like. Huh. Okay. Well, hopefully everybody has clicked like that was going to. I think sometimes YouTube takes it away from me. That's pretty sad. Anyway, so let me go ahead and do this before it starts to copy itself. There we go. And let's wrap this up. I mean, you know. Oh, hell no. Still on. Yes. Still on. Need to get off, though. Yes. I agree. Anyway, so who's going to be live next? Well, tomorrow, there's a couple of lives. You have the carnivore teacher, John Lasfina. You also have, there's another live called Meat of the Matter with Tony Stewart, I think is his name, and got a couple of other guys, the Dutch Carnivore. They have a live at 1 tomorrow. Both of them are on at the same time, which doesn't make any sense. Hey, Milton, you back? Did you eat something? Come here. Come on, Milton. Say goodbye to everybody. Come on. Come on. Come on, Milton. Come on. Here comes Milton. Come here. Come here, Milton. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Come here. No, you silly little thing. Are you trying to be camera shy, you cute little animal? Look at how cute you are. Oh, my goodness. You're such a sweetheart. You're such a good little kitten. Oh, you're such a good kitten. Here we go. Come on, little Milton. There you go, buddy. Look at that beautiful animal. Look at that pretty kitty. Look at that face. Oh, my goodness. Such a good kitty. Like this. There's my Milton. Ready? Okay. All that fussing, I put some of that food down there, and he never ate it. So it's just Milton being a pain. Go ahead, Milton, eat that. You don't want to eat it? Okay. That's very typical. But Milton is a sweetheart. He's a pain. What are you doing, Milton? Now you're looking at something out the window. You don't give up, do you? All right. Anyway, he's gone back to his little perch, as you can probably see. That's my Milton. I got papers all over the place. I need to clean up the mess that I made while I was doing this live. But anyway, I think we have completed this, and we have a few more comments to go through. It's ending now, eventually. The heat is on. There we go. Bye, y'all. Bye. Just finished watching Aaron's live. The kids came in and said the yard was on fire. Oh, boy. I thought they had wet weather over there. Thanks for another great day, sir. Thanks for being here. Milton. Yes, Milton. Nice bone structure on Milton. He's a great cat, I'll tell you. Give them raw meat. They do really well. HT Cat Power. Bye, Milton. Kim appreciates life. She's saying bye to you, Milton. Huh? You say bye? Look at that cute face. Oh, what a good cat you are. Milton is a very fit cat. Not a fatty that can't clean his butt. Milton, he goes upside down, sideways. He's like me, you know. I can put my leg over my head. Milton can do more. I think out of all the 57-year-olds I know, I am the most cat-like of all of them. But then again, when you're a carnivore, I think you do become cat-like. Triple M, Midnight Madness Milton. There you go. Bye. And that should be... My black cat is lean as well. That's good. You don't want a fat cat. His face up. There you go. All right. So it is 4:14, I think. 4:13, 4:14, whatever it is. Time to wrap it up. I think I'll go ahead and check out the T-bone steak at Fresco y Mas. I got $20 in my pocket. Let's see what I can get hooked up with. And that'll be my treat for the day. So that'll be fantastic. And what else we got here? We got comeback art. Big hack for dynamic art. Make it big and bold. All right. When cookbook? I don't know. I mean, there's really no need for a cookbook. I don't even own cookbooks. I threw all of them out. I gave them away. How much does it take to cook a piece of meat? I guess it would have to be Rick's Engine Cooking Manual or something like that. I don't know. Just hard to say. Bye, Rick. Thanks for what you do. Thanks for being here, Terry Sue. Again, very happy for everybody that spends their time with me on Saturday. And again, maybe one day I'll shorten it. Maybe one day I'll change the format. But at least now, thanks to you, I got the chat to work. I have a nice ride, and you know me. I will take this with me, and I will make a video. I need to clean this up, so perfect when you're out riding. Oh, interesting. Okay. Looks like I got some emails as well that I need to go through. But, yes. Okay, now, I guess we're done with the comments. Let me stop the stream, and I hope everybody has a great rest of their Saturday, has a great Sunday, and, of course, Monday, if you have to go to work, it may not be so great. But then again, you do what you got to do. I'm out of work for now. When it comes back, I may work tomorrow. We'll see. Electric bike, those look cool. They do, but I don't need one. I got 2 legs. Who needs an electric bike that you have to charge up when you got these? They work just as well. Sam's Club, and time to say goodbye. Thanks for a great day of listening. Well, thank you. Thank you for listening all this time. And let's see. Some humans lack cooking intuitiveness. It's unfortunate. It does seem that way. Now, Milton doesn't have to cook. He just eats. All right. Bye. And that's great. Expand your range. All right. I'm clicking the stop button. Now you can reach the keys on your bike. I've done that once before. I'm not doing it again. It was way too long, way too hot. No. I did that back late 80s. I think I was 20 years old at the time. That was a challenge, I'll tell you. Big challenge. But I did it. I went all the way down. Where did I go to? Tavernier? That's as far as I went. That was a job. There you go. Oh, you were not aware of her channel? Well, I did put a little excerpt in there, and now you found it. Check it out. There's always something interesting going on there. It's like a madhouse at times. But that's what happens when you have 10 kids and a bunch of noisy animals. It can be a madhouse. I have one animal, and it can be a madhouse. Imagine 10 kids and a bunch of animals. Florida rite of passage. I guess it is. I even thought about maybe this year when it's not so hot, I may take a ride down to Homestead just to show trip down Chrome Avenue. The way the traffic is, I think the bicycle might actually be faster. That's an awfully long ride, though, but you can do it. I can go a long way, and I go all day without water. It's kind of funny. How I do it, I don't know. How do I go through this whole live stream without any water, except a little bit at the beginning? I don't know, but I do it. All right. I click stop.